I guess you know what I've been looking for. Success and glow. Don't mind to start a war. I move so fast. Don't ask me to go slow. I got everything I need and I'm ready to go. Got the sugar, got the face. Got no time to make amends. I'm the product, I'm the brand. I'm the one, I am the plan. Pull the strings, call the shots. Set the tone, lead the charge. I got everything I need and I'm ready to start. Everybody wants to say we all the same. I don't even know the name, I take the blame. They don't even understand, they claim what's mine. I'm fine, I'm doing me, and one of one, I'm done. Don't need no stress, I'm blessed, unforgettable. And if you wanna get it, then you gotta be incredible. Got the sugar, got the face, got no time to make amends. I'm the product, I'm the brand, I'm the one, I am the plan.
it's a part of the game. Building anticipation, getting close to the edge. No, you think I see you more than a friend. Better late than never. Now it's all over me. These reflections of you, who you want me to be. Do I wanna be you? Is it only a dream? To understand, just like the back of my hand, I can read you front to back. I could tell you want it bad, like it when you want attack. Come on over, make me mad. Now it's all over me. These reflections of you, who you want me to be. Now it's all over me. These reflections of you, who you want me to be. Do I wanna be too? Is it only a dream? Is it only a dream?
Over a century ago, our founders made a promise to each other, to their families, that they'd always take care of their own. And that promise is still at the heart of everything we do. And how our members know, we'll do what's right for those who served, their spouses, kids, and then grandkids. USAA, taking care of our own.
Champions. Nederland military. Was it just a dream? Is this the last day? It's just, oh, we're live. Oh, it was a dream. Oh, okay, we're here. Oh my God, we still have more to go. The Allied Forces Esports Invitational. One more day to see who will be crowned, or who, in fact, will receive one of these beautiful trophies. 3 for the champions of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational, and 1 for our MVP. This year round, I think that has to go to the entire Netherlands military, but I can't write them out yet because they may be walking away with the champions trophies. Who knows? Not me. Perhaps our casters do. I would like to get into this as quickly as possible, to be honest with you, because I want to watch everything from today. And I know from speaking to everyone who's come in so far today that everyone is so disappointed that it's the last day already. It has gone by in a flash. And I know that everyone at home is sad as well. But listen, maybe, if it gets to the point where we have enough funding to do this every single week, we could just live in the Alienware training facility. And maybe then we could bring in Jar of Jam, Relic, and Vodable as well to be here with the family. Guys, joining us remotely, how are you doing? Are you excited for the final day?
Incredibly excited, Elliot. It's a blast. Hater everybody, on the Championship Monday. That's a weird thing to say, a Championship Monday. I see Relic is on a cruise somewhere in the Bahamas, clearly.
He's on the beach
It's
or
true.
something.
It's true. It's just seas of sun-kissed sand all in the distance. But I'm actually glued to my screen instead because we're going to have some incredible series today, lads. We've got 5 fantastic teams all fighting it out for those trophies. The MVP trophy as well, of course. And it might be weird jam that it's on a Monday, but what's all this about Monday blues? I'm all about Monday jazz myself. Let's get some really unique rhythm and vibes in the house as we take a look at our round robin standings from yesterday.
Tell us more about Vodable. It's our 5 teams that are made it to the LAN and that we've been watching both 2 days ago as well as yesterday for the first round robin. Who stands out the most?
I mean, there's the obvious one, of course, of Air Force Gaming, but I gotta give 2 specific shoutouts. Space Force Gaming, the team to take the first game individually against AFG for the first time in 3 iterations now of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational, so massive victory at that. And then also seeing the Netherlands military taking that one game against Storm Shadows. They've taken some games here and there. We heard from production that, a lot of them haven't played Rocket League in some time. So the fact that they're keeping it competitive against their peers and actually taking games and even a match during the friendlies that we saw on Friday is massive for them. And I hope to see them continue to compete because it's been a blast, to see them in the competition. Oh, of course, can't forget the Royal Air Force 2 teams, the Storm Shadows and the Typhoons, also doing a great job. Everyone really just giving it their all. Like, no series have been kind of a snooze fest. They've all been entertaining, to say the least.
As I've told Relic yesterday, I swear, if we give Netherlands military a great Rocket League coach, I proposed Violent Panda. He must be available at some point, right? Then next year, easy. They join us and they just take the whole thing by storm. But yeah, let's take a quick look at our schedule, Relic. Maybe you can tell us more about this one. It's as simple as it is, just a double elimination bracket.
Yeah, so of course we started our bracket yesterday. That was essentially to sort out the odd numbered situation that we had going on. 5 teams, of course, doesn't fit into a 4-team upper bracket situation. So the Netherlands military, they are the ones who drop down. They are last chance saloon for the entire day, but sometimes pressure does make diamonds. Speaking of diamonds, we've got 2 fantastically clean and shiny teams up first as Air Force Gaming, your number 1 seed, takes on the RAF Storm Shadows, your number 3 seed. And we have that other side of the upper bracket up second on the docket as Space Force Gaming take on the RAF Typhoons. And all of that then sees a couple of teams dropping through the trap door, filling out the rest of our schedule as we go. And yeah, I'm really excited to see every single... What do you mean? I'm on the beach. I thought we'd already established this.
That's true.
Yeah. Amazing. Oh God! Well, I sorry, that got me off guard, and I'm already.
He's on salty shores. That's where
get myself a background of a similar nature. But yeah, first game of the day. It's RAF Storm Shadows versus Air Force Gaming. Let's introduce the teams. These are, of course, the reigning champs: Buck, Crow, and Shouter. I don't know what direction, but doesn't really matter. Every single player we look at, top notch. It's hard to pick out the best one because they're all the best, Relic. They're all the best.
They are incredibly strong, but compared to previous years, Jam, they've shown that they can be beaten. And I think a lot of the teams, especially the likes of your Storm Shadows and Space Force, who are just behind them seeding-wise, I think they're going to feel very confident today, thinking, yeah, we took a game or two off them. Why can't we go all the way this time? And it's going to start here. The first test, really, for Air Force is going to be the Storm Shadows, one of the best defenses in the building.
It is G-Wood, Reedy, Action PB, and Sam has, and these folks have been cruising. They are representing the Royal Air Force of Audible, and it seems like they are coming here to play. They have 4 players, so honestly, there's a bit of a stamina going as well. I do love that somehow they've inherited the hats of the Netherlands military as well as their noisemakers. I've been told this kind of hat can be just bought at a store somewhere in the Netherlands, but it is lovely. I'm loving it, and honestly, Vod, I feel like this team has been going from strength to strength and going to be looking their absolute best come this Championship Monday.
Yeah, I mean, it's a boon for them specifically being able to play against the Air Force Gaming roster first match of the day, right? Maybe catch them off guard when they're not as warmed up. That's kind of what we saw happen with Space Force Gaming last time. So getting that first game win will be a huge boon for them to potentially catch them off guard, send them to the lower bracket if they aren't as prepared as they can be. The one benefit is it's still best of 7s today. So even if you do go down in an individual game, you still have chances to come back, and that stands true for any team competing throughout this bracket, even the Netherlands military in that lower bracket.
Well, it's still a long way to go until that match, but we have our 6 players on the screen. God, it's gonna be a fun one. Let's put it on the pitch. And first goal didn't wait too long. Air Force Gaming straight off the kickoff managed to make it work. Just a simple affair, not directly on the net, but a follow-up from Crow. A little bit seemingly like from a tip from our Storm Shadow player is on point.
Well, you know, they definitely woke up and smelled the flowers, and unfortunately for the Storm Shadows, maybe they were too preoccupied with some breakfast or coffee that they were having earlier on, and the new hats that they had acquired. So Air Force Gaming did manage to take that first goal, but again, you know, kickoff goals like that happen. We were talking about this yesterday throughout the matches, especially when looking at Air Force Gaming during that round robin group stage, is that kickoffs seem to be their bread and butter, and teams really struggle against that, especially, you know, at this level of competition. So Storm Shadows, you know, take it on the chin, realize that this is just Air Force Gaming, the way that they're going to play, and then you just play your game from then on out. And I think that's what we're seeing from them. I'm liking this aerial play from Reedy, who had a hat trick to themselves in previous matchups throughout this competition, so I'm expecting big things from them today.
All right, more and more touches, but the ball keeps on returning to the RAF Storm Shadows net. Long clear will be collected by Chowder. He's going to start an aerial attempt of his own. Let's have the full control of the ball, and Reedy's right there to intercept it. Sees that there's nobody pushing the ball up forward, action to the side. Never leave the ball in front of the net when you're playing versus Air Force Gaming. Really, never leave the ball when you're playing against anybody, but especially against the danger trio that is the Air Force Gaming roster. There's a chance for Storm Shadows, but Sampez was hoping to find a ball that never really reached it.
Oh, but there's a chance there. Buck barely gets the save at the end of it. I think Crow's rocking the Venom, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe rocking some Eminem in their headphones as well. Ooh. As they're just trying to embody the symbiote. But Action is instead going to be the movie star this go around, especially after the demo that we see there from Reedy.
I mean, this is one of the strategies we talked about. Try to disrupt Air Force Gaming as much as possible. Their defense is airtight, and so removing a player from that combination means that, hey, there's suddenly some sort of an opening buck. I think he got bumped on the way in, on the way out, and right here they're setting up something, RAF Storm Shadows, that is, in front of Air Force Gaming net. Wow, whatever the Storm Shadows have eaten, I feel like is really driving them forward. You said it, Audible. They are looking crisp.
probably some stroopwafels from what we've been talking about in terms of the food tier list. I'm sure we'll return in some capacity. Yeah, the stroopwafel waffles. Saw a video of someone making one of those. I'm curious if anyone's tried that here. But either way, the Storm Shadows specifically, I mean, rallying behind Action seems to be the way to go. It worked out really well yesterday. We saw some good performances there on their side of things too, especially towards the latter half of that group stage. So trying to see what they can do to adapt and overcome the odds, and Reedy so close to getting that touch, just needed a little bit more time with the ball. Unfortunately, not the easiest angle to hit.
Well, there's still time, and there's plenty of time in something like a best of 7 that's already being quite tight between these two rosters. We are, of course, in the upper bracket, so these folks are the best of the best. And right now, Air Force Gaming, they're doing their best. But I think it's the disruptions from Storm Shadows that are really stopping Air Force Gaming from unfolding their almost mechanical approach to the game, where everything is nigh perfect, making sure that nobody can stop them. For now, it's just they cannot get into that rhythm.
That is the question. Can they get into that rhythm? I mean, as I talked about it before, we saw the kickoff goal happen from Crow, and then we haven't seen really too much movement from them. And I feel like in game ones, I'm noticing that they are taking a little bit more time to get their rhythm going in comparison to the rest of the series. Who knows, maybe it's attributed to the odd card choices, but even then, you can't discount them too much. But that was so close. Action almost saved it. Chowder, just a little bit more of an awkward touch for the defense to try and stop.
I love that. Not always. You need speed. Sometimes you can just pump the brakes, wait, really survey the field and see what you can do, and then just go with it. Shows how, again, adept, I suppose, are Air Force Gaming to any sort of opportunity that is in front of them. Reedy could set up his teammate. Now we're approaching, but not this time around. Action PB will be bringing the ball all the way to the orange side. But a couple of demos here and there. Oh boy, there's going to be a lot of cars that we're going to be just sweeping off the field. The explosions are ringing left and right.
Yeah, thankfully they kind of like disintegrate afterwards, so you don't have to worry about any of the car parts actually on the field as debris. So thankfully they have the technology to just get them reset right afterwards and respawned in. But great saves coming in from Action, making it a bit more difficult for Air Force Gaming to run away with this one, especially with 30 seconds remaining. Storm Shadows very much still in it for this game one. They just need one good opportunity and to catch the defense off guard and maybe slacken from Air Force Gaming. And I mean, we saw that happen with the first goal. They weren't quite prepared for it, especially after the demo taking out the only defender. And more aggressive plays are the way to go against this Air Force Gaming roster. If you can't beat them, delete them. That's what Jorby always says.
Yeah. Well, somehow 5 minutes came and went, and we're already almost at the end of the game number 1. Ball is still up high in the air. Chowder and Crow, it's the Air Force Gaming who have the control of the ball, despite the whole play happening on the side of REF Storm Shadows. But this was a really good performance from Storm Shadows. They managed to keep Air Force Gaming at bay. And again, that is already a nice step in the right direction. So let's see how the game number 2 continues, because if all of these demos keep on going on and AFG doesn't necessarily find a good way to counteract it, then I can see Storm Shadows taking games.
I think the big thing here is that we just need more shots in the category for Storm Shadows. We saw 3, if I read it correctly, there from them. So still stuck on their side a little bit, but also, you know, continuing that pressure forward. We see in the replay here, you know, the hats trying to get them, you know, as enthused as they can for it. But yeah, looking back at that one, it's just so unfortunate that the kickoff goal went through. I feel like we could have easily gone to an OT otherwise. So Storm Shadows, just make sure that you lock things down. Don't have a kickoff goal to worry about here. That's a good one from them, getting possession at least for a moment, but Buck can only do so much without much boost. And I'm loving the more aggressive style, the confidence to go and duel with this Air Force Gaming roster in the air. No, it's out of the box, far down and away. Sam has great shot though.
A superb setup as well, and it all stems from them going about, again, being aggressive. You are absolutely right. They are feeling confident It's a narrow path between being confident and overconfident and aggressing and then losing the opportunities. But right now, RF Storm Shadows are firmly on the right side of that whole thing. Buck with a shot off to the side, but Action PP was there anyway to stop it. Crow will continue pressuring for Air Force Gaming, not allowing the ball to escape the orange side. Passes between Storm Shadows, bring the ball all the way to the blue net. Attempt by Sam Hess on the backboard. Action comes in, but cannot direct it past the defender. Just too many cars in front of him.
Yeah, it's not the best spot that they could be in, specifically for Storm Shadows on offense. I feel like it's been fizzling out a couple of times as they just get going, and a lot of that has to do with the boost starvation that we're witnessing from Air Force Gaming. Once they get that locked in, it's really hard to break that momentum change that we've seen from them so often against these teams in this competition. So kind of being more cognizant of the boost and how you're using it properly to break down the field, at least have a little bit, take those small boost pads along the way as you move forward, and so close for a potential bump from Reedy. That would have opened things wide open here. And as they say that, Sam has gets the first goal for the first lead for Storm Shadows.
I think this was a little bit of a pinball moment. This is a payback. Let's see. Bum, 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 Buck. Yes. If it wasn't for Buck, I'm actually not sure where this ball would have gone. So a little revenge from Storm Shadows for the first goal that they've conceded in the game number 1. And they now open up the scoring with a little bit of a bounce back and forth.
Great start to this game after, keeping it close in the last one, especially after going down early. Big question is, can they hold it on for 3 minutes of regulation? Still a long while ahead of them, but it's a dangerous spot to be in for Crow, and Chowder missing the touch there too. Maybe some early jitters with this being the actual playoff bracket. Every match matters here, even more so than we saw in that seeding group stage from yesterday.
We return back to the orange side where Storm Shadows are doing their best to keep Air Force Gaming away. Buck will be the last player for Air Force, collecting his 100 and immediately going in the air. One is enough, but Chowder immediately in, follow up, and Reedy as he was getting bumped out. Air Force Gaming just unleash everybody on display. There's one player gone. Buck immediately follows up after his 50-50, and Reedy is just unable to do anything since he is being removed from the net.
That's such a tough spot to be in too from Action on that back end as well. Got the challenge, won the 50-50, but didn't get the redirect that they were aiming for afterwards. It was too fast of a deflection to the sidewall. So technically set up Air Force Gaming for a simple shot towards the net, but not too much you can really do in those instances. So they have to just go back to the drawing board again, especially with Crow with the bar down and in.
Yeah, the moment this pass came in, the moment right here, I see where Crow is. He is shooting on target, and he picked a perfect opportunity, even almost top right corner, but I think off the crossbar makes it even stronger. Incredibly hard to stop. Air Force Gaming, I think they're finally being allowed to play their own game, or maybe they are forced the opponent to just admit that, yeah, this is going to be happening whether you're bumping us or not. Adjustments were made. That's a 2-1. Air Force Gaming once again ahead, but with 2 minutes remaining in this game number 2, I'd say Storm Shadows have a good opportunity to create something elsewhere. There's Crow removed. Shot from Reedy gets set up, and 2 players committing from Air Force Gaming. This could have been great as nobody from Air Force was going up in the air, but the shot was a tad too high.
What's crazy looking at the last game going into this one as well, Air Force Gaming outshot Storm Shadows by 10 shots, 13-3. So the fact that we saw 6 saves from Action PB just kept them alive as much as they could in that game. So, can't be kicking yourselves too much being down 2-1 here after you had the early lead in this one, especially with how consistent Air Force Gaming have been in just the offensive side of things. They had, I think it was 9 shots minimum in some of the games we saw from the stream yesterday. So they are expected to be able to put the pressure onto your defense, and the fact that they've been able to hold on so well and only concede like 4 goals total across these 2 games is pretty good for them so far, but they want more, and they got to keep this away for now.
How about that pass? No, not a straight shot, but just completely lateral, and all of a sudden finding a player in the center. Not a goal for Air Force Gaming, but it shows their creativity, and once again follows up the point that you've been making, that they're going to be making shots, they're going to be creating chances an opponent needs to do their best to keep them away. Them being Air Force Gaming, and RAF Storm Shadows being the one trying to do the keeping away. 22 seconds. Action with a big chip up high, but no clear from Crow. Chowder is there in a position that I wouldn't expect him to be, but he actually works out pretty well to go up high. Air Force Gaming have the players in all the right spots to stop anything that RAF Storm Shadows are throwing at them in these remaining seconds of the game number 3. One last opportunity. Action
So
puts
close.
it to the side. And look at that. Air Force Gaming with another bit of fist bump is getting the job done. 2-0.
They're feeling the pressure, though, even with this being a 2-0. One-goal games across the board. We see a lot less shots from them. I think this is the least amount that we've seen, actually, as well. I think that was 6, if I counted correctly, off their screen. So, not going to be able to have as much possession and presence on offense, which is huge. Like the change around from Storm Shadows, it felt like they were getting a rally together towards the end of game 2. It was just a little too late. We might have, if it went on for like another 10, 15 seconds, seen a goal from them with the sustained offensive pressure. But Storm Shadows, you know, they've proven, hey, we can get a goal in the first 2 minutes and get a lead. The problem is we still haven't been able to get a second goal in any of these games. So that's the next rung of their to-do list that they have to tick off. And, well, Action might be able to get this.
How about
Double
this?
tap going in. They cannot be stopped by the defense.
Oh, what a clear. Chowder gets dispossessed in Action. Look at that. That's his last bits of boost. That's all he got. I'm not even sure if he hit that many small boosts on the way there. Amazing play. Storm Shadows, for the second time in a row, start the game with a goal of their own. And versus Air Force Gaming, you take any advantage that you can have, especially when you can just start in a leading position. So, RAF Storm Shadows, let's see, 4 minutes 30. That's a hell of a lot of time, but I'm certain you can do it. Back to their own side and starting to defend versus the onslaught that is Air Force Gaming attack.
Air Force Gaming, as you talk about it, being an onslaught of offense that we've seen so many teams crumble underneath. Storm Shadows, to their credit, doing a great job defensively to keep this team at bay, and I think that's what's been, you know, keeping their head above waters throughout this series so far. Even being down these 2 games, it's just been 1-goal differentials and doing a lot better in the midfield. But here's another breakaway potential for that second goal. Action puts it in, and they cannot be stopped.
Again, one of the slowest goals, I suppose, as you can see.
Yeah.
And he needs to drive towards it. Needs to hit it. Oh my god. Oh my god. I wasn't sure if Air Force Gaming can make it there in time. Usually they're very fast, but on another attempt, Air Force Gaming usually always have somebody in the back, but right now, RAF Storm Shadows are just disassembling them. Yet another one comes in. Biggest lead Storm Shadows has so far in the series, and Reedy is going for yet another one off to the side. But Storm Shadows are not giving up. They're not saying 2 goals is enough. They're looking for a third.
They know that 2 goals is not enough against a team like Air Force Gaming. Although we did
3 goals
see
even
the
not
1
enough.
game win. Yeah, 3 goals sometimes isn't either. I think the 1 win we did see for Space Force, that was a 2-1 victory towards the end. So it could be, depending on how well they keep Air Force Gaming at bay. But we've seen at least 2 goals apiece from AFG. And, well, Chowder just showing how easy it is. The double tap themselves, and they cannot be stopped.
It's just perfect display. Chowder baits out Action to make a move on a first shot, but Chowder
Like a
shits on the
triple
wall.
tap.
Yeah, and then even to style in their opposition, a triple tap to make it off the crossbar and in. Just, you draw up this play, you execute it. I think you get a medal, and Buck just drops in unannounced, straight off the kickoff. We've seen them score previously, but this is just Air Force Gaming doing whatever they want. Wow.
Did you see, I think it was Chowder that went, or Crow, excuse me, all the way to their side, stole their corner boost, and made it so that they had no resources to even go for the ball. That's a 200 IQ kickoff strategy from Air Force Gaming, pulling out all the stops and everything from their playbook.
Okay, I know that Chowder is going to be leaving for Space Force Gaming as more shots are coming in. Let's actually have this play fold out just a little bit. But I swear, this Esports Gaming team needs to participate in RLCS. Absolutely, put them in there. They're gonna take America
Get the
by
blue
storm.
tag. I wouldn't be surprised though if they actually like made it far enough into it to actually get one of the tags, but who knows? Either way though, Air Force Gaming, it's why you can never count them out. I talked about it, 2 goals might not be enough against this team. It was yesterday during the group stages, but the Rackets' whole different ball game, and they do not want to drop a single one today and kind of have an undefeated streak throughout the bracket stage itself, and it'll be a good record to continue on, because again, they still haven't dropped series is the big thing there, and that record continues from the last 2 iterations of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. And as we pass the halfway point of this game, my eyes are really on Storm Shadows to see how they adapt and overcome. Sam has relatively silent so far, got the 1 save to their name, but if they could set things up for success, that'd be a huge boon for the Storm Shadows. They baited out 2 attackers. It's just a 1v1, and it would have been a better option to clear out the goalie.
I was looking at that. Buck was at the net, and I think somebody was hunting him from Storm Shadows, but either Buck is now much better at avoiding all of these bumps. Oh, speaking of bumps, Crow just removes the advanced player of Storm Shadows. Or it's just not as effective anymore for Storm Shadows. We haven't seen that much, and look at that. Just like hot knife through butter, Air Force Gaming slice it on through from the air. Multiple touches from Chowder beating 2. And of course, nobody is left home after that.
A bit of a miscomm on that one too. Reedy and Action going up for it. Might have been a better option for Reedy to cut towards the net instead, and they would have been able to get there in time. But, also had a faster challenge on the aerial, so might have thought that they could have gotten to it. Either way, though, you just shake those ones off and go for another pass afterwards. I mean, we saw the kickoff go well in their favor, but Crow with the flip reset, air dribble over to Chowder for the passing play. And when we see Air Force Gaming just pirouetting in the sky with some freestyle flair, then there's nobody that can stop them.
No, they're so fast, even right here. Storm Shadows try to start a play. Go wall or go aerial, but already by that point, Air Force Gaming got up 3-3 as Reedy does not care about the aerial plays. Great little win. Again, a demo, maybe a double demolition as well, because nobody was left after that smoke dissipated. And Storm Shadows, again, those counterattacks. I believe all 3 goals so far have pretty much been counterattacks from the side of our Storm Shadows.
Yeah, that's been the name of the game here for Storm Shadow's side specifically, is going for those counters, waiting for Air Force Gaming to overextend themselves, especially because of how aggressive they like to play. It reminds me of like the Concord that we've seen from Collegiate Rocket League specifically, where they go all out on offense. That's typically like the European style that we've seen from some teams, and a lot of other squads kind of struggle against that. But Storm Shadows, cool, calm, and collected for the most part. And that's exactly what you need to do against a team like this. 30 seconds to go, though. They can't afford to give those open opportunities to Crow.
Right now, open or close, Crow comes in again. Buck already high, but the ball escapes him. Best he can do is just put it into the corner. Still, that used a lot of resources.
Okay.
This is a shot on target. Crossbar is not even needed. Sam has with 13 seconds remaining. Not time to celebrate just yet, because those 13 seconds can be deadly, but a shot like a dagger to the back of Air Force Gaming. Yet another just a moment out of nowhere. But Storm Shadows find out they are in the lead.
If anything, you got to celebrate at least a little bit inside and then cool off afterwards as you go for the kickoff play. Careful, though. Trouble in paradise here for Storm Shadows, especially with the pressure coming through. Time ticking down, and Chowder seeing if they could go for one last angle. Air Force Gaming are almost there, but Storm Shadows a breath away as it touches down and get the second ever game against Air Force Gaming in this competition. Their first as well in the 3 years of Allied Forces Esports Invitational. A massive game win here for the Storm Shadows.
Amazing. And wow, rarely do you see AFG a bit defeated, but I know they're just taking a moment. Just maybe Buck was just thinking, did he turn off the electric razor at the hotel or something like that? Bravo, RAF Storm Shadows. That was amazing. Again, they found whatever weak spots there were, and it seems like counterattacks are definitely one. And I'd say their conversion rate probably was as close to 100% as possible. I'm currently looking at it. No, it was 7 shots, but 4 goals to grab out of that one. Air Force Gaming was actually left with 1 more. It was 8 shots. So Air Force Gaming were not allowed to spread their wings at all in this game. And RF Storm Shadows, honestly, this is a big notch on their belt. Bravo.
Yeah, I mean, keeping Storm Shadow or the Air Force Gaming roster to only 8 shots in itself is a tough task to fulfill. But the fact that they
also getting your shots in as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like having such proficiency cannot be understated here for the Storm Shadows. Like that is a masterclass performance from them, and getting that game definitely re-energizes them throughout the series, especially because the last 2 were 1-goal games. You can't think too much about it though, because oh, we could have been up 3-0 on match point against the reigning champions at that point, but they got to keep the ball away. Action barely gets that into the ceiling and away from Chowder for now, but Buck is not going to make it easy for them to keep it out of their own net as it barely passes the goal line and gets knocked away.
It's not over just yet. Thankfully, Reedy is in the net and in full boost. Small pinch brings the ball out just for a moment, allows Action then to come in with boost. But they need this ball out of here. Action already with 3 saves. We barely are finishing our first minute of play in this game number 4. Air Force Gaming really decided that this game is going to be spent in one side of the field, and that is the orange one where RAF Storm Shadows are residing. This could have been a counter-attack opportunity, but it skips just a tad to the side. They can breathe a sigh of relief a little bit, RAF Storm Shadows, but the work is only starting.
Yeah, they can't afford to be overzealous or overconfident after their 1-game victory against Air Force Gaming, which is a massive one at that, especially with how close this series has been. But you still have to be locked in throughout a long best-of-7. It's a marathon rather than a sprint race between these 2 teams. And Storm Shadows so far have endured the most of the offensive beating that they have had in terms of shots on net. So a great job defensively, also doing a little bit better in the transitions at the midfield line, those counterattacks as you talked about in the last one. But there's only so much time that you can bide before an Air Force Gaming goal looms ahead of you, and we almost saw one in that first minute. They're doing a good job though to hold off for these first 2.
It just continues. Wherever RAF Storm Shadows cleared the ball, there is an Air Force Gaming player. And it's hard to really get away from them. Sometimes it feels like they're absolutely everywhere. The Air Force Gaming. Now, a clear to the side it goes. Action PB goes for a bump, misses Chowder. Chowder cannot immediately go for a boost. And at the end, his teammate saves him out. For RAF Storm Shadows, the fact that they can even get out of their own half, collect some boost here and there, or even just overtake that rhythmical game of grabbing the boost as you move around the field, is going to pay dividends. But it's 2 versus 1. Chowder, ooh, cannot reach the bump and a dribble as well. For Storm Shadows live to see another day.
Holding on for now, which is great, keeping them out of stalemate and potential for a 0-0 OT if things continue to stand this way. I like these cut rotations that we're seeing from Air Force Gaming towards their own side. They're realizing, hey, that was the issue we ran into in the last couple of games, is we push too far forward, give all our resources away, and then not have really an answer, a contingency plan to keep the ball out of our own half afterwards. So better midfield presence from them, but also now potential counterattacks as well. Crow has the boost, not really as much boost, but had the ball in possession. Good challenge out though from Reedy to take it away.
And the Buck was trying to bump out the defender. Did not work out, although it was looking dangerous. Those 2 versus 1s. And Samhes, I think, was being chased by Crow right there. It is RAF Storm Shadows going forward. Samhes versus 1 Buck. Oh, the ball just skips out on a blue touch. And Crow and the rest of Air Force is already up there trying to make some shots. And this is going to go dangerously back in the hands of Air Force Gaming. Chowder, the slowest of the air dribbles, but Action registers his 6th save of the game.
That's crazy. He's already had 6 saves so far. I mean, he's put up an MVP defensive performance throughout this series. I'm definitely excited to tally up exactly how many we've seen at the end of it. But even then, Action PB doing a great job of it to keep them competitive in this one. And with so many shots coming through left and right from Air Force Gaming, it's got to rag on the mental even more so for them on kind of second guessing some of the challenges that they're going for. But they have to continue it here and now, especially with the shot on target. Can't be stopped this time. Buck gets the first goal, 31 seconds remaining.
Now we're this close to going to the overtime, but Buck just collects a good play right here. Yeah, Reedy just did not make it in time. Try as he might. It wasn't a miss or anything. It's just he needed another, quarter of a second, and he would have been golden. But Buck puts in Air Force Gaming on the lead. But it's a game that while they have been putting on shots after shots, as shown off by the saves, been saved by Action, it's not the game that Air Force Gaming could easily just waltz in, score 3, and then coast on their performance for the rest of it.
10 seconds left. We'll see if they can do anything about it here. Storm Shadows. We'll have to see what their game plan is afterwards, but one last go of it. Action keeps it into the air. Maybe a chance for Reedy if they get it off the sidewall. Crow just needs to drop it down. That's exactly what they'll do to secure the victory on this one. I believe Action had at least 16 saves across the 4 games we have had so far.
It must be that. Okay, let's see. Game number 1, Action, 6 saves. Game number 2, Action, 2 saves. Game number 3, Action, another 2 saves. Makes it for 10. So yeah, 16. If he didn't score another one right here at the very end, we're getting the results going up, that's another 6 saves. 16 saves. That is crazy. But it's only one shot for REF Storm Shadows. This was the game that they could save, but they couldn't shoot. Air Force Gaming just did not allow him to do so.
I'm just excited to see what we get for this next game. I mean, every game has been amazing between these 2 teams, and now we get to go back into kickoff already enacted. No goal this go around, so Air Force Gaming not going to be so lucky this time, but only a single shot from the Storm Shadows in that last game. That just goes to show that Air Force Gaming were so overwhelmingly oppressive on offense. And the crazy stat line is that we had only 4 shots that weren't direct saves on the goal line from Action in that last game, and still only a 1 goal differential between the 2 teams. So put on a great performance, but Bucks here to close things out, move on to that winner's final and guarantee top 3 if things continue with the scoreline.
Wow, just drops on top of Action. And even if the first one might be a save, the second one just does go in. As Elliot said yesterday, the young Tom Selleck scores this one, and Buck goes for yet another one. That clear needs to come immediately, but Chowder's already there. Look at how quickly Air Force Gaming could just dump the ball on the orange side of the pitch and then chase it up with so much danger with every single touch that they make.
I think the game plan here for Air Force Gaming specifically, hold their opponents to less shots than normal. I think that's been, the best performances we've seen from them so far, especially when they got that first game win and the one just recently in the last one. So if they could just keep them contained in the orange half, then that's the game-winning strategy for Air Force Gaming. Even if they don't get all the goals that they want, they just need this one and then continue that onslaught of offense that seems insurmountable to overcome, especially as a defender. Like Action having to put up a 6 save performance in 2 different games just to get a single one is kind of an insane stat line, but still goes to show that Storm Shadows are keeping up with the best of the best here and putting on a great show themselves. But Chowder's just gonna also just put on a show in the air.
I think to continue from your point, Vod, is yes, Air Force Gaming scored 1 and they just continue offensive onslaught, and every single time the team that plays against them try to sort of peek their head out of the shell as they're being stuck in their own net, Air Force Gaming just strike again. Right now, adjustments like have been made. Chowder. I mean, at some point, these kind of bumps are just rude, just disrespectful, just nudge. Third one comes in for Air Force Gaming as Chowder Crow combo makes it sure that nobody can save that particular shot. We saw Action going past, but this time
so close.
Cannot get a save for his team.
Yeah, it's been a tough spot too, right? Focusing on that boost starvation, making it so that Action doesn't have any resources to work with on these challenges is massive. I do like the initiative here from the kickoff though, and there's a fiery shot from Samhez to keep them in the competition. Sheesh. 70 miles per hour. Very fast one at that. I think it's one of the fastest goals we've seen so far, actually.
Yep, one of the fastest ones for sure, and well played. Off the wall and everything. Reedy goes in for yet another one. Again, straight off the kickoff. Why wait? Oh, Chowder in the right place.
The demo.
As the second shot rolls in. Getting this close to scoring straight up. They're still in there. Action. Oh, has to go all the way out. And gets demolished for the trouble as well. Air Force Gaming are not playing Chowder double tap, double goal. That's his second one.
I feel so bad for Storm Shadows on this one, but this is just straight outclassing. A great setup piece from Crow. Chowder off the backboard, baits out the defense just enough so that they can't even get to it in time. Sam has very close on the 50-50, and the defense has just been a second or two away from some of these saves, and it really goes to show how much closer the competition has gotten across the years. I mean, again, taking games against Air Force Gaming where it wasn't as competitive before, and even with the demos and the flashing lights in front of you and the land stage, it's still a tough task to fulfill against a team of this caliber, but the shots continue ringing out. They are going to be merciless with the goals coming through.
That's Crow getting his second one, Chowder with 2, Buck with 1. And you said it right, it just keeps on coming. In what might be the last game of the series, Air Force Gaming are pulling out all the stops. And if at the very beginning of the series they were looking like, okay, what is going on? Right now it's the good old Air Force Gaming. But Storm Shadows, my God, that game that they took off of, again, historical, to say the least. Matter of fact, they continue on putting on pressure, and I'm pretty sure everybody in the main area of the training facility right now is just furiously taking note. This works versus Air Force Gaming. Fantastic. We're going to do that in our game, and we're going to do it in our style and get even more results. So, Air Force Gaming, you better beware. Everybody's out to get you.
What's so interesting too is, like, last time we saw these teams face off against each other yesterday, we had a game almost go a similar style. We almost saw Storm Shadows take one against Air Force Gaming, went to OT, but then Air Force Gaming were able to get the win 4-3 over them. So that one goal that was missing last time that they played against each other, they were able to get it this go around and get their game that they were promised last time. So they can at least go home with that, but a minute 18 seconds, it's not impossible to get the 4 goals necessary. They just got to get the defenders out of the way, but also worry about these counterattacks. And Chowder looking to secure this with the hat trick, 3 for 3.
That is crazy. Crows, no, that was Buck's original shot. First of all, upside down, and then I'm pretty sure Action would have gotten to the shot if it wasn't for Chowder already there and redirecting it in the best way possible, giving even more oomph on top of that. 6-1. There's a chance for a 7-1. We've had some. There's, of course, the famous one. We already had some in the current World Cup as well. Buck flies on in. Does have the teammate? No, this just sails all the way back.
Yeah, less than a minute at this point. Seems like it might be a victory lap here for Air Force Gaming, especially if they got that one through. Denied by the woodwork, though. The defense, unfortunately, can't keep up the consistency, and that's the hardest thing to do as a defender against a team like Air Force Gaming, or even if you're looking at RLCS as an example against some squads that just have all the firepower on offense, is keeping that consistency going defensive-wise, all the saves that you can have, and being able to play perfect defense to hold your opponents at bay and at least keep it as competitive as possible. You need to have some sort of game plan to take the initiative on offense, and we've seen a little bit more fury from Storm Shadows in this game. The only problem is the consistency has been there for Air Force Gaming this time. All the shots in their favor, all the goals as well, and the games go their way. Air Force Gaming booking their ticket into those winners final, guaranteed top 3 here for the Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2026.
For REF Storm Shadows, they're dropping to the lower bracket, so they are not out just yet. But I'd say
I worry about
there's still
plays them, man.
There is a cause for celebration for RAF Storm Shadows, and their performance has been sublime. Taking off all of these taking up the game of Air Force Gaming, taking off all of these goals straight to them. It has not been an easy match for Air Force Gaming, and they know it. RAF Storm Shadows, bravo. They're going to be going down to the lower bracket with the Netherlands military already awaiting them. Probably RAF Storm Shadows will have to give back those hats. I thought they would have been the property of Netherlands military, or maybe they're just been brought, maybe it's just being now passed around as anybody could be the orange beaver hat person, maybe.
Oh, man.
Also, I'm on salty shores now.
Yeah. He had to join Relic there as well, as he's on vacation waiting for the next series specifically. But we'll see exactly how things continue with the bracket there. Of course, we will have our next semifinal, Space Force Gaming versus the Royal Air Force Typhoons, and that's going to be a good one. It was 4-2 last time during the group stage specifically. So we'll have to see how these teams progress throughout the bracket stage. I mean, if it is Storm Shadows playing against Netherlands Military took a game, so who's to say that they don't take more this time? Although this Storm Shadows seem to be on another level compared to what we saw before, especially Action. If they keep up the defensive prowess we saw from them, they were kind of like my MVP, I would say, for the most part. They're the reason they kept the game so close up to this point, but everyone did a great job. I mean, we saw Reedy do some great work. We saw Sam Hess do a great job too. On the other end, though, everyone MVP performance from Air Force Gaming, but that's what we're used to at this point, right? We can only glaze them so much. I gotta say, Chowder though definitely really stood out to me, especially with the finishes that they had, getting them those games. And there we go, we got the corrected bracket on this one. So it is the Storm Shadows that will still be in that top 4. They're awaiting the winner of the Netherlands Military, who will play the loser of our next series, Space Force Gaming and Typhoon. Shout out production for getting that amended really quick.
Yeah, we have a lot of wonderful people looking about, and big shout out to the team behind the scenes. You're not seeing them; they're not speaking or into your ears like us or Elliot, but they are a lovely bunch of folks, and it's always such a pleasure to work with them year after year. One of these days, we're gonna meet in person. But
one day.
It's not today.
We'll try all the snacks.
One day. Yeah, again, all of the snacks. Whatever's on this, whichever country we're in, whatever's on the table, we're going to try the snacks. We're going to try all of the stuff, and most importantly, just meet everybody we've been cheering on, talking about, really being excited about. So let's talk to one of these people that we're so excited to meet. Elliot, who do you have for us?
Thank you very much to our casters, and what a game that was. What a series that was. Buck, I'm very upset with you, to be honest with you. They had a game. They looked like they were going to be able to maybe draw the even up 2-2. Draw the even up the series at 2-2, and you had to just stomp them into the ground, huh?
Well, we gave them one game. We couldn't give them a second game. It's just how it is.
It was very rude. Sam has.
I think we're happy with the one game, to be honest. So
that's absolutely not okay at all. I think I speak for everyone in England when I say, what on earth?
Yeah, I know. To be fair, we know they're undefeated. I know they lost to the Space Force yesterday in a game, but as a RAF team, I don't think we've actually taken a game in the years that this has been happening. So it was nice to feel like we were challenging them in each game, bar the last game where it sort of got away from us. But the other games, I felt they were close. They could have gone either way. So to challenge the top team is we can't really ask for anything more.
Yeah, and all jokes aside, the team definitely looked noticeably stronger today. Starting off this morning maybe with clear heads, and bringing Reedy back in for this game against the AFG. Were you feeling as confident as you looked?
Yeah, I think I suppose you forget sometimes to enjoy it when the games aren't going your way. So I think the objective today was to just enjoy it and get and then we did, and then it sort of made a difference. So yeah, obviously not happy to get there to lose, but at least we could make it close, make it a good series for everyone at home, and come with at least a game, so something out of it. So it was good fun.
Especially earlier on, I noticed there was a lot more free-flowing confidence, and maybe looked from the outside like you were having more fun with it. And Buck, is that more noticeable when you were playing against them today than it was maybe yesterday?
Yeah, they were playing really good. They were having fun. We had to lock in real hard because we were trying our best. Like we were messing around because they were playing really good. And Fair and Square took a game off us, almost took 2. But yeah, I think they have a really good chance to meet us in the grand finals if we get there.
I'm very much looking forward to it, and we would love to see the underdog run. But Buck, I mean, AFG started off that series, definitely, I think, maybe weren't expecting them to come out quite as hard as they did. But to be fair, you guys, to your credit, got better and better as the series went on. And by the last game, I mean, you and Chowder were having some link-up plays that were, I mean, we had the whole crowd in here with Stelios over my shoulder being like, what are you supposed to do about that? That last, like, flick you got from halfway with Chowder on the end of it. Are you feeling, I mean, you must be feeling pretty good. Are you confident you're going to take the entire event after a performance like that?
Yeah, I'm very confident. In that last game, we were having fun with it. I got an early lead, and we started just messing around a little bit, and somehow some stuff started working, and we just started scoring more. I don't know.
He's got that smile creeping across the face, underneath the tash. Sam Hez, come on. Get the heads back in the game. You've got the lower bracket run. You can beat him in the grand final. But bad luck, worst of luck to you and the AFG team as you go forward in the competition. Guys, that was a fantastic series. Well done to both of you, and let's take a look at the replays.
event has been like the event to pretty much look forward to in the year.
It's not just that, oh, you go in there to play a game, it's life experience, traveling the world.
I mean, we're here for work. At the same time doing what we love.
It's his first time.
It's his first time.
He's a baby.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I mean, I just talked to the Dutch military, and one of them they're in the army. They're like, oh yeah, it's really nice that I'm here, because otherwise I'd be like in a tent somewhere, like doing an exercise right now. So that was really funny to hear.
People that you meet are sometimes some of the like most phenomenal or like multi-talented people. Like Stelios, I miss Stelios. I cannot wait to see him.
I think it goes without saying that this event is the perfect environment to meet people that are also like-minded, but also from other military branches, from other nations that you just wouldn't meet.
God forbid, we would never meet these people in real life. We don't do exercises with other allied nations.
For me, AFG has kind of gave me a community of like-minded people that I can talk to and really like release that stress of daily work. Sometimes when I was at the academy and have like a hard day of training or like classes would be difficult or something, you would go home and play video games alone is not really the best feeling sometimes. So having like a community like AFG and people that like, I can play with on a daily basis helps me actually relieve my stress from the day and get ready for the next day, basically.
Oh, I'm like completing my childhood dream. I'm like playing video games. Like, I'm getting paid for it. Like, this is crazy. I can't believe it. Just an opportunity to be able to meet other people with the same interests. Like, I love being able to talk about Rocket League in a passionate way.
The fact that we just can connect on another level of gaming and come to these events, have fun, enjoy. And like he said, we get paid for this. We literally got flown out to the Netherlands. It's really just a great experience.
Hey. And we are back inside the Alienware training facility for the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. Yesterday, we had yesterday's terrible team taste test tier list, and today we have the player taste test tier list. We didn't have a name. We didn't come up with a name. We need more P's. In the meantime, guys, you know how this works. I'm gonna feed you one of our players, and then you're gonna tell me how they taste. All right. No, that's not how it works. But we are gonna make a tier list of the players. And first up, G-Wood.
Ooh.
The only other Elliot in the building. And he's on the sofa behind the camera as well.
Let's go.
G-Wood. So there are no criteria that we're creating.
G-Wood's very solid. I might give him an A. Yes.
Yeah, I think I'll give him an A.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he didn't play today. But otherwise, they would have won Air Force Gaming.
Wow. Hey, that's pretty good going, G-Wood. That is pretty good going. All right, let's crack on then, guys. That was efficient.
I got you. Okay.
Dutch efficiency. Ooh, another Storm Shadows member, and actually, this is who replaced G-Wood in the game against AFG today. He played against.
You got Reedy.
Reedy.
He was a very toxic player.
Yes. Yes. Thanks.
And he is very young. He is very young. So he has potential, but he wasn't very convincing in our game.
Wow.
While we still got beaten like crazy. I might give him a B. Yes.
Yeah. I'll go B.
Yeah. Solid player.
Absolutely savage.
Learn to play.
Right. Learn to play. I saw Reedy trying to hit a double flip reset in the game earlier, guys.
And it didn't work?
You know what? Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Next. I don't know how I've managed this. I swear to God, these are not in order.
Is it their whole
No, it's
team?
not. I shuffled them, and then I pulled them out of random places in the middle as well.
That's crazy.
So this.
We got
is
Sam Has.
Sam Has. Yeah, that's A for me.
He is stone cold face.
Yep.
Doesn't celebrate that much. And look at him. Very, very strong man.
Yeah. Beautiful guy. Can I give him an A?
Yeah. Are we giving him an A?
I'm giving him an A.
It's a good day for the RAF.
He's a great guy. Good vibes.
It's a
good
fantastic day for the Storm Shadow.
Yeah.
I almost feel bad if we don't do the other Storm Shadow now. We've got 3 out of 4.
Oh no.
But you know what? Surely I'm not going to get 4 out of 4. Yeah, no.
We got Crow. We got Crow.
Yeah, that's F.
And I already
That's F
said
tier.
if we
F
got
tier.
Crow, we put him on F tier.
If we rate the way he hurt us in this tournament, he might go below
He was
F.
toxic against us. Put him
in Z tier?
F.
In Z.
Z tier, yeah.
F? No, we can't. Yeah.
You can rank however you want. It doesn't have to be Rocket League abilities.
He's a goat.
It could be whatever you want.
He's a goat. He's a good guy. And he's great at the game.
Respect.
And he has a cool
great person as well. So.
You know?
Respect from Jimmy.
Great celebration.
Nice.
A lot of respect from Jimmy and Martin. A lot less from Gijs. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
But that is all we're going to do for the player tier list for right now. We will definitely do more of this later. I think this is going to be a lot of fun throughout the day.
I'm wondering how it's going to go.
But Jimmy, Instinct, you've got something that you would like to say for all of us, huh?
You guys can stay here and join me in this. Because I got a couple things to say. For everybody at home, for the players, for these great guys. This is our first event as the Dutch team. And I have to say, I think this might be one of the best experiences in my life. Meeting all these guys, having so much fun. Sometimes it's hard. You know, you're in the military, you have a hard job. You can't always relax. And then I come here, I meet teammates, I meet people around. Everybody's so open, everybody's amazing. On the boat tour, everybody was just like we were all a family. And I think that's a good thing for everybody to understand also back home. I really want to say thank you to everybody here, to the team, production, the stream, the casters, the games. It's been great, and I just want to say let's have this again next year, right?
Come on.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jimmy, for your kind words. I think every single person on this broadcast echoes that sentiment entirely. And Netherlands military, you guys have been a true example to literally everyone out there at home of how to keep up a really strong mentality and basically become everyone's favorite team overnight. So
thank you.
Keep it up.
We tried.
Good luck.
We try.
Good luck with the miracle run through the lower bracket today,
we're
guys.
winning. Reverse sweep. Don't worry about it.
Let's get into it then. Hey, heading back over to our casters. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Relic and Vodable. So guys, let's see some Rocket League.
What a speech there, Relic. I mean, pulls at the heartstrings and everything. That's what this is all about. Shout out to the players, the organizers, the sponsors, USAA, and also Team Liquid for allowing us to use their facility for the Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2026. It's been a great ride so far, and even having the friendly competition to allow people who couldn't make it out to the event to still participate in the action. It's been one for the record books for this year of competition.
You know, I recognize that we meme a lot about, we're not getting the cafeteria food, or but I think a lot of us feeling a bit of FOMO, fear of missing out, is because there are so many great people in that building. So, I mean, you know, we know all of you are listening to us in there. You're all incredible people. We really do wish that we were there to say hi in person. And I am just going to add, by the way, Dutch squad, you guys are amazing. Seriously, such amazing vibes. I'm rooting for you later on. But right now, VOD, we're not going to be casting them. We're going to be casting actually one of the teams that is going to be their opening opponents of the day, since it is the Space Force versus the RAF Typhoons. This is our second round. It's our second round upper bracket match. And here are the teams of the moment. Starting with the RAF Typhoons, could not echo the words, I think it was of Chowder, anymore. Stelios, just one of those people who puts a smile on anybody who has the pleasure of getting to chat and converse with him. I've been able to cast with him. He's just a bundle of enthusiasm, and it's why it makes so much sense that he is a mental coach and why he's someone who can generate energy with his team. It's just passion and enthusiasm in spades, and he's a great player too.
But also got to talk about the Space Force gaming squad as well. They are a bundle of joy on their side too that we have seen, and especially, you know, I'm loving the actual poses that we get for these headshots that we have for each of the teams too. They're asleep because they know this is gonna be a sweep in their favor. They need some competition. They need to wake up, and hopefully that doesn't come back to bite them in this series specifically. But the Space Force Gaming, they played against them off stream in the final round of the round robin stage yesterday. 4-2 was the victory there, but I feel like they do a little bit better with the spotlight on them, so expect some big things here. I believe it was also a 2-1 lead from the Typhoons initially when we tuned in towards it at the end of it there, if I remember correctly, and then they came back and won it. So, the Typhoons, if they can compete a little bit better than last time, they'll be doing better. But here we go. We got the Netherlands military team hyping up the squads and getting them energized. No more sleeping at the wheel.
Where's this hype squad when I'm having a bad day at the office? Seriously, like can I hire you guys to come around my house as like a personal hype squad or something? That's incredible. I love how the hats are getting shared around as well. Just a lovely little addition to the A5 vibes that we've got going on. But the Typhoons, historically speaking, Stelios' squad in general, they're one of those teams where they really can just pull out the most extraordinary performance out of nowhere. Now, I think that does come with the risk of when you're having to put so much effort into grabbing those spectacular wins, to find the consistency to pick up a couple of wins in a row, or to generate that sort of momentum, or to try and hang in there, especially across the best of 7. That's a gargantuan task. But I really do believe that this squad can truly take it to Space Force. I do not think that this is going to be the snooze fest the Space Force
definitely not,
are maybe hoping that it will be. But I will also be at pains not to point out the heroics, the brilliance of our baby face, of our debutant Andres Camillo. What a tournament! What an event this kid has been having, both in terms of defense and being in the right place at the right time to score those all-important goalies.
We'll see who will be the first to score in this series specifically. Is it Space Force Gaming or the Royal Air Force Esports Typhoons, as they both look to join Air Force Gaming in those winners finals, guarantee themselves at least a top 3 finish. Loser, though, still potential for a 5th place finish if they do fall here, as they do play against the Netherlands military in that lower bracket matchup. And after the speech we saw from them and the good vibes that are going all around, I might be worried a little bit if I fall down into that lower bracket against them.
Stelios with their best American cosplay. They're rocking the hamburger topper and waving the stars and stripes. I think we saw Bale running the Rosas hat, the policeman's hat, and the British flag. Got a pineapple. Oh, some nice cross-continental camaraderie here. The pineapple, of course, well known to be native to the United Kingdom of Great Britain. But the first minute then has come and gone, and there are no scores on the doors.
No, none yet so far. Unfortunately, they have not been able to get inside the club just yet. It's pretty exclusive, the goal-scoring club that is in this game. Nobody is attending right now, so maybe not the best party, but hey, they're having a good vibe with the lot party between these two as they're waiting to find their way in. And right now, the doors have been shut on both ends, and they need a lane of entry if they want a chance to at least get the lead early on.
Here's Pete. It's a lovely throwaway by Bale, but Fruit Loop's got this covered. 100 boost from the backboard. Stelios looking to intercept. Does get that touch. No follow-up. It's going to be Andre Camillo. Fruit Loop doesn't quite turn around the corner. Andre does get a decent bump, though. So Sizzly taken out for their troubles. And here's Stelios now to drive.
That felt like the longest fall in airtime I've seen in a while. Fruit Loop's POV, I was like, man, massive airtime. I mean, called Space Force for a reason, I guess, because they were just sent to the stratosphere there for a second. But, back down to solid ground for now. And Space Force Gaming, I feel like staying grounded is the name of the game here. Making sure that you don't overextend yourselves. We even saw Air Force Gaming be victims to that. But Sir Sizzly 1v3, almost enough for the follow through, but still denied by Pierce on the defense.
Huge save. And here is Sizzly, the man who almost made it all himself. Will lose out on the potential 100 steal. Stelios, that's on target. Fruit Loop needed to get a piece of it. P. Second touch, maybe. Second touch, yes. Not going to suss out Sir Sizzly, who floated just in the middle enough to be able to get a touch of it. And now this one going to fly down the other side, where this is going to be too high for Andres Camillo. But here's Fruit Loop. A little bit of boost to work with too. But that's a great touch from Stelios. Second touch, not so great. P doesn't get the touch, and Stelios is helped out by Bale.
Oh, so close for the touch there for Bale. Didn't really have too much boost, though, to go for another initiative on the ball. So tough spot to be in. A very close game between these two teams so far. I mean, you know, a lot of people are like, oh, it's a snooze fest, it's 0-0. No, that's not the case. I mean, we've seen a lot of 0-0s in the World Cup, and those have been stunners, to say the least, because of how competitive the game of Rocket League, or even football in general, tends to be. Yes, this is a different amalgamation of it, but the same essentials that come out from it as well. And defense has been pretty locked tight for both these teams, and not too many mistakes being made is the big thing to note.
Yeah, that was actually the first sign of a mistake that we saw right there, a double commit.
Yeah.
When the ball was Bale's. It goes unpunished. Great respect being shown by Space Force, despite the pre-game antics. You can definitely tell that they know just how lethal the Typhoons can be. But Sir Sizzly whips out the grill, finds that patty, and slaps it on well good. Look at that. What a great shot too. Great accuracy.
Perfect sear on the ball at that time to deliver a meal served pretty well for Space Force Gaming, but they gotta be going for a second serving here off the kickoff. Sir Sizzly can't be stopped posing for the camera.
Hey, listen, if you're putting on a BBQ, I imagine that you're serving multiple people, hence why the second goal only made sense for Sir Sizzly. 2-0 Space Force in the blink of an eye. What was an incredibly competitive 4 minutes has now unraveled like a fruit twister. 3-0 Space Force.
Oh, they solved the equation and aced their math test here. Proved that they were the stronger team at this go-around, at least in this second half of the game. So Space Force Gaming looking pretty solid so far, especially after the floodgates had opened, and unfortunately Typhoons did not have their insurance renewed in time.
It's interesting too, because one of the big talking points mechanics-wise over the weekend, VOD, has been kickoffs. Because everyone looks at Air Force and says, oh, they're really good at kickoffs. And so we've been looking at Space Force, we've been looking at Storm Shadows, and you know what? They've been doing fantastically well to adapt. And I can say with certainty now, truly improved. The Typhoons too have improved, but they just have been caught out a couple of times now by Space Force, switching up the pace, really getting in their face, getting aggressive. They will be kept goalless in this game number one, but that is not to take away from the performance. I really, truly do think that the Typhoons did excellently VODable, but a single minute of madness sees Space Force take the lead in the series.
I don't know. I feel like that cursed fist bump handshake that we just saw from Space Force Gaming might be going against them, but Fruit Loop again mogging the camera. I mean, we saw this before, and it didn't come back to bite them. They actually were able to pull off another victory, so maybe that's their post-game ritual to get locked in yet again, and we see it from the whole team at this time. All smiles across the board, and for good reason, right? Sir Sizzly, Andres doing a great job on offense, and then Fruit Loop there, of course, to support them with the 2 saves on the back end. But a lot of shots. The pressure was insane. I think it was 12 shots that we saw from Space Force Gaming throughout that one, and only 4 from the Typhoons. And again, very reminiscent to our last series, right, where Air Force Gaming were typically the team to have the majority of offensive pressure and shots from it. So this is what Space Force Gaming are known for. They once they get a goal, they take an inch. Then you give them an inch, they take a mile, is how the saying goes, and that's exactly what they did in this game.
Or they take a meter, they take a kilometer. I can't remember which one's American and which one isn't, but freedom miles or freedom meters or whatever it is, something along those lines. But hey, look, you're absolutely spot on. Their confidence is well-founded. This is an absolutely cracked team. Really established themselves last year as a real threat to the Air Force domination. And that's a great start already, forcing out a couple of saves, forcing a hit to the backboard here. And Space Force still on coming. Great rotation in here from Fruit Loop before Stelios deals with it.
That's so unlucky that didn't go into. Wanted to start off, strong where they left off from the last game with Space Force Gaming, especially since it took to the last minute of regulation for them to get their first goal. And it took them less than 10 seconds to get all 3 of them in quick succession, which is kind of crazy of a stat line to think about. So I think if you're the Typhoons, you realize, okay, we can't give one up early. We did pretty well for the most part defensively. I mean, they had a number of saves in their favor, 5 to their name. So pretty good off of the 12 shots that came towards their net, 5 of them being on target that had to be saved, aside from, you know, the 3 that went in. So I think for Typhoons, their win condition here, get on the board. That's the main thing as well. Once they can go from there, they looked really strong in their performance against Space Force Gaming off stream. Then we might be able to see a different story from them.
A goal really will make a difference. I can also tell that the Stelios right there in that captain's armchair is very much saying, look, you know, we need to frustrate them. We need to make them work for this, because we can maybe catch them out if they over-rotate, if they push up a little too aggressively. Of course, we've seen the antics of P many times before this weekend. Absolutely the man that you want on the end of any sort of pass into the box. And I realized that I was a little bit confused there because it's a red car, but it's on the blue team. So Sizzly was trying to get forward, but again, the Typhoon's able to dismantle this attack at the moment. And speaking of the man of the moment, here he is, P, with plenty of boost to use.
Wearing the snazzy decal as well, showing up for Championship Monday. Like to see it too. The style points are definitely there for both teams, but Space Force Gaming, they're cool, calm, and collected. They're happy to play their game for now, even with the counterattacks coming through. They at least have someone ready as a backup plan to rotate back deeper into their own half and keep the pressure going. The sustained offense eventually has to give it something in their favor, and the Typhoons, unfortunately, I mean, haven't been able to show the exact same prowess on defense as we saw from the other side of things from the Storm Shadows, their counterparts, and might be why that is the main roster for the Royal Air Force Esports. Maybe known for their defense at this point, but Space Force Gaming, you know, one of the U.S. rosters, really just need to get this ball away quick, because Stelios just has an open shot. That was a weird opportunity that was just taken advantage of by the Typhoons.
Resigned to defeat, ready to leave the building. No, that's just the British Prime Minister, folks. Don't worry, the RAF Typhoons are here to play. They're here to stay. They're here to get in Space Force's faces. And I gotta say, that was a really, really impressive shot, by the way, from Stelios. Really difficult starting angle. They rattle the woodwork, the Sir Sizzly on their way back. Almost a bit of friendly fire as P throws their body in the way. Andres Camillo now is going to be dispossessed by Bale. 90 seconds and change left.
This was the goal we were talking about that was going to change the pace of play for the rest of regulation for the Typhoons, and that's exactly what they needed. A bit of a mistake on Space Force Gaming side, almost another desperate ditch effort for them defensively to get that one aside, but even then we still have the pressure continuing from Space Force on offense. Bale's not going to give them too many chances. Actually a bit of a fake out for Stelios to take the initiative instead. And Pierce, relatively quiet so far, typically been the main goal scorer for the Typhoons, so trying to save their secret weapon for later.
Solo standard special in there. You don't want to be making too many more mistakes like that, especially when Fruit Loop is uncontested. Tie game.
She puts on a solo show performance. 2 attackers, or 2 defenders, no connections from either of them. Very close, though, that we saw on that 50-50 potential for the defenseman, but the Typhoons unfortunately couldn't get the connection. A good bounce back from Space Force.
So all the work to do again then for the Typhoons. That's the second game in a row where they really have looked an equal match to the Space Force, who are having to look to the stars for a bit of inspiration, for a bit of creativity. Is Andres Camillo. That's a good idea going for the low shot actually, but the shot does go wide, so Sizzly to hold things up. And again. And it's Andres Camillo a little too late to the party, but Sizzly rotates back. Covers off the shot possibility. And P waiting here, I think, for the 100 boost. They're going to have their pocket pick. Fruit Loop moving up. decides not to go for the contest and heading towards overtime as things stand. That's actually, hold the phone here, a bit of an opportunity here as Bale's taken out. A second demo onto Bale, immediately respawned, only to be destroyed. Turn around, Bale throws it to the far side, and this surely heading for OT.
First overtime of the day as well. We got robbed of it a couple times in the last series, but this is expected to be a close one between these two teams like we saw during the group stage. 4-2 as a reminder for Space Force. They were down 2-1 though when we tuned in towards the latter half of it. Stelios though got the one goal the Typhoons were credited with so far. See if they can make any sort of opportunity out of it. Fortunately for P, can't get the connection either. Bale with a great save on the defensive end. Stelios forced to be in the way. An iron wall for now, but nobody's there. Unfortunately for the offense of Space Force Gaming, neither is the accuracy.
The nonchalance. Oh! Okay. The extravagance! So Sizzly, right place, right time.
All the composure too, not a single pop-off from their side, just shaking their heads as well. They just know, like, hey, job's not done. We got the game, went into OT, a little too close for comfort, and well, we'll see that go through this time. And I believe it's 2-0 currently for the Space Force Gaming here. Even the production's like, hey, that should have gone to Typhoons. Unfortunately, it didn't though that time.
Ooh, right. So that's 2 ultra closely run games, one of which forced to overtime. You'd have to say, Vodable, that surely the Typhoons is going to get one of these games over the line. And I think once they do, perhaps they are unshackled. Perhaps there is a bit more confidence that we did see actually in game, as you rightly pointed out. But it definitely, I wouldn't say turtling up necessarily, but definitely a little less adventurous there in the final 30 seconds, which is ultimately where we see Space Force finding the joy to get those shot opportunities in the final third.
I'm just interested to see what the game plan will be for the Typhoons specifically. We saw the one goal from Stelios, but that was also off of like a weird back rotation from the side of Space Force Gaming. And then, of course, the OT, it still seemed to be majority of Space Force Gaming offense, 11 shots compared to the 12 we saw from them in game number 1. And, well, that would have been a great start if Pierce got that one through. 4 shots this time, consistent from the last game as well for the Typhoons that we saw for game 1 into game 2 specifically. And in that game 1, Bale didn't have a single shot, but I think they just need to get a little bit more involved on offense too. They also didn't have a single shot in game 2 as well. So maybe if they can get some pressure on, the full rotation into effect, they'll be doing a little bit better for this Typhoons team to secure their first goal in this game.
Yeah, Bale has definitely been playing safety net, hasn't he? Whenever I think of Bale on the ball, it's usually with a lot of boost, but it's also in their third, and trying to set up transitional plays or trying to clear the ball a little bit further up the pitch, where those transitional plays or those passes to a teammate could open up creative opportunities. Well, that would be all fine and dandy, but unfortunately for them, it's going to have to be a comeback goal now.
Andrea is able to take that one through. Sir Sizzly there for good measure, just in case anyone was with the challenge, but also just maybe wanted to be a part of the goal. They almost sniped the goal and stole it from Andres as well. So a little good fun challenge there for Space Force Gaming's teammates, but Typhoons, no funny business for them. They know that they got to lock in here, especially with that great follow-up from Fruit Loop.
Yeah, really nice. Bale just completely decimated. And Stelios, I think, unfortunately, it's one of those situations where the Typhoons, in terms of, rotations, are in the right pattern, but you remove that one piece of the puzzle, and if you're on it like Space Force is, you basically get a free shooting opportunity at net, and when you're looking at Space Force, you are expecting them to shoot that on target.
Well, this is like the kickoff strategies, too, that Space Force have been working on as well. Just going to show that the progress that they've made from yesterday into today is noticeable. And they're wanting to use all of their assets as best as possible to get the victory and pave their way forward and take more than just a game against Air Force Gaming in their potential rematch if they win this series. But they still have this game and potentially one more to do just that. A statement would be made if they do get it in a 4-0 as it was 4-2 yesterday.
Oh. Unfortunate pinch there if you are a Typhoon, because you're immediately on defensive alert yet again and again and again. Space Force unrelenting. Here comes Andres Camillo. And maybe a breakaway opportunity here. P going up early, but Fruit Loop gets there earlier. Stelio's trying to feed the man with the tux right now. But Andres Camillo just watching. Brief Stelios doesn't have any boost to work with. Bale doesn't have any boost to work with, but they managed to get the pass into the box. So Sisley lifts away. Down to P. It's going to be another setup opportunity, but Bale went all the way back.
It's tough for the Typhoons to really find an answer against the Space Force Gaming roster, especially because they don't have the boost typically when they go out of their own half or any time with the ball, right? They have to quickly transition it downfield, and then Space Force Gaming, because they have all the resources, they take the midfield boost and get back in time. They're just patiently waiting for them at their doorstep, loaded up and with a full arsenal of offensive pressure that they can quickly transition to a goal.
No, the comms are really strong with Space Force as Sisley takes out Stelios on the line. If they're losing out on their own 100 boosts, they are absolutely sure to pick up the mid 100 boosts. But now the breakaway again. Ooh, a bit of miscommunication there as Sisley comes flying in. Set up for Bale for Stelios. That's going to go into the corner. Awful bounce if you're a Typhoon. Absolutely nothing that they could do with that.
Especially without the boost as well, right? Bale on empty as they were trying to go for that ball, so couldn't even challenge it in the air. Pierce looking for their first. Bale was in position, but doesn't get the touch. The counterattack is here. It's a disaster in the field of the Typhoons, but Space Force Gaming, they will take that every day of the week.
Tragedy on stage. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong. And Sir Sisley can walk it in like they're rolling a trolley along at the supermarket. Space Force Gaming 3-0. Oh, my heart goes out to the Typhoons. Everything was looking rosy.
Gonna have the Typhoons now, though, not too disheartened. I like to see more possession plays from Pierce specifically. So we've seen them pop off in the previous series between these two teams and the other rosters throughout the group stage, but it seems like Space Force Gaming have really just locked in and turned things up a notch from yesterday's competition and the friendlies on Friday. They're fully realized with their game plan. The strategy is there and being enacted, and they just need to fine-tune their accuracy a little bit more, and even the best teams like Air Force Gaming might struggle against them, but unfortunately for Space Force Gaming, they can't get this away so easily as the defense is still in position for Typhoons.
They're a little bit flustered right now. I mean, to be fair, great credit to Space Force Gaming because they are doing the flustering. But you know what? They might be shaken, but they're ready to stir. They've got a license to score. The name's P. The P.
Already got the tuxedo costume, or the tuxedo skin there as well. A decal for their team, and you know, they are business as usual for their squad. Being the main goal scorer for the team, gets the boost. The demo comes through. 10 seconds.
Hello?
But it's a bit off target from Stelios. Didn't have the angle to cut it through. Instead, it'll bounce right off the post, and the woodwork will deny them. And unfortunately, it will ring in their ears as they wait the minute of time between games. But hey, they got on the board. They've been consistent with the last two, at least getting a goal. But we still need to see a little bit more from them.
Yeah, that was easily the most impressive game from a Space Force perspective, taking far more control of the midfield. Oh, hey, I'm not going to say anything for it, don't you worry. It's just a much more just complete game, I would say, as well. I also like that they switched up how aggressive they were, in that they were looking for demos more actively. And so not only were the Typhoons already being put off rhythm, but they were also being disrupted purely from a rotational perspective by virtue of a car not being there, right? And that's going to throw you off completely. So I think great for Space Force. They've got the win. I mean, hey, they're on match point. Great scenario to be in at all, VOD. But for the Typhoons, there were still glimpses of that really strong and competitive team that we saw in the first couple of games. So they'll be looking to galvanize around that.
I think for the Typhoons too, like just getting Bale a little bit more involved. Like they've been able to do some great work defensively and going for some of these clears here, right? The game that was so much closer, which was that second one, Bale did get an assist and had the most score for their team and 2 saves to keep them involved. So I think if Bale is a part of your plan on offense, then you'll be feeling a little bit more confident. We almost saw a connection there, but too much power behind it off the kickoff for the Typhoons to capitalize on. So I just want the entire team to work together in synergy for the Typhoons, and I feel like that's been what's been off kilter, especially with downs like that. But the post denies. It denies twice in a row. Will it be a third time? Fruit Loop tries to put it through, and they finally force it in.
Well, it's all smiles now, at least. How many chances do you want? Fruit Loop with the setup to herself. P helping it on its way. Space Force take the lead.
That was scrappy. By definition, if you look it up in a textbook, it'll be that play displayed for all its glory. And, well, the Typhoons are looking for some glory themselves and at least a gain. They don't want to be swept in this best of 7, especially with how close things were last time in the group stages between these two teams. We can tell the VOD reviewing's been happening. Bale did get their first shot, by the way, of the competition with that one, but unfortunately wasn't quite on target just yet.
I do like that from Fruit Loop. If you can't get the ball, at least get the car. And speaking of, there's Bale taking out Andres Camilla. That's a straight lane to net.
Bale saying, "Get down, Mr. President." Demo, and then takes the hit, so Sisley can't get them as they strictly deliver it into the goal, or Prime Minister, I guess, in this case.
Or whatever the Dutch equivalent is. I'm not too familiar with that political system. But I tell you what, the debate on field between these two teams has been enthralling, hasn't it? This is a real shot in the arm for the Typhoons. Oh, but Fruit Loop gets a shot away, and that needed a touch from Stelios. Bale taken out. Space Force really bringing out the demolition charges now as Andres Camillo stops it on the halfway line. Helped out by Fruit Loop off the woodwork again. It's being rattled silly.
Silly is the best way to describe this series, but Sisley wants to be the one to get some goals on the board. They've had at least won a game so far, so they want to keep that consistency going. The stat lines to continue in their favor, but Fruit Loop will be the one to supply them with energy in the morning with a great breakfast, but also see if it'll be enough for them to get more goals and the lead back in their favor. Sisley rocking the hat and just lock it in with all of the energy for their team. Even without the celebrations post-game, they will save that for a potential series win if they can at least get one more goal.
Stelios. Oh, hands it straight back to Sir Sisley. Needs Bale to lift it up once. Fruit Loop, big save from P. Comes in clutch. Run out of boost. Wins the follow-up challenge. Here comes Andres Camillo. Completely whiffs that one. Fruit Loop, I think, trying to pass it back up to Andres, who is in a good position. Just not really on the same wavelength there. And as we've passed half-time, still sits at 1-1.
He almost cursed it there for a second. The P very close to getting one on the board. Credited with at least a shot, but maybe not too much to worry about for Space Force Gaming here. Sisley just baiting out Pierce's challenge and knowing that they don't have to use too much boost on it. 1v1 scenario. Bale, great positioning though to send it away.
Fruit Loop. To Sir Sisley, to Andres Camillo. Lovely interplay between the three. P playing with fire off their backboard. Prioritizes the 100. Fruit Loop. Great match by Stelios. That's over P to Fruit Loop. Loose. Oh, P misplay. Andres Camillo, I think, was expecting the hit, though, so it kind of ends up being a neutral scenario. Stelios wide. Andres Camillo now off the steal into the center. That's dangerous. P, Bale taken out, but P, what a launch downfield.
Massive clear to reset the momentum of this game. Stelios actually with possession and a great centering chance, but Sir Sisley did have the read. Not enough power or accuracy on this shot to be too threatening. But the demo is definitely going to do its job there. Counterattack, though, the other direction. Sizzly has to get to it. Bale looking to chase them down. And unfortunately, missing a couple of these follow-ups on the corner that are very crucial for a victory that Typhoons desperately need in this series.
Fruit Loop had eyes for extermination there on Bale. Bale, speaking of, is denied by the aforementioned Fruit Loop. Big save. Andres Camillo. Uh-oh. Bale taken out by Fruit Loop. I did say she got the Exterminator medal yesterday. She wants it again. Big pick there for P. Out of the air. Bale throws downfield straight to Fruit Loop. She's everywhere right now.
Bale can't even get the midfield boost. They're getting boxed out, having to seal for the other side, getting a demo, but more deflected away from the ball and just having a bad time when trying to go toe-to-toe with Space Force Gaming.
Nice
Good
touch.
look there, though, on the challenge, but they need one more. Pierce saves the day for now. Time ticking down, though. Potential for overtime looming, but they still got to keep it out there. 8 seconds. Celios continues it forward. One last-ditch effort for Typhoons in regulation. Centers the shot. Sizzly sends it away. And eventually, it has to go to their own backboard. No one's home. Will it drop down instead? But no. P keeps it up. Sizzly with the pitch off the sidewall. And Pierce, one last chance. I said it before, but maybe this is the real one this time.
Oh my God, he kept it up.
Does not touch the ground. Sizzly needs it to go to OT. But Typhoons, they wanted it so badly, but maybe not enough.
It was looking really good for Space Force, and then it really wasn't looking good for Space Force. They choose safety as the better part of Valor. Oh, what a shot! The sniper comes out from Stelios. They're alive!
What a goal at that off the kickoff. 6 seconds in. Save cannot come through because the rotation was not there. Sizzly, unfortunately, a little bit of a botched challenge backwards towards their own side. Maybe expected it to be a little bit faster, bounce off the side wall or the post instead in a different fashion, but it's hard to prepare for the speed and ferocity that we saw from Stelios in that game. MVP performance from them. No, not worried. Okay.
Totally unfazed, no issues, it's fine. I mean, hey, if you go 3-0 up in a best of 7, technically that means that you've got 3 opportunities to, technically 4 opportunities to win if you want to count game 7. Not that Space Force want to get there though. Yes, the Typhoons have gotten that game win, but my goodness, Vodable, they had to work so hard for it.
Yeah. We didn't see a goal for basically 3 minutes of that game. Essentially, we saw one in like the first 2 and then or the first minute, excuse me, and then we didn't see anything for like the last 4 afterwards. So it'd been a while since we had seen anything really go in favor of either side. Very close because Space Force Gaming almost closed it out before the ball touched down at the end there, but still kudos to the Typhoons for rallying back, getting that game victory, and now we got to see if they can take the initiative this time. We've only seen them with the lead in a single game, and that was game 2, which they lost in OT, so now it's 50% chance on if it goes to OT again, which team's going to take it.
Yeah, I mean, game 3 was really the anomaly from what we've seen so far, right? Every game has been ultra close outside of that one.
Game
so
1 too.
That's what I'm saying. Well, I mean, game 1 was really close as well, but for the final minute where just the defense exploded.
Can't fault them too much at that point. It's like, well, okay, they got us there.
Stelios. It's a solid enough backboard hit. This is good enough clearance for certain. Bale. Oh, they're going to pick this up nicely, aren't they? They've won that challenge. There's a little lift up over Sizzly.
Ooh.
Great bump onto Sizzly, but there's no one close enough to find that shot through.
No faith. You have to have faith in the Bale motion on offense. And hey, the stats don't lie. When Bale gets a shot on net, you win a game for the Typhoons. The one game that we've seen actual shots from them so far, they were able to come out on the top there. So maybe keep that consistency going, have them be a bit more aggressive on offense, creating some awkward positioning from Space Force Gaming, then capitalize on the falters afterwards, and worked out pretty well. Just don't get too overextended is the one thing that's in the back of the mind of the Typhoons, and why they're a bit hesitant at the start of the game to commit too much.
Yeah, I hear a bit of Bale motion causes a lot of commotion, but All of the ruckuses in front of this orange net right now.
Oh, man. Typhoons, though, keeping it steady at least for now. Demos, though, of course, from Fruit Loop. And always expect that to happen and have to be prepared for it. Trying to bob and weave and dodge away. Unfortunately, they haven't been as prepared. The hammers are thrown at them, and they are not having a good time at dodgeball today.
No, absolutely not. The Typhoons have survived the defend with no boost whatsoever challenge for the umpteenth time, it feels like, this series. It's a cute little touch action there from Bale. Picks up the 100. Andreas Camillo, though, wins another challenge, keeps this ball plastered to the backboard. Another challenge, one this time from Fruit Loop. The little lift up is devilish!
Okay.
And it's an egg in face moment for Typhoons.
Andres puts it through. Great follow-up. Stelios in an awkward spot because they were trying to dodge the potential bump that was coming in, but it was more of a screen from Fruit Loop. They didn't have any boost to work with, kind of faked out the defense and made it so that they were caught off guard in a moment that they couldn't afford to be.
No, absolutely. So half the game run, the 1 goal scored. Half the game to go. I do think that there's another goal in this. What direction is a little more uncertain. The Typhoons have been under the cosh for the majority. Space Force locked in. P gonna run through the corner, but Sizzly's got this. They've got this place on lockdown right now. Even Andres Camillo driving it out. Everything's under their control as it stands.
They want to close out this series, only dropping a single game against the Typhoons, which would still be an increase in performance compared to what we saw from the group stage. As a reminder, it was a 4-2 victory for Space Force Gaming there, and already getting the first 3 games was an improvement because they were down 2-1 at the end of those first 3 at last time. Now to come back, well, Fruit Loop is going to make it so that they don't have to worry too much, especially with a great challenge here.
Yeah, another double commit from the Typhoons defense. Not much the Bale can do there. P, no boost to work with. How many times have we said that? But that's not a problem of the Typhoons' own making, is it? Space Force have just been so aggressive with their press. They've starved the Typhoons of fuel.
Yeah, I mean, last game we saw 12 shots compared to the 6 from the Typhoons, which, again, that's the most shots we've seen from the Typhoons so far, and probably helps with OT having some extra time. And, that's enough shots for Pierce to get on the board, their second goal of the series.
Great follow-up from Stelios there. Commits the 2. Fruit Loop too late on the retreat. They'd already committed themselves first, remember? RAF Typhoons. I did say there was 1 more goal in this. Turns out there was 2. There might be a 3rd. But for Fruit Loop. Oh, flashes across goal. That's dangerous. Oh, what a save from Andre Camillo. Bale now on the scene. Tries to get it past Fruit Loop. Stelios!
Can't stop, won't stop with all of the pressure that is being applied, even with the bumps and potential disruption from Andres Camillo on the back line. It's still not enough. Fruit Loop in an awkward position after the soft touch towards Stelios, and that ended up being their demise with that goal. But here's a contested kickoff potential for Space Force Gaming to quickly bounce back, but does fizzle out just a little bit.
Time limited. The P's life extinguished. Oh, Stelios again! Fruit Loop had to be wary. Are we heading for a 3rd overtime in 5 games? What a touch from Andres Camillo, by the way. Dead stop on the ball. Could not get it any better, and Sir Sizzly keeps it close to their chest. Andres Camillo doesn't quite get the read. Fruit Loop, though, driving forward. Rotating back, Typhoons, but what a shot! Unstoppable from the man of the moment!
Popping off when they needed most for this team. Too much power behind the ball. Even the deflection can't stop it. 2 defenders, doesn't matter because the goal's still wide open for them to shoot on. 19 seconds to go. Space Force Gaming look to close out.
You know, the tradition usually sees the MVP of a tournament, generally speaking, be on the side of the winning team. I think regardless of where Space Force finishes today, Andres Camillo has got to be in that conversation. But the conversation right here in this series of Audible, it has concluded, and it has concluded conclusively with a Space Force victory. Certainly an air of danger in the majority of games. Big hugs there between Stelios and Sir Sisley. But it's just the one game that the Typhoons were able to take for themselves. They fall through the trapdoor and into the lower bracket to face the Netherlands military.
The aura from the hat was too much to overcome, unfortunately, for the side of the Royal Air Force Typhoons. And they will fall down and face off against Netherlands military. If they win that, a rematch against their counterparts in the Storm Shadows, and then lower finals after that, depending on who falls from our upper final matchup. And that's going to be a pretty good one. We do have that lower bracket matchup up next. The Typhoons versus Netherlands military. That was pretty close between them before, but again, still decent performances across the board from these teams. And Netherlands military, I mean, hey, they took a game against the relatively stronger team in Storm Shadows, so who's to say that they can't take a series off the Typhoons? And Typhoons have their work cut out for them in that next one, so they're going to take their time during the break and figure out what they can do with it.
Well, I think when it comes to most improved team over the course of the weekend, I mean, that Netherlands military squad is I mean, they're clear of everyone. You compare their first game of Saturday to their last couple of games yesterday, the improvement is stark. They've gotten used to the environment. They've gotten used to playing against everyone. We've been praising their defense. They've taken a lot of pages out of the books of like the Storm Shadows and Space Force. And we've seen, I mean, Instinct, a master crafter of speeches apparently, but also mechanically speaking, one of the stars of the show in many of their matches. And so the Typhoons do have to be wary. They will still, just by pure seedings sake, be considered the favorites, but the Netherlands military, there would be no better time to start winning than now.
And that was the series yesterday specifically that went 4-2. Could have easily gone to game 7. We were robbed of it, so hopefully this time we get our first game 7 of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2026. That'd be pure cinema. Regardless of who comes out on top in that series, though, it's going to be a bit of a banger for that one. And then again, of course, the Storm Shadows awaiting them after that. So I'm kind of curious, which team is going to be coming through there. But we do, I believe, have Elliot on the line with our winners.
Hello. Hello. I'll have words with you in a second. Fruit Loop.
Yes.
Very nice. Well done.
Thank you.
You are in the upper bracket. Your run continues, and now going to have to face off against the other American team. Any thoughts about your upcoming match with AFG?
They're going down. We're good. We're getting them. They dropped a game to the Storm Shadows. They're gonna drop all their games to us. That's for sure.
You guys in between games with the with the showboating, with the trash talk, is that like a key part of your strategy?
Honestly, it just keeps the mood up. And when that mood is up, we play better. When that mood is down, it's not too well. But trash talk, keep it up. It's good.
It's good. Hear that at home, Rocket League players. Think about that next time someone trash talks you. Stelios, the king of keeping the mood up. It did not work out for the Typhoons this time. What happened?
It was a very tough game. They play a really hyper-aggressive strat, forced us into a lot of very awkward positions, so we did make a couple of adjustments. We tried a more of a third-man approach. It didn't work out in the end, but we did get a game at least, or did have a couple of nice goals, have a couple of good moments. But they're a very strong side, and I do expect them to do good things against AFG.
Very beginning of that series looked incredibly tight, and then the very end of that series looked very tight. I wanted to ask if there were communication issues. Obviously, we can't hear the player comms, but having a little look at that last game especially, it seemed like there were like a couple of places where I was talking to Connor from the RAF as well, and he was saying like his indication in that last match is that maybe Charlie hadn't commed to you that he was back, and we were having these kind of like double ups in the rotation.
Yeah, it definitely happened more and more than one occasion. Again, it's mainly magnified by the way that the Space Force play. They force you to be pretty much perfect on rotation, or you're going to suffer. You're going to have gaps that they will exploit on. So there was a few communication issues that we did have. Tried our best to fix it, but it's not always possible in these kinds of situations and in this kind of pressure. It's not always possible to fix on the fly. All we can do now is look forward ahead and see if we can force a rematch maybe.
That could be interesting. You have to go through the players, the people's champions, the Netherlands military, drop down into the lower bracket, and you will be playing against them. What's the strat against the team in orange?
We cannot afford to underestimate them. We know they have quality. I mean, they have top 100 pedigree back in the day, in the early days of Rocket League as well. We love them as well. We've got a very good relationship with them, which could play into their hands. I don't want to be soft or anything. And we were talking about it last night in our Airbnb. We want them to get a win at this tournament so badly. But then I looked in the mirror and thought, well, they have to beat us. They're the most likely team to beat us. So, you know, I hope we can keep our record against them, but they're good friends. We just got to watch out and make sure we have our game plan squared away.
Fruit Loop, is there anything specific that you guys are going to change going into AFG, or is it just business as usual?
Business as usual.
Very nice. Well, best of luck maintaining your position in the upper bracket. Celios, good luck with your game. I honestly, genuinely, I'm a bit torn. I'm a bit heartbroken because I have to choose between, do I support the RAF or do I support the Netherlands military? I'm going to go sit on the sofa and I think sit on the fence at the same time. Let's take a look at the replays from that last series before we head into the next one.
Over a century ago, our founders made a promise to each other, to their families, that they'd always take care of their own. And that promise is still at the heart of everything we do. And how our members know, we'll do what's right for those who served, their spouses, kids, and then grandkids. USAA, taking care of our own.
We are going to rank some players, as far as I know.
Yeah, my producer's counting me down 3, 2, 1. I'm like, Reedy, you're hosting. He was like, really? Live. Let's go. That was class. Welcome back to the Allied Forces Esports Invitational, which is what you were supposed to say, by the way. Sorry. We are going to rank some players, though, and I've got the Storm Shadows with me. RAF team. I thought you guys looked really fucking good in that series until you didn't, and I'm very sorry for swearing. That just slipped out because I was looking at my fellow service members from my country, and you know what it's like in the military. We're not going to talk about the Rocket League, though. We're going to rank some players. So, Sam, I'm going to let you pick one out of the deck. One.
Without dropping all of them.
No particular order. Ooh. Who have you got? Show the camera. Oh, right. Who have you got? Oh, it's Magnum PI himself, the 2026 remake.
He has got a good mustache.
He is. Yeah,
he does.
I think good is a criminal understatement.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good mustache. If we're going off what we've currently got,
the pose is good
on
as
the
well.
Dutch, I feel like the Dutch went on playstyle, maybe. Yeah. I feel like. So if we're going to go off playstyle, he's going to be S tier.
You can do whatever you can make up whatever criteria you want.
Who's got the bigger biceps?
Going off the same pose.
S tier. We all in agreement?
Yes. Yeah, that's very equal. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, in agreement. Yeah.
Mustache tier for sure. All right, Reedy, you can pick one now. Sir Sizzly. Getting pulled out the deck.
A lower class book.
I'm going to think. I think he's on. I think he's on my level. However, I think we're going to beat them, so I'm going to put him same tier as me, but just behind.
Well, hold on, sir. I've just heard in the grapevine from behind the camera some fellow Space Force players saying to go F tier. So let's just put him in F tier.
Yeah,
why not? Let's get him in F tier.
Wow.
Nah, E. F tier is.
Fruit Loop in the background is very, very happy with that decision.
Very biased.
We just want to make sure. So, Sisley, when you watch it, that wasn't us. We think you're up here.
Elliot, go on, mate. Pick one out of the deck.
Oh, we got the E.
Who have you pulled?
Chowder. Now, again, off play, he's up here. But did we mix it up like we've just mixed it up?
What other criteria could you use to determine Chowder? Because he's just such a menace on the pitch.
Yeah. Experience.
He's got a lot of experience.
He's got 3 AFEIs.
Yeah, he's got a lot. Yeah, we kind of have to move away from...
Unbeaten for 3 years.
We have to move away from Rocket League if we're going to start.
Until... Yeah. The poses and all that.
The pose, and all that.
Yeah, the pose.
Yeah, lower him down. Straight
pose.
to C. C, the pose is nothing, mate.
The pose is C tier.
Well, I mean...
He can't compete.
I think if we're going on pose, then it's D tier, D tier. It's not great.
A D tier pose.
D tier pose, yeah? D tier
wow,
pose, yeah.
Wow. Do you know what? The last one, seen as, especially because you guys all got picked, basically, in the first draw somehow, I'm going to let you move one of your own.
Ooh. Don't do that.
Oh, it's got to be.
Ooh.
Go on.
Where are we moving?
Are you instantly deciding to bully Reedy?
Yeah, as the youngest person, then you can go with Sir Sisley. There you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much to the Storm Shadows for joining me for our player tier list. Now, let's go back to our casters for our, I think it's the lower bracket game, guys. Typhoons versus Nederland's military. Good luck to both teams, but especially Nederland's. Come on, boys.
Come on, why are you bullying Reedy, and why am I not unmuting my microphone? Two of the truths like death and taxes, forever with us. do not bully really, but yes, go Netherlands team, go the Dutch, go the... I think I've just now noticed that there's like a windmill in the background as we're into the scene, so that's very beautiful, Relic. And I see you're still on the beach. I think you're getting even a little bit of tan over there as well.
I am. I had to put on the hat as well because whatever was in front of me wasn't covering the sun enough. I was blinded by the light, and I think we can both confidently say that we've been blinded by the brilliance that both the RAF Typhoons and the Netherlands military have given us, both in terms of Rocket League and indeed in terms of personality over the course of the Allied Forces Invitational this year, this weekend. But someone has to be the first to quote unquote go home, and we're going to be finding out the identity of that team right now.
Alas, after 3 days of great action out of a lot of friendly stuff, I'm not sure why the Dutch are still around. I think maybe giving some fashion tips, as it is Stelios who is deciding on what to put on his car. Yeah, even the previous series, as I was watching it, there was some great choices. The Bobby hat on Sir Sisley, and a lot of other great combinations. So I think we're turning this into a cheeseburger, I see.
Oh, there is no cheese. Oh, there is a cheese can.
Cheeseburger, cheese can. I could
Some
swear,
cheese whiz?
We had Team Queso for the longest time, and there's no cheese items. That cannot be right.
I remember queso. No, there is definitely a slice of cheese topper. I've seen it. I've seen it in the wild, but for whatever reason, Stelios doesn't have it.
Well, I'm almost tempted just to launch my copy of Rocket League and just to check out. There must be a cheese cook. Happy Dutch folks preparing. I see Elliot is there as well, just running back and forth. From what I've heard, this is a great event to be at. Everybody's loving it. Nobody wants it to end. The only way we can have that is by, all of the games as you wanted to have to go the distance, and then we never stop this 2026 line.
So we get kicked off then for our first elimination match of the day. Ready, the tissues, the tears soon to be falling at the end of what will it be, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7 games. Well, it takes only 13 seconds to get our first goal of the game, and it's the Storm of the Typhoons.
Oh yeah, it's the P, not just a P, any P, no. It's Pierce himself, and very quickly, Typhoons put themselves on the board. Okay, this is just the first 3 seconds. Sad to start with a goal conceded. Or for Typhoons, great to have to start with a goal scored. As it stands, there's so much Rocket League still to be played in this series. We would love to see everybody on the field right now. I'm a little bit miffed though that the Netherlands military are not playing in orange all the time whenever it's their game, because come on. Out of all the teams here, they deserve it the most.
True. In fact, that might be the first time this weekend where they haven't played in orange. They were definitely playing in orange all day yesterday, at least from the series that we saw on stream. And here is one of their stars here, Instinct, as I say, a master wordsmith. He's a master creator too, causing havoc in the box. Heave with the pass, Limbeke with the goal. It's a full team effort.
Again, utilizing the wall to the best way. You don't need to work a pass out directly to the player. Rebounds are there for a reason. And setting up somebody who's coming up as a second or as a third. Perfect. High game, Netherlands military. As we see Bile up in the sky, he gets dispossessed very quickly. We need more and more folks from the Dutch military to come in on through and intercept some of these plays. But I'll have to say, from what I've seen so far across these 3 days, Relic, Netherlands military, even if they've just come back to Rocket League, played for the last 2 weeks, even throughout the weekend, you could see their improvement.
Oh, absolutely! But there was almost like a light at the end of the tunnel moment here for Bale. Stelios is a great pass, isn't it? But check this out. Fox in the box and finds that ball slipping on into the back of the net.
Honestly felt like he had no business being there, and yet perfect redirect straight into the net. Stelios is setting up yet another one. There's 2 demos. But the only one Limbeke left alive is the one who makes the touch. Now with Heave on full boost, looking for somebody on the ground. Instinct. Quite a lot of the plays might be going through him, and a miss. That's not gonna punish Netherlands military. They would like to get the control of the ball as soon as possible. Leaving and allowing Typhoon so many chances in front of their net is never going to end well.
Bale. Nice control and a nice drive over one, but Limbeke there, good read. An even better read from P, not the first time, but at least hangs around to get the second touch. Still dangerous here for the Typhoons as Heave hits the backboard. P to Bale. Bale, flip, reset, I think, goes under one, forces the last-ditch save from Instinct. Here's Stelios now stepping in, looking for the pass off to P. Oh, classic connection, 3-1.
They just keep on setting it up, and the banner for P is just such a silly one. Love it every single time. Just, I'm hearing some sort of a slide whistle. These sunglasses are lowering down. Typhoons, any old way. They find goals on the other side of the pitch and keep on increasing this lead in the game number 1. For best of 7 elimination series, they are looking solid.
Heave just trying to hold Bale up somewhat. Gets that 100 boost and watching his Bale. Was it a fake? Was it a mistake? Either way, the Typhoons still oncoming. We are still on board with Heave. He's bumped out the way by Bale. Instinct. Looking forward, Heave, who now has the 100 boost themselves. P nips in. Sees Limbeke ahead of them. Soft touch. Challenge. Neutral. Instinct picking up the pieces. Backboard. Stelios needed to get a piece of this. Down to Heave. Dangerous shot on target! And it didn't need the pace. It just needed the accuracy.
Yeah, so sometimes you just outdo them with the fact that somebody expecting a strong shot. It's like a... Oh God, what's the word? Not a slugger. Not a curveball. Knuckleball maybe in baseball, where it's deceptively slow and also moves about like crazy. So it's one of these kind of plays. So down within one are the Netherlands military. And these little moves and moments from Limbeke, Heave, and we haven't yet seen Instinct. And Instinct, I would have to say, is one of the best players on that roster. And those military have a lot of opportunities to strike again and again.
Bale and P, same place. Unpunished. Instinct, that's loose, that's backboard. Heave has to get a touch on that, does so. All 3 orange players there were looking to move forward. They all kind of double-guessed themselves, choosing boost. And now they've got plenty to work with.
Decided goes Heave will be the first one. And this military in the air, covered by Stelios. Up it goes from Stelios' touch again. The Dutch bringing the ball down to their own corner. P denied by an oncoming player from the Netherlands military. Bit of a slow stalemate as nobody can really get the possession of the ball. Strong shot to the corner. Pierce lives up to his name and pierces through this defense.
It's just a really lovely slip in to get the shooting opportunity in the first place. But then power generated, going far post. It nestles gorgeously in that bottom pocket, ricocheting back into the goal. And it just opens up that bit of room for the Typhoons once again. 2-goal advantage with 30 seconds left. It's a long way back for the Netherlands military.
They had the ball for a moment, but letting it go and allowing RAF Typhoons jumping up. Speaking of jumping, 2 go up for the Dutch. Well, the ball has been brought to the RAF Typhoons side. Still control with the Dutch players. For now, they still keep the semblance of possession and will be keeping the ball right where the orange colors are. Bale bumps out P. Team bumps, well, that's a new one. I don't think it's going to help. Instinct waits, but in an attempt to fake out the oncoming Typhoons players, the chance disappears. And now with a 3 in the air, they look like a show. They put on a show. Instinct, that's 1 to his tally. Everybody from Netherlands military have scored in this game number 1, but even 3 is not enough versus 4 of RAF Typhoons.
I think a fair result. I think that the Netherlands military, all 3 of their goals were really well worked in different ways. The Typhoons clearly had the better of it in terms of overall chance creation. And so that's why I say I think that they are deserved winners. But similar to what we saw in that previous series against Space Force, there's a couple of errors on defense, which Stelios was picking up on in his interview with Tofu Elliott, Jam, but which clearly still need to be fixed as this series rumbles on.
Well, game number 2 starts with the possession from RAF Typhoons, flying high, flying low, most importantly flying, and this, well, not on target. Stelios cannot put it in on target either. P with another attempt. Typhoons, again, I'm pretty sure these are the regulation goal sizes, but still cannot find it. Instinct versus 2, pumps his brakes, stick between the 2, I think so. I would like to see his angle on this particular goal.
It was so close to being a bit of deja vu there. The first goal of last game, of course, scored within 13 seconds for the Typhoons. But that scenario, that storm has been weathered. This time, the Netherlands military come back with a clapback and find their opening goal for themselves.
Alrighty, is there a second one coming as well? Ooh, Instinct gets a pretty pop-up. The P is already there and covers any sort of attack. Still is to bail. Goes up high. Still is already on the ground, contesting Kiev, who wins that challenge and sends the ball all the way where Typhoons are living. Off the wall. Are there any defenders? This could have been a goal if there wasn't, because the defender couldn't do anything, honestly, by that particular point. Instinct is out. Nobody wants to grab the ball. Stelios versus Limbiki, and Stelios wins this particular duel.
I mean, this is just a situation where you say to the last player in net, bet, and Limbeke had barely any boost to work with, doesn't get the angle, doesn't get the launch vector, and Typhoons do get their equalizer within 30 seconds.
It's 1-1. Who's coming for this? I see Heave with P not getting the touch that he wanted. Heave gets in the way of Instinct, so the whole of the Dutch team is running back, making sure that they don't overextend, grab their boost. Limbiki, the only one pretty much with the boost. P tries to find a crazy angle. He almost succeeds. Canceling their jumps are Bale. And now for Netherlands military, 1-2 up in the air. Heave with lots of boost. Is not close enough to continue anything on the backboard. So it's Bale and the rest of RAF Typhoons starting something of their own. The ball keeps on returning to your inside, but so far no dangerous moments being created. There's a bump, but Limbiki already decided against going to the net. He grabs this demo, he's gonna create something. One shot, Heave dropping down, Stelios denies.
And Netherlands military is playing on the defensive fractures that they've been seeing over the last 5 minutes or so. Does leave them slightly open at the back as well, but they're sort of counting on this idea that the Typhoons, if their backs are against the wall, won't get the launch off their own backboard to generate enough space to work into. It's a nice pass there to the P, but that's going to be too tight an angle to get the shot opportunity themselves. Then Bakey putting up another save, and that's a misread from Bale.
P up in the sky versus Heave. Ball just bounces everywhere. There's so many cars on the pitch that there's just nowhere for the ball to go. Stelios keeps it afloat. Well, up high again. We're going high, but we're not going wide necessarily or going the distance. A lot of these challenges force the ball just to stay there. And right here, Stelios just throws it towards Netherlands military and saying, I don't have anything, but you take it. And they'll see what they can do with that one, because none of these touches are solid in the sense that all of them are being forced to be a bit awkward. But that's not down to the players, it's down to the fact just how the play is going. Limbiki, a chip towards the net, sent to the side.
Awkward is the right word. Nothing awkward about that shot. That was a great effort from Heave. P taking out Instinct. Bale had to get in the way of Limbeki. Bale past Heave to meet this. It's Limbeki. Gives it up to Stelios. Feeds P. No, Instinct actually going to nip in before that. Bale uses all the boost. Stelios takes over control of the play. And that's easy enough for this Netherlands defense.
Now, we are staying put. I think it's also be looking on the other side. Instinct above everybody. Stelios tries to contest MP, puts it on a backboard. He was already down on the ground, either canceling his aerial or being bumped so that he couldn't get up high in the sky. P, Heave somehow avoids Bale, because we know that game plan for Bale previously was bump, bump, demo, bump, bump, and they never want to see him coming towards him. Limbiki chance.
on the other
and
side.
Put to the side again. Nice job.
Yeah, big from Stelios. And here is that man that you were mentioning, Bale. Backboards, miscommunication, 1v1 really if he wants to go for it versus Stelios. Big man, never mind, Bale from off camera, enters stage right. P, that's going to fall kindly at their proverbial feet, but Instant gets a free shot. Stelios, right place, right time. Here's Limbeki, backboard, heave too far back, and P takes it out of their grasp.
Still within the control, while no immediate shot. It is RAF Typhoons getting the touches and moving the ball closer to the blue net, as opposed to midfield, all the way to the orange. Heave is going to get this chance. Goes to the wrong side of the ball and cannot continue what has been given to him by RAF Typhoons. Will return back in again. Dropping down on the ground, nobody really have the possession to continue. Overtime looms over us. This is game number 2. And Netherlands military so far have been keeping RAF Typhoons at bay, but P going up ahead and tries to end it quickly.
Stelios bullied into the corner. Heave drives to the far side of the field. Limbeke taken out by Bale. Their offense has been halved. Still going to try and feed Instinct, but Bale takes it away from him not once, but twice. P and Stelios doubling up. Instinct trying to navigate their way through too. Limbeke has to just give it up. They've run out of juice here, the Netherlands military. P certainly hasn't. 50 neutral, side, high, gonna suit Bale, gets their first great challenge. Stelios, no one there in that corner to follow up. Here comes P though, waited a little longer. Stelios wide off the post again and taken away by the Netherlands military. Close one.
He had one chance, he had a second chance, but none of them brought him any closer. Heave might be going to the center, doesn't reach the ball. That was a great idea with 2 Dutch players. They had the rule of the land right there. Miss, but that allowed Limbiki to actually put it up to the backboard. P's already waiting. Misses. Limbiki on the ground. Gets it only to put it higher. And Bale is going to be just pushing it back. RAF Typhoons. You have some big openings, and Netherlands military are going to apply.
Both teams just running out of resources at the worst possible time. And all of these attacks come to a stuttering halt. Case in point. There's the boost finally for P and Stelios, but by that time, the Netherlands military are back on their lines. Here's Heave, sees Instinct infield, commits 2 from the Typhoons, but P relieves the pressure. Bale now with a shot opportunity on target. Instinct deals. Limbeke up high. Here's Stelios, the drop down. That's cute to P. Lift off, but more so for the Netherlands military. Instinct there with the challenge win.
Heave still is there, but Stelios is getting to the ball faster. Decided goes. He was expecting P over there, but none of the Typhoons are able to grab the ball. Limbiki will be immediately hitting Stelios, and so he denies that bounce out that would be beneficial for Netherlands military. For now, we just go all the way back. Bale receives this clear from the Dutch, goes up high, pretty touch from behind on him. That's Instinct dropping down. You could see him. Nobody wants to give Typhoons a chance in the air or on the ground. So Netherlands military are really spending a lot of time, energy, and boost to make sure that Typhoons are not allowed to play their own game.
We've seen some very, very long overtimes at A-Fight 2026. This does give the vibe of that. Unless Heave, the pop-off justified. What a goal!
Oh my God. What a way to end this overtime. Game number 2 goes in the favor of Netherlands military, and that is their first win during the land portion. And you could see they are going wild at work from the Dutch. Loving it. They had another win during the friendlies portion of Allied Forces Esports Invitational, but this, for true, this is their first today's win during the land event, or just including yesterday's match as well. First win, bravo, Netherlands military.
It did give the feeling of a long overtime until a moment of magic from Heave. tie series. And if that didn't give the Netherlands military the confidence that they can go ahead and survive in this gauntlet of a lower bracket, that surely did, Jam.
Wowee. Okay, this is what they've been waiting for. Now is just Netherlands military all the way to the finals, I think. That's what I'm expecting from them right there and then. Alrighty, let's gear up for the game in number 2. Same team, same colors. And the series is tied.
Oh my word.
This,
oh my word.
Oh, they're doing it.
They got a goal in the first minute last time out via Instinct. It's via Instinct again, but he's not the scorer. It's feeding Limbeke, who all they have to do is find any connection on the ball, and that's going into the back of the net, ripping apart the defense of the Typhoons. And 15 seconds, they're already one to the good. Stelios looking for a quick reply. Heave on hand, hero from last game, hero at the beginning of this one.
I'm pretty sure the atmosphere right now is so lively in Utrecht at the Team Liquid Alienware training facility, and we are feeling it out here as well. Instinct goes up high, Bale plucks the ball off the backboard, not allowing Instinct to continue on it. Instinct thought about going for it this time around, but the rebound just did not work in his favor. 2 on the flank for Netherlands military. Heave waiting in the back. They do need boost, the Dutch, but at least for the moment being, you can threaten the opposition. Even here, just play some mind games. Who's gonna go for the ball? It's gonna be Instinct. It's gonna be Heave. Perhaps even Limbihi, who gets removed off the field. And right now, the task for Dutch military is to stay safe in their own net.
Yeah, it could be a costly miss there for Instinct, because it has allowed the Typhoons to move forward, pick up a couple of 100 boosts midfield, and indeed one of those rear ones in Netherlands military territory. P sent to the Shadow Realm by Instinct, which very much actually undoes all of this attacking momentum for the Typhoons. They've had to reset off that midfield line, and that's a little bit better from Instinct. That's going to be heading towards net. Stelios. That's a really lovely touch, actually, isn't it? I didn't think he was going to generate that much power. Instinct keeps it low. Little lift up. Stelios on the chase. P surely going to come in. Shot was registered. Save was registered as well for Instinct.
Some smart plays. Netherlands military would love to have a big boom to clear it down the field. But for now, even just keeping the ball away from shots of like the likes of Stelios, P versus one goalie. Ball too high from the Beal, and now he with a moment. Finally, for at least for a moment, RF Typhoons retreat. But Bell comes in. He can hold his best versus the 3. That's why everybody in Typhoons is so dangerous. Maybe here, full boost, goes on the wall, gets denied. But I think Netherlands military have weathered the storm.
Bale was waiting for it. He said mine. Stelios goes wide. I think he understood the straight shot on target was only going to really just hand over possession. Still kind of has happened though, hasn't it? And P can't really get much on this. The Netherlands military don't really know how good an opportunity they had there. Or maybe they just didn't want to waste the resources. They know that the counter-attack threat is still as deadly as ever. Instinct on target! And it's too much for P, who had their back to net.
That's a 2-0, and this, little duel Stelios peels off as he cannot keep up with pace on Instinct. In a 1-on-1 at this kind of pace, yep, ball is only going one way if you cannot get a nice touch on it. And how about this right from the kickoff? Pumps the brakes, but Bale does the same. Already the last player from the Dutch military also faded out, so they couldn't 2 versus 1. The goalie of Typhoons. Military of the Netherlands are not stopping even a 2 straight from the kickoff. You could see their hunger to score even more.
We're not really at a point of series-defining moments, but that stop from Bale could be a game-defining moment for the Typhoons if they can find one goal. And they do really need to find it soon with less than 90 seconds left on that clock.
With B in the air, Typhoons like to start another attack. On top of all of them, of course, are the Netherlands military players. Limbiki's the last one, Damon Bale. A taste of his own medicine. And just a chance to cut down Typhoons as early as possible, not allowing them to have an extra player here and there, or even allowing Bale to just roam around freely and bumping the players of the Dutch. He pops it up, but loses the control, so it's heave all the way to the other side, and nobody's on top of him. He looks at he's in his own side of the field, but no, he's right there with the opposition, just not getting much.
That was a break in rotation. The Typhoons needed a shot on target. Great challenge from Heave. Just burns a little more time off the clock. 30 seconds remaining. It's on your screens, folks.
Yeah, see, they need goals, and they need goals fast. But it's Instinct pushing the ball all the way to the other side. Nobody from RF Typhoons can make a straight shot, and Limbiki adds a third. I think we can pack this up and let this go. Netherlands military with a tremendous performance.
Cake baked, Cherry placed firmly on top. How about that, Netherlands military fans? 3 goals to the good. Can they keep the clean sheet now? Typhoons desperate to unsettle them in any shape, way or form. Still an opportunity here to be had. Stelios off the ceiling, and that would have been a goal, but for the clock running out. Netherlands military take the lead of the series.
Oh my God, their second win of the LAN. And they're continuing on pushing on even forward. Again, 3 wins if you count our little friendly tournament with offline and online teams earlier. I am loving it. So, I want to take a look at the Dutch players. I swear one of them looks like Jorius, and maybe another one like Oli. They're looking very different, but also they're playing oh so well. I'm loving that from Netherlands military.
And from the Typhoons' perspective, it was, I wouldn't say chastening just yet, because as they always do, the Typhoons, they always look like they're competitive in some degree or another, but that Netherlands defense really came to the forefront, but it was matched by a really sharp and intelligent attack. I mean, after that opening goal within 15 seconds, they weren't looking back. They were always looking to extend their lead and continue to perform dominantly in the midfield.
How about this match? Will this dominance continue? I'm excited to see yet another game between these two. Netherlands military have brought out everything that they have in their trick box. Maybe some of the old neural connections are finally popping up. Aha, so this is how this game is played. Loving seeing that, and I'm pretty sure the energy in that camp, I say the camp, it'll literally sitting from separated by one cardboard wall. The energy in that whole building must be so crazy.
Heave! And the Bakey couldn't clear it. The Typhoons are down again.
The openers from Netherlands military continue on being strong, and must have been something that the Netherlands military have said at the very start. We saw how they were spying on RAF Typhoons at the beginning of this series. Maybe it's the curse of Stelios' car that hamburger is not helping. After all, they're not playing against the North American team. No, they're playing versus the Dutch. And I do not see a single Dutch item on any of the RF Typhoon's cars. And all for that is Heave still running up forward. And altogether, Instinct on the ground, denied by 2. Netherlands military looking like the team to take the whole series right now.
The loose ball taken by Heave. It's a straight shot and easily read. Bale, finds a disgustingly good opportunity at his fingertips. But as you can see, that ball has not entered the back of the net, and currently as it stands, the Netherlands military dealing with it. For the moment, that is. Instinct's got no boost, wins the challenge over Bale, picks up the 100 and leaves it off to Lembeke. He can't do no wrong.
And that is what they want to go with. Instinct. Nobody to take it from his own team, but Val very generously keeps it hot and ready. I'm seeing Limbiki just waiting. Ooh, a little bit stationary. Felt like for a moment Netherlands military just waited Like Beaky is, okay, what do I do? What do I do? And this allows P to just have so much space to make a shot once the pass comes in.
But what a pass and what a drive from Bale. I mean, the dude, the ball was stuck to his car as just great mechanical control exercise from a player that we've been asking for more from in that final third. And it does lead the Typhoons to a tie game. Dangerous for Instinct. And Mbeke helps their main striker out.
Instinct all by himself. There's P, second attempt. Heave already denied by Vale. You can never leave the ball just hanging. There's always going to be a follow-up. Instinct out dribbles 2. Great juggling skills. And there's still Heave. I'm loving how everybody from Netherlands Military have been joining in on the play, and we're just not expecting a strong showing for one player, perhaps. No, you see Heave, you expect something great. Okay, he's looking for a pass down. And Mbeke, Instinct, all of them are now a unit that can threaten the opposition so well. And not only that, there's always somebody in tow, somebody to help out that first player. Netherlands Military, the army, and the police are now playing like one unit as a whole.
I think that's a great spot. They're ready to back themselves. Genuinely, for it seems like the first time this weekend, they're willing to bet on themselves to do great things. And certainly, why wouldn't you after you've just seen Heave scored that goal to win you that last game? Here's Instinct now moving forward. And you're spot on as well on this point. He might still be the main striker, but he's more than happy to play creator if he's got support willing to put the shot in.
None of the Rocket League games are won just by one player. You need 3 of like-minded teammates. And I think one of the reasons AFI is so fun is because these people are working together, serving together, and as such, they are very much like-minded. That's what we're seeing right here. This would be a great idea. Instinct was already retreating, so could not receive this pass. Ball going across. Backboard is theirs for the taking. P just stays on top there. And there's more and more players of Typhoons that are called in to stop whatever Netherlands Military is throwing at them. Another attempt. Eve. Not on this attempt. Let's call it a fake out. Stelios being very careful as not to put it in his own net.
Unrelenting from the Netherlands Military, and even that big clear just falls right back into their possession. Stelios can't get a grab on it. Instinct, that's going to set up nicely. Limbeki, backboard. Bale now trying to exude some sort of aura to scare the Netherlands Military back! But how about that for aura farming? P with the perfect pickoff.
That's a kablam and a half. Bale sets him up, throws it to the center even, not directly at P. That was just enough to get in front of the last defender of Netherlands Military and put it top right corner. Bosh! I would even say Bale grabs the boost and immediately goes for yet another one.
I haven't tried out his pub. I think I will now that the Valorant hype has died down over the weekend. I do fancy a little trip back out to Stratford. It is a lovely place with a really nice shopping centre. But I tell you what else is lovely is winning games of Rocket League. And the RAF Typhoon, well, they have just found another a lovely goal for themselves to add on to the end. 2-2 series jam. What a show we've got.
Wow. This one for the row just already indicated what we've known, that this game is going the way of RAF Typhoons. But for the most part, it was not clear. It could have gone either all the way. Quick looking at the stats, I feel like they've been pretty equal on the shots. And this game, I could easily see it going the way of Netherlands Military. So, tie series. We're gone 4, potentially 3 more to play. Are we going to have our first, if I'm not mistaken, 4-3 of the whole tournament? There have been a lot of games played, including some that have been behind the scenes.
It would be our first Game 7. It would be our first Game 7 of the entire tournament, so
let's
no pressure.
Start it up.
No pressure.
No pressure.
But I also think, just like for the context of the fact that this is our first elimination match of the tournament, it would be so fitting if it did go the distance, so that whichever team does end up being the unlucky loser, they can go home proud, knowing that they took their eventual the eventual victors all the way to the end.
Oh, what a run it would be from the lower bracket. We're now starting the game number 5 between the Netherlands Military and Royal Air Force Typhoons. Both teams are looking swell. And again, you never know where the danger is going to come through. How about Bale? His attempt at a backboard shot does not go in, but Pierce himself returns. What a great shot. RAF Typhoons are up in the game number 5.
It's a little bit of control that they've kind of lacked, even in winning last game. It did take them a hot second to find that go-ahead goal. The Netherlands Military being first to score in the last 2 games, of course.
Heath bringing the ball out. Oh, Instinct was already down there. He was hiding behind the camera, but this means that Limbiki, the last player, not much boost either, was forced to return. And Netherlands Military need an out right now. This could be great. With a little bit more power, he was putting it straight on target. The P denies him with a nice collection. Bale is already up ahead. Changing from a complete nuisance of a player, Bale has been showing us some great tricks in the ball control department. And his possession is always looking dangerous as the ball rolls across the goal line. The P threatening the net, and Bale just throwing a couple of blocks here and there, trying not to allow Heath to go through. But he has been pushing through absolutely everybody.
I'm so glad he's been able to flex his creative muscles in this series, because Space Force did a really, really good job of just shutting him down and confining him to, really the Typhoon side of the field for the majority of that series. So clearly the Typhoons, just as a unit, are feeling a lot more confident to move forward. The Netherlands Military, the way that they're playing, sort of invites that as well, because they know that they need to take a couple of risks to find those goals, of which they are still looking for one, Jam, and that's just to equalize, of course. Oh, might be 2!
Beal gets 2. Wow. Even with so many players in front of him, Bale just carefully waits for it. Limbiki chasing the ball, and he's sort of in that position where, what does he do? The ball is moving towards him, and yet nobody really has control of it, outside of Beal, I suppose, in that particular case. Again, catching them unawares. Chance Bale keeps on finding himself in these kickoff situations where he's the last player standing and Netherlands Military is rushing towards him, but so far he has been incredibly solid and is keeping RAF Typhoons afloat, even if these dangerous kickoff moments happen.
And this is a dangerous game. 2 apiece. Game 5. You know that the winner of this goes on to match point. You do not want to be that team that goes into game 6 without any momentum. It is why, even if they are to lose this game, Netherlands Military, they want to score a goal. They want to score the last goal. That's the best effort we've seen so far. But Bale is the hero. Drives it into the midfield, and that's a double commit from the Netherlands Military. Stelios! No! Off the post, off the bar, off everything! Bale, though, saves the moment to take them up 3-0.
I would even say he's bailing them out after nobody could score this ball. Post, crossbar, Bale rushing in. He knows that he can commit himself even if he is the last player. And if the clear would have come, Netherlands Military would run away with that ball. Yeah, pressure just keeps on getting a tad too much. And RF Typhoons are also happy to exert that pressure on the Netherlands Military.
90 seconds. Simple maths tells you it's a goal per 30. The Netherlands Military would be happy with just the 1. And to be quite frank, I'm getting choked up over here because I don't want to see this team exit the tournament so early. They're such a lovely trio. They're such a great group of people. And they will have one more chance, irrespective of what happens here. But for this one, Jam, surely one goal, any goal will do, just to try and refresh the confidence.
Our Instinct and the rest of the Dutch folks, they have been saying just how great this was. They're loving to be invited. They're loving to be meeting all of these folks. Want to stay in touch with everybody, and for sure, if they can, come again another year. Heave looking for Instinct or anybody who can collect the ball. That's Bale. So far, so dangerous in this game, and overall stepping into different shoes across the last couple of days, or particularly in this series. Long shot, post is gonna be help, but I think a little bit of a touch from Instinct was also needed.
Just what the doctor ordered. That's a great shot from Limbeke. Desperately unlucky not to have the goal himself, ricocheting off both posts before getting the goal confirmed by Instinct. 30 seconds left. Now, can they find a second? If they do find a second off kickoff, then maybe we've got a bit of a barn burner here for our final stretch.
Bale dispossesses the Dutch military and just kills the time. His goal is not necessarily to even bring the ball on through. Unfortunately, that pass just does not find a target, and Stelios will collect this. Pete, there's a chance. Keith is going to be pushing it to the net. 2 seconds. And now, finally, Netherlands military can take and execute one of those kickoff moves that they've been practicing, but so far have not been able to convert with regular situations. So, 2 seconds out.
So you say there's a chance. Roll the dice. He wins possession, but Stelios is there. Great read off kickoff. Netherlands military fall, but they did reduce the margin mightily. Typhoons on match point, but Netherlands military with hope to take into game 6.
God, that win was so hard on Stelios, he forgot how to drink. Poor guy. Well then, match point for the boys in white. Somebody bring the man a napkin. And for the Netherlands military, God, they have been tremendous across this series. I'm loving their game plan, and they are ready to really dish out on RAF Typhoons. if they deal with RAF Typhoons, I think they can defeat any single other team. That's how I'm thinking the Netherlands military play is going to go.
It's do or die for the Netherlands military. Lose, and they're out of the tournament. Win, and well, we have a grandstand finale for all of you folks at home. Let them know your support, whether you're in the building or whether you are in chat. Is this their last song, their swan song?
I'm trying to figure out, what is the national animal of Netherlands? Is there one that really is present frequently? Ooh, Instinct, what the loveliest bicycle kick! Even that kind of defeated the RAF Typhoons. And this military want to score first and keep on holding to that lead. That they can.
P. Nice flick. Limbeke expecting to do that business handedly. Ooh, he with lots of boost. That's a free pass off P. Actually, you see there the orange trail did get the last touch, which sees that ball go wide, but this is quite fortuitous for Instinct into the center. Limbeke launches themselves. No. It's off the post, but Instinct is there. It's off the bar this time. Netherlands military, how close do you want to get?
Any closer than that, and it goes into the net. 2, 3 maybe attempts. They need to be careful on the other side, as Bale is definitely will try to punish, but Limbeke comes in with a very clutch save. Dangerous still not out. Stelios is close. He's going to be passing to himself. Now it's to a teammate behind him, Heave, to decide he goes. He was allowed to take the boost. Instinct goes for the player, cannot catch P, but now P's not in the net, so he cannot make the save. Instinct pops it up. And I'm loving he's not doing direct moves. He's doing the moves to keep the ball away from the opposition. Just like a football goalie cannot reach a ball that's chipped over him. That's what Instinct commentary are doing off the post. Twist some balloons. It is an opener for Netherlands military, the one that they feel like they've deserved already.
Calm down. There's still 3 minutes to go. Heave, fantastic bump on Bale, couldn't do anything. Still a difficult shot to put through there. They really had to follow through on the shot to make sure that the woodwork wasn't going to deny them for a third time within the space of a minute. But they've got the lead. It's something they can work with. And now, what do, Jam? Catch 22, go more defensive, you invite more pressure, go more offensive, and you invite Typhoons to score again.
It is impossible to choose, but I think attack. Again, Netherlands military have proven that they can get the control of the midfield, and from there go on the offense, also being considerate about the defense. Is maybe the prolonged stays in their own side of the field, where getting started the boost been a bit problematic, and it's hard for them to get out of that predicament. But if they're playing more openly, or I suppose if RAF Typhoons are allowing them to do so, and it's no problem. Top right corner is where Stelios is aiming. His top right corner is where he gets his goal. Coming in, sees the whole field, and since nobody is quickly challenging him, he takes an easy shot.
I tell you what, when he nails the accuracy though, oh my goodness. Like, there is no margin for error with this man. He just nestles it so beautifully, top corner. He never said it was going to be easy for the Netherlands military, even if they did get that opening goal. The Typhoons ain't going to go quietly into the night. We saw Stelios there talking to his two teammates. Let's finish this right here, right now. We don't want a game 7. That gives the Netherlands military all of the impetus in the world. But that is a cataclysmic error. Unfortunate.
P grabs just one small touch, and Limbiki coming in out of the net. Maybe expected to have something in his stang, but after pressing the boost button and his car going meant that there was nothing that he could do. Down by 1 are the Netherlands military and RAF Typhoons. Maybe now they go in a complete lock. Everything closed up. Let's see, pushing up front. Netherlands military have just over a minute and a half to turn this game in their favor.
Yeah, now the Netherlands military have to go for it. They don't have a choice. I mean, they didn't necessarily have to score again within regulation time, but they do now. You got to shake off the nerves. You got to shake off whatever's happened. The only thing that matters now is the next 70 seconds. And the Typhoons, they almost lose sight of the ball there. Off the backboard, onto the backboard again. I mean, that seems to be the tail of the trade here for the Typhoons, is waste as much time as possible. That's through though! What? It's gone all the way through to the woodwork! Shot on target! Tie game again!
Right here. This should have been it. Limbiki's little jump straight off the P, but here somehow Pierce reaches out and makes a touch, but it's not enough. Tie game. Netherlands military are still in this. For RAF Typhoons, they just need to win this game, regulation or overtime. Netherlands military need to win this and the next one to move on forward. And right now, they need a goal. They need a goal right now. They go as quickly as possible, as not to leave it until last possible moment. RAF Typhoons with a big clear heave past 1. So Netherlands military now in control, if only for 1 touch. Possession keeps on changing hands with nobody really keeping the control.
He was looking for a demo there. I'm not going to say they're getting desperate, but that is not usually the play style that we see the Typhoons executing. Here he is again. P, direct pass. Double commit, doesn't matter. Ball all the way down to the far side of the field. Stelios has to deal with it. Back into the middle. Limbeke, that's a nice setup for Heave. Save from Bale. Then knocking on the door here, the Netherlands military. Another great shot off the post and away. Heave back in, but that's going to go wide. P downfield. They're going to try and keep it up, but Limbeke misses the ball. OT for the Netherlands military survival.
Letting it drop, I think smartly none of the teams were able to create anything out of it. Straight off the kickoff, Stelios. He is not close enough, and Heave already goes out for the last defender. But they cannot keep control of the ball. So one advanced player wreaking havoc is not needed. Carefully starting on their own half are RAF Typhoons. Flying colors, orange on Vale. So he goes on up. Stelios with his cheeseburger on top. Can't say if it's hindering him or helping him out. RAF Typhoons are currently in the lead in Series Instinct, and he redirect, puts it high, but this sort of chip that's so awkward nets them to game number 6.
From villain to hero, Limbeke setting up Instinct. What a deft touch. And Limbeke throws himself into the box to try and form a distraction. Well, distracting most certainly did. 3-3. And for the first time at A-Fight 2026, folks, we're going to game 7.
Netherlands military are deserving this. So do the RIF Typhoons. Let's just say one of the most exciting, if not the exciting series we've seen so far across the 3 days, online and offline alike. Nobody wants to be the first team eliminated. And as such, we'll be going to game number 7. More twerking. More twerking. Yeah. That's important. That's how they win games. Twerk.
I mean, it seems to be working for them, doesn't it? Whatever they're doing, it seems to be working. Oh, a little bit of a chin scratch there as well. We do love the homies giving themselves support however they wish. Feelings are good. They've got the momentum jam. They created that momentum from game 5. They've taken it into a game 6 win. All the marbles for game number 7. 5 minutes and whatever extra there might be to determine who stays in the building and who's taking an exit stage left.
Wowee. 5 minutes to decide something so important. It's like such a small amount of time. First shot registered to Pierce himself. Netherlands military recollecting the ball. And I think it's going to be a very careful game. Or sometimes these just turn into an absolute rout. It's goal after goal after goal. Beauty of the Rocket League, you never know what to expect. I know what we already had. A great 6-game series turning into 7. He finds himself the first goal.
Still wearing that tux, and they had the vision goggles on. Great read. Instinct feeding it into no man's land, except there was a man occupying. RAF Typhoons. It's another early goal in this series, Jam, and that does mean that there is plenty of time for an equalizer to be found.
That's the good news. Unfortunately, there's also plenty of time for P and the rest of Typhoons to score more. He goes for a double tap. Too wide for that particular attempt. Now Hugh Bale already grabbing the boost, and the Netherlands military are left with not much to work with. Limbiki, the only player with anything, and the ball just keeps on bouncing. P tries to get on the back of it, but no dice. 2 bumped from Bale, who seems to be reverting to his old nasty ways of bump, demo, bump. And whatever right now is going to be helping Typhoons, they're going to take it and they're going to execute.
They don't have much. Military, that is a great credit to the Typhoons, who have complete map control, it seems. Limbeke's found a 100 pad in the enemy base, and Have recycles possession to Instinct, who throws it downfield.
Now they throw it back up the field. It's just a game of who can really find a good position. Limbiki looking promising, but not on this particular attempt. Netherlands military will be looking for yet another clear Instinct. Goes to the wall. Maybe a pinch could be beneficial. But Stelios collects whatever is left on the ground. Limbiki straight up forward. Going up high, it's intercepted. It's Bale, double tap for him just off the wall, but P is there. Second for him, second for Typhoons. They're increasing their lead in this final game of the series.
Yeah, just a bit of daylight again. Is Bale flexing over the top of everybody. Limbeke the last man, but they're running back behind P. And you would not expect him to miss that opportunity when it is presented so pleasantly on a plate. Oh, nice demo on target, potentially.
Woodwork denies him. They needed maybe one more attempt, but by that point, RAF Typhoons reorganized and made sure there's somebody to make safe, perhaps even a follow-up straight after that. But it's the fact that Netherlands military are getting these chances. We always ooh and ah every single time they make 3 attempts at the net and nothing is going in. Matter of fact is, they're getting these chances. So keep on finding these little opportunities here and there. I'm looking for one. I'm expecting the Netherlands military to score at least 1 in this game number 7.
Our nerves going to start to play a part here for the Typhoons as well, because if they do concede 1, then the threat of a second does become far more paramount. How important is that Limbeke save? going to be for the rest of this story. Everybody missing the ball. Instinct drives clear like a man possessed all the way down the other side of the field. Instinct all on their own. Stelios off the line. Bale with a fresh tank full gets the flip over one on target. Limbeke again picking up the savior medal. He's been instrumental in limiting these chances. P on target, off the line yet again. The Netherlands military hanging on by a thread.
Just barely, and RF Typhoons just grab the ball, pass it backwards, and then continue the attack. They do not want to let this ball go. Now it's still middle of the field. Heave, an idea of his own little dribble. Bale denies him instinct. A little bit of a touch. It's going to be, okay, still keeping up in play. Still dangerously in front of the net of Typhoons, but they have players following up, bringing the ball higher, most importantly, away from their own net and from the Netherlands military players.
Oh, that falls kindly for Stelios. That's a great shot! It's an unbelievable shot! Is that the final dagger into the heart of Netherlands?
3-0. Another great opportunity. So many chances to redirect that ball somewhere else altogether. We've seen those beautiful touches from P previously. But this time around, it's Stelios does all the work to the kickoff. P pretty much outplays two players without the boost. With Bale starting up in the corner as the final minute starts. More and more touches from RAF Typhoons. For Heave and the rest of the Dutch team, they need to be getting all of the boost, getting great players up ahead, like I've just seen Instinct and Limbeke perhaps with a chance. Oh, the ball runs away from him, and an Instinct cannot make it in time to it. Otherwise, this was looking like a surefire goal, all the while Bale is styling turtle style.
It's going to be a miracle, a minor miracle, if they can get back from here. But you know what, Jam? Every miracle has to start somewhere. That's one.
Alrighty, one goal. And again, there's a pressure, just unrelenting. They keep on going. Second one, it's 23 seconds. Yes, time is there. How about something crazy from the kickoff? No, RF Typhoons just have been denying them. Instinct is down. At least he's going to respawn somewhere nearby with boost in his tank. Pierce dribbles. It's just a game of keepy uppy, keepy away. Running back still, they should be first to this. Oh, I didn't see Limbeke coming in on through. There's an opportunity now to the side. It goes Instinct, pops it up. Best they can do is one more goal. But honestly, if I could, actually, I still probably could. I'm going to be standing there tall and saluting the Netherlands military for their performance.
It will be the end of, for my money, the best series of AFI 2026 so far. It is the end of a legacy run. It is a final goal for the road. They absolutely deserve that pop-off. They have been gents. They have been scholars. They have been most welcome at the Allied Forces Invitational, and we hope to welcome them back for many years to come. If you don't mind me saying, lads, je deed het geweldig. I believe that's you did amazing in Dutch. Feel free to criticize me later. I'm sure I could clean up on my pronunciation. But either way, Jam, what a series. But at the end of it all, Typhoons are the team that stay alive in the bracket.
Indeed they are. Honestly, no comment on pronunciation or anything, but it did sound like something was stuck in your throat. So maybe that's just the Dutch language. Bravo. Again, bravo Netherlands military and bravo RIF Typhoon. So right now, the next two series that are going to be on our screens literally feature the North American Air Force and Space Force versus the British Royal Air Forces. So the teams are going to be taking out one another, a little bit of brotherly, and in case of Space Force Gaming, sisterly kind of battle. But it is heating up. It's going to be really interesting to see what's going to happen next. Yeah, this one is done. Netherlands military, I'm not even sure. Like they might exit through the door of the training facility and just catch a bus, and bam, they're already at home. But for now, next one up is going to be the lower semis, the two RAF Storm Shadows team. Then they're going to be followed by Air Force versus Space Force Gaming. And then there's still the lower finals, the grand finals, and maybe even the reset. But yeah, I promised. This is my salute. And I've just in the meantime, I became a Dutch national team fan. So these are all the fans behind me.
Well, I'll tell you what, they do get a rather lovely consolation prize in being able to enjoy Jacob's fantastic cooking in the Team Liquid Alienware training facility without the pressure of knowing that there's any upcoming matches for them. So they can sit back and they can relax and they can enjoy the vibes for the rest of the day. But Jam, there is no rest for the wicked, who have knocked out the favourites of everybody in our hearts at the very least. The Typhoons, they're actually going to be up next on the docket. So they're rolling straight into their next elimination match, and as you rightly say, it is an RAF derby as they'll be taking on one of the best defenses in the competition, the Storm Shadows.
I don't know. Is there now a curse on top of RF Typhoons for knocking out the crowd favorites, the home team? Or all of a sudden their wheels are going to start falling off on the pitch? They're going to be complaining about the controls or something, or lag, as we've heard about plenty of players. Let's hear from Tofu Elliott and see what he thinks about this series.
Thank you very much. What do I think about this series? I don't want to think about this series, to be honest with you. I didn't want to think about it going into it. I'm going to be heartbroken either way, but my word, did you boys give us a treat of a series to watch. P, that was fantastic. You and Bale especially were on fire.
Yeah, I mean, I think yesterday we performed a little bit better. But credit to the boys, they showed up. I think that even though they've only been practicing a week, I feel like they've just grown into this tournament and they've got better and better and better, and that's shown through the result. And credit to them, they're incredible, and I'm so excited to see them next year. And thank you for hosting us as well. It's a beautiful country. I love it here. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, P.
Thank you.
Very heartwarming.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the image that we've had of you all tournament, just being like stone-faced every time you score a goal. Nice.
Yes.
My goodness.
Yeah. It was a tough game, and we gave it our all. I think it was one of our best games yet, next to the Space Force Gaming match, which was also insane. And I think I personally performed really well. The team was in good vibes, and we enjoyed every second of it. A shout out to Typhoons to have this game, because they also played really solid. And they gave a little bit more space than yesterday, so we thought we could capitalize on that and play a little bit more aggressive, which turned out really well. And it made it a 4-3, right? Yeah. Game 7. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
And then that 0-second goal making it just a 1-goal difference on Game 7 as well.
What did you say?
You only were 1 goal away by the end of Game 7 as well, so it was crazy. And you peaked. That was absolutely incredible. Up into the air, off the corner and in.
I didn't even expect me to hit it, but I just went for it, and it was the first time I ever hit that corner read. So I was just shaking after that, and it was full hype, and we just went straight for the next one, and it went really well.
Hell of a time to hit a shot like that. And Gijs, you told me that you were shaking through that game, and I imagine it got worse as it went on. But P, Typhoons, was that also an issue for you? Were the nerves starting to get to you?
Yeah, I think after the first game where we had a pretty poor performance, I feel like we weren't vibing, we weren't gelling as well as yesterday, and I feel like that affected us a little bit coming into this game. We were a bit, down mentally. I think the comms were lacking, the intensity of the comms were lacking, so I feel like that we needed to warm into this game, and they just couldn't let us. They were just incredible, and obviously your goal was absolutely fantastic. Scored it on me as well, so you've got that in your repertoire. So yeah, no, I feel like we warmed in, but yeah, credit to them, they played incredible.
Could not have asked for a harder matchup to send you through to the next round of the lower brackets. Do you feel warm and ready now?
I think so. I mean, we've had all the stage time this morning, so back into the next one. We're warm, we're ready. They're cold, hopefully, because they've not been playing. So I think hopefully it could be a really good game.
Here's hoping. I can't get much better than that, can it? Remains to be seen. Gijs?
Yeah.
The Nederland military have been just an absolute pleasure to have on this broadcast and in the house here with all of us. It's been genuinely an absolute treat, and I think you guys have enjoyed being here as much as we've enjoyed having you.
We love being here. Hopefully next year, and we'll continue to grow, maybe even get our first win next year.
Maybe even practice for more than 2 weeks before the event.
Maybe even practice for more than 2 weeks, and we can only get better, so we got high hopes.
We've got high hopes for you. My goodness. Come here, mate. Come here. Absolute scenes here. Netherlands, the first team out. Goodbye, Jimmy. Goodbye, Martin. They're leaving the building already. Guys, you don't have to leave yet. You can have lunch. All right. The Netherlands first team out of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational, RAF Typhoons, or maybe the Tycoons at this rate, going through to the next round, surviving for now. P, best of luck as the event goes on. Gijs, commiserations, but an absolute pleasure. Everyone at home, we're going to take a slightly longer break than usual so that we can all get some lunch in our tummies and then be back with the culmination of the event after that. Don't go anywhere.
I am her, I am him, I am everything. Get that money, get that blink, I want everything. I want everything. I am everything. Do like this when you are the boss. It don't matter what the cost. Game changer, razor bar. Let them know who's in charge. Independent, making noise. I do everything with boys. I'm a ghost, I like a Royce. I don't do no better voice. See me killing it, yeah. I am the boss, the one in the mirror. I got the ball, I'm killing it, yeah. Take the stats and really appear. You see me killing it, yeah. I am the boss, the one in the mirror. I got the ball, I'm killing it, yeah. Take the stats and really appear. I am everything. I am everything. You move like this when you the boss. Move like this when you decide. All I do is raise a bar. I get whatever I want. Do like this when you were the boss. Get the money, play the part. Ain't nobody in my spot. Move over, I'm the boss. I am the boss. Really, I am the boss. I am the boss. I raise the bar. I am her, I am him, I am everything. Get that money, get that pink. I want everything. I want everything. I am everything.
bottle service VIP section for having a good time.
I guess you know what I've been looking for. Success and glow. Don't mind to start a war. I move so fast. Don't ask me to go slow. I got everything I need and I'm ready to go. Got the sugar, got the face. Got no time to make amends. I'm the product, I'm the brand. I'm the one, I am the plan. Pull the strings, call the shots. Set the tone, lead the charge. I got everything I need and I'm ready to start. Everybody wants the fame, they all the same. I don't even know the name, I take the blame. They don't even understand, they claim what's mine. I'm fine, I'm doing me, I'm one of one, I'm done. Don't need no stress, I'm blessed, unforgettable. And if you wanna get it, then you gotta be incredible. Got the sugar, got the face, got no time to make amends. I'm the product, I'm the brand, I'm the one, I am the plan.
anticipation, getting close to the edge. Now you think I see you more than a friend. Better late than never. Now it's all over me. These reflections of you, who you want me to be. Do I wanna be you? Is it only a dream? just like the back of my hand. I can read you front to back. I could tell you want it bad. Like it when you want attack. Come on over, make me mad. Now it's all over me. These reflections of you. Who you want me to be? Do I wanna be too? Now it's all over me. These reflections of you. Who you want me to be? Do I wanna be too? Is it only a dream? We're just getting started, it's a part of the game.
It's a bad romance. Liquor on your shirt just to kill the hurt. I'm not nice, but would you do that dance? I don't wanna think about the things we'll do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Would you make that move? It's a bad idea. We should think this through. Since we're standing here right now, boy, light me up a cigarette. If just one taste is all we get.
One taste is all we get. And put my song on the cassette, yeah. Let's do a round Russian roulette. Russian roulette, Russian roulette.
Over a century ago, our founders made a promise to each other, to their families, that they'd always take care of their own. And that promise is still at the heart of everything we do. And how our members know, we'll do what's right for those who served, their spouses, kids, and then grandkids. USAA, taking care of our own.
That's a good question.
Ooh, the wrong person to ask. I'm so bad.
You can answer this one in Dutch.
Ik ga deze antwoord niet bevragen.
It's fine. Dangerous territory.
I think probably the rank I'm at right now, to be honest, DS1.
No.
I think so.
Ik hou het gewoon op mijn eigen rang, op wachtmeester.
Let's go for it then. So you have AR, recruit, right?
Ik hou het ook op mijn eigen rang. Marché de eerste klasse.
So I'm not AR. Okay, fair enough. I mean, that's somewhat experience, right? So, okay, one server.
Het is meer een fun question, guys.
Ik hou van het sociaal enkel. Het is niet mijn rang, maar ik vind het toch wel een waarde moet zijn.
I would say sergeant.
I'd say sergeant as well. We agreed on sergeant.
I'll go chief then. I'd love to be a chief.
Da-da-da-da-da-da. Again, forgetting to unmute myself. Oh, I'm proud to be British today. Proud to be British. Queen and her corgis. Hey, if we're having fun with our backgrounds, we're having fun with our backgrounds. Let me tell you that. RAF Storm Shadows versus RAF Typhoons, and I'm ready, Vaudeville. I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm ready as what you could call me after that jump scare, but yeah, Storm Shadows versus Typhoons. It's the battle of the Royal Air Force Esports divisions, and last time we saw this during the group stage, it was a 4-1 in favor of the Storm Shadows, but based on what we've seen today, could be a different story, especially if the Typhoons play the way that they did in that last series.
I totally agree. As it stands, from what we've seen between the Typhoons and the Netherlands military, both the Netherlands military were at their best performance, and Typhoons were looking great. They managed to stave off the Dutch team. So as it stands, yep, we are going to be looking for an amazing game upcoming for us. Who's even playing by this point? Okay, that's he took off his shirt. He took off his hoodie. That's why I'm so confused as to what's going on. Who are these people? Greenwood is still chilling. I've already played yesterday, but I swear every single time I'm on the broadcast, he is the one sitting back and letting his teams play. So he's in, or that's really that sort of emoting is getting contagious for the Dutch team. Now moving on to the RAF.
Yeah, speaking of the Storm Shadows here specifically, as you were mentioning, I'm curious to see the full lineup in action, which amalgamation it is going to be of these four players. We saw Reedy earlier. G Woods also had some really good performances subbing in for them in the past too, but Action I think is the one I kind of want to talk about. They need to be on top of things again defensively, especially based on kind of the explosiveness that we saw from Pierce specifically on their counterparts in the Typhoons. And if they're able to get going, they're going to be looking pretty good. Stelios also, the calm mind, navigating them through the storms of this lower brackets. And then, we'll have to see if Bale can also keep up with the action here as well, because Bale's been kind of an integral part to their victories. We saw them pop off really well in the beginning of that last series, and they're relatively silent in their upper bracket matchups. So as long as all three players are, showing up big when they need to, then they'll be doing pretty good against the Storm Shadows team.
Oh, it needs to happen. Absolutely needs to happen. Storm Shadows have been proving their quality on the pitch, and every single three of their players is incredibly dangerous. So not a time to drop down your hands and have a off day. No, this whole day is so incredibly important through the fact that this is Elimination Day, the Championship Monday, and we're whittling down the teams down to the final 2, and then finding out the final one, who's going to be this year's 2026 Allied Forces Esports Invitational champion. We've already said goodbye to the Netherlands military, but I know that the boys are still in the facility and cheering on and having fun. I think I saw them have lunch with Tofu just earlier, as we had the image of the cafeteria / the main area. The hamster, I thought this was a beaver, but I've been told that this is a hamster with a lion's mane. So the lion is the national animal of the Netherlands. Hamster is the animal of the shopping, not a network, but the shop chain of shops.
Like a supermarket sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, altogether they make for a hamster lion, and God knows why.
Because it looks quirky, that's why. Memorable, to say the least. But hopefully this series is as memorable as the ones that we've had so far today here, Jam. There's been some very intense matchups, and everyone has not disappointed up to this point in time. So hopefully the Storm Shadows and Typhoons put on a stellar showcase of their own. This showcase, which is the true better team on land.
Alrighty. They've battled multiple times before that, both during Allied Forces Esports Invitational events as well as, I'm sure, on their home turf back in UK. Right now, they're playing for a big one, and Bale for Typhoons opens up the scoring. P assists him way from the top, but this pushes his past action PB, and that's exactly what's needed.
This is what I was hoping to see, the coordination between P and Bale. P was that facilitator, the playmaker in the previous series we've seen from this squad. And then Bale, of course, I feel like when he's doing well with the rest of the team, then they're typically on top of things and on top of the world, especially with that first goal.
Starting off strong, I need to continue in the same fashion. CP removes Sames, so no immediate attack from Storm Shadows, down by one player. Sam has now taken the spot in the net. Bale does not go for the bump, although Sam has what's it is in his view. So throwing up a couple of curveballs here and there, trying to figure out how best to approach RAF Storm Shadows, with the ball being returned to yet another demo. Typhoons are not shy about removing the opposition as a team. And again, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of fireworks as car litter our battlefield.
Yeah, not too surprised. Storm Shadows, of course, they've been waiting quite some time for this matchup, so it makes sense that might be a little cold in comparison. They played the first series of the day, and there's been 2 more since then, plus a lunch break. So it might take them some time to get back into the driver's seat that we've seen them in the past, but they look to be rocking the same roster that we saw earlier on in the day. So G-Wood still, sitting out, maybe giving them some pointers and focusing in on what they can improve in between games. But right now, the big thing is getting some pressure, some shots towards the net, and there's the great follow-through from Sam Hez to tie things up.
You could see, I think, right on this angle, it's 2 versus P, and Sam Hez actually coming in from the deep. There was another player on the right, all alone was left. Pierce, he couldn't do much with the shots coming one after the other. Storm Shadows find that tying goal, but before that, Typhoons were running, I think, the racket on this field and in this particular match. Just as quickly as that, Storm Shadows add to their one with a second one from Action PB.
Not wasting much time. 9 seconds later, we see another goal go through, and Storm Shadows taking a page out of the Air Force gaming books on how to perform after a goal is scored. Rally behind it with another to get the lead in their favor. Typhoons now have their work cut out for them if they want to at least tie things up before the half or stabilize things defensively. It seems like the rotations have been a little bit awkward and just one versus the world on defense.
Yeah, that's not going to help, knowing that RF Storm Shadows utilize multiple players coming up front. Even here, Action PB with no boost gets down, but he's going to say, thank you, I'm going to be back at home. my two teammates can actually start pushing. I'm going to be the next one to touch the ball. Reedy already up high, looking to set up a pass on the ground with a nice clear. Still, the trail was blue, so somehow Storm Shadows touched that ball last. Both teams sending the ball back and forth in the hopes that they can get some sort of a position set up on the other side. Ball high, Bale with a follow-up. Slow chip over action is good. Tie game.
Massive from Bale. This was the member of this Typhoons team I was looking to pop off the most, and especially an integral part to this offensive rotation. If one shot doesn't go through, you need that follow-through player, and that's exactly what Bale did there.
That's him again, in the air, off the backboard. Sam has quickly comes out. The much needed push of the ball to the side. Action. It's one. Couldn't get more than that. As Typhoons meet him in the middle of the field. They're prepared, they're ready. Bale sends the ball more backwards than forwards, but at the very least this confuses the Storm Shadows players, so they cannot immediately answer that. Stelios, no touch. Who's coming next? P. Not much boost, but still control of the flank. He gets the 100 as well. And while this is just gonna go straight to the Typhoon side, Bale and the rest of the Typhoons are trying to set something up on the other side, while also keeping control of their own defense and the boost that they have.
A little less than a minute remaining now for the Storm Shadows to try and get their lead back that they previously had. Flip reset might be the option for it. Somehow Stelios comes from within the net to get the save, and two members pitch the ball away from their own post. A stellar effort defensively from the Typhoons, but they still don't have full control.
Shot.
Oh,
dangerous
no.
action. That was high, and Reedy is going to be setting up yet another one. But by this point, if RF Typhoons are using boost to get on the backboard, it's going to get very dicey. Bottom right corner is good enough, even with two Typhoons reaching towards it. Sam has precision, is on point, and of course this pass from Action PB, like on a silver platter.
Oh, it's such a tough one for Bale. If they had a little bit more boost and maybe a better approach, could have gotten the save and did everything possible to get that one away, but the post was not on their side this go around. It seems it had been paid off by the Storm Shadows instead. Time ticking down though, 15 seconds remaining. Typhoons looking for at least a tire if they can make this one into another goal scoring opportunity, get us to overtime, but with it going down even more so and less possession in their favor, it looks like it'll touch down if P doesn't have anything to say about it. Sam has one last-ditch effort again to try and send this one down to the ground. He's not going to make it easy on him, though.
No, unfortunately, there's not that much boost. Oh, Samus tries to dunk it down, but there's like 2-3 players on the ground. Still, eventually the ball rolls in. And I see that all of a sudden the room has gotten very, very dark. Maybe by the request of the players. We need a little bit of a calm environment. Okay, there we go again. I'm not sure whether Reedy wanted the light or did not want the light. But in the end, yeah, pointing out the stats on the screen as well. 1 for Storm Shadows in this best of 7. 3 more wins needed to move on to the next round. Still in a lower bracket. These two teams find themselves, and still a lot to play if they were to fight the gauntlet off to the grand finals.
G-Wood just giving them some pointers on how to lock in here. Storm Shadows not satisfied with just a 1-goal victory by a mere margin, 25 seconds. What's the difference maker there? So they want to make sure that they make a statement against their sister squad in the Typhoons for the Royal Air Force Esports teams. But only one of them can move forward to the top 3. The other will have to fall by the wayside. Action, seeing if they can take a piece of the pie for themselves for the Storm Shadows here. But the Typhoons are not going to make it too easy on them.
Not at all. I'm seeing fight in Bale and the rest of the Typhoons as they move on for yet another attack. Really dispossesses and bumps Stelios out of the way. Goes for a far away boost. Really took the trip to the orange side. to make sure that nothing is available till once the orange team returns. And of course, once the Storm Shadows start an attack, maybe not this time around, but we better be wary, or at least the Typhoon should be wary that this might happen and coming home to what equals to be like an empty fridge with nothing to grab in when they need to defend.
First minute, relatively uneventful so far. Bale's trying to change that story though. Tune unfortunately doesn't quite work out. So we'll have to reevaluate their attacking strategy. Action though. Good carry into the orange half. Centering shot towards the box denied by P. I'm liking the positioning from P so far, being a lot more defensive in comparison to previous iterations of this roster's rotations, but Sam is going to continue their confirming of these plays. Saw the orange sea part in front of them and got the goal.
Good stuff. Storm Shadows against Sam has been on point when it came to goals and attacks, sometimes being 2-3 goals up for his own team. So it's no wonder he keeps finding himself in these goal-scoring opportunities over and over again. Action with nobody on his flank is going to be Typhoons bringing the ball out, but a little block. Here's Action to Samhez again. He goes up high. Nobody there to meet him. P and Stelios actually get in time. The ball just drops. And now 3 of the Typhoons decide between them who's going to go for it. P, run by his own teammate, still goes to the side. It's a bit of a time wasted, and Storm Shadows are trying to guess where the next move for Typhoons is going to be. For now, it's just a long, clear met in midfield.
Typhoons seem to be panicking a little bit. That's why the cut rotations are coming through. Some miscommunications happening as well in the meantime. But thankfully, they were able to recover. So it wasn't going to be easily punished by the Storm Shadows. Bale, though, getting some demo action involved and making it that much more difficult for Storm Shadows to progress into the orange half of the pitch for now. But another double commit comes through. Stelios trying to bail out the defense, saw that the P didn't have the best angle for that one. So we'll do everything that they can to just keep this at the 1-0 scoreline for now. And looking back at that last game here, Jam, it was 15-5 in shots that we saw. So Storm Shadows, of course, they wanted better conversions, but it seems to be a similar story here.
One game, 15 shots. That is wild. We're definitely not getting that in this game, but the goals still keep on coming from Storm Shadows. Yet another opportunity as goalies were expanded for the Typhoon side. And they just keep on pushing, keep on pressuring, keep on creating that perfect score for themselves to score. No wonder it's 2-0 in the game, and they're currently in the lead, Storm Shadows.
Yeah, it was 11 saves in that game from the Typhoons, a crazy stat line to say the least. But unfortunately for this one, for the Typhoons, it doesn't seem there's been as much resistance on their end. They did have the lead to start last time, so that could be the big difference maker there. And we're able to tie it up with 1:50-ish remaining. But even then, this point in time, Typhoons might just be thinking, okay, this one's a bit of a wash. We'll see what we can make of it in the remaining time that we have available to us. But it just seems like something's been a little bit off in terms of positioning, communication, rhythm. They just got to figure out exactly what's been missing in between games, supposedly, if it continues this way. But that's a good passing play. If it was a little bit lower down, could have been a goal.
They set it up really nicely. One of the biggest opportunities for Typhoons, certainly in the last 2 or 3 minutes. But yeah, I'm a big proponent of the fact that sometimes you're just out of rhythm. Just something is not clicking at the same time as your opponent are clicking, or your teammates even. And so you make a move and it just doesn't necessarily fit into whatever is happening on the field. And as you try to force it, sometimes it makes it even worse than that. Being able to recover and sort of resync is a great ability for any of the professional players. And right now, I'm sure it's not going to take too long, perhaps, for the Typhoons to change that up. Action. Tries to make it through. Bale makes a save on Samhez that's already been thinking about, ooh, it's going to be a goal in my name. But they keep on pushing. 15 seconds. P looking for a pinch, but immediately found by Action.
I believe we've only had like 2 or 3 shots from the Typhoons this time too. Yeah, 2 shots total. Bale hasn't had a single one. And as I say it, you know, the Typhoons do best when Bale at least has some offensive pressure on the board, but stuck in their half for the most part. awkward transitions towards the midfield and not allowing themselves enough time to hold on to possession due to just the overwhelming offense of their counterparts in the Storm Shadows team. So a rough go of it for the Typhoons, but they can regain, and I'm confident that they will. I think just the big thing is, maintaining that pace of play, not playing to your opponents, especially based on the way that we saw them having such like awkward cuts against each other when they're kind of getting in their own heads a little bit there.
Maybe the Typhoons should roll back to the light switch and just start flicking it widely during their games, throwing off the Storm Shadows of their game plan. For now, though, it's just gonna be the regular 5 minutes on the clock. Game number 3 between the Royal Air Force branches, the Storm Shadows and Typhoons. I suppose by this point they're not even branches, they're the same branches, they're different. In any case, just two separate teams, and that's the most important one. But they are friends, they are colleagues, they are service members, and they are showing us some exciting Rocket League with P scoring the first goal of game number 3.
This is what we've been missing from the Typhoons specifically. P had only a single shot and save in the last game. Well, now doing that much better with the first goal in the opening 18 seconds.
Back, Reedy waits for the ball to go to him. Nobody really gets control of it. Reedy has to jump in front of the ball and perhaps saves yet another shot on target, perhaps even a goal. He would love to add another one to his tally. RAF Typhoons. We had games that ended up in a very, very small result, and right now Reedy is showing just that 1-0 is not going to happen. It's already a tie game. But more often than not, our lovely teams have been scoring and scoring until we ran out of numbers on the scoreboard. Here's a tie game.
And ran out of boost in that case for the Typhoons specifically. Well, you can see Stelios securing his first in the corner and then going for the challenge. Bale, good catch of the ball, and what a save from Stelios, somehow off the inner corner and again off the woodwork. They need to keep this one out desperately, but it's still in their half.
Oh, Stelios gets demoed, at least getting in respawn. Gets some boost. He's got stolen in front of his nose while the opponent also took the control of the ball and chipped it in. Sam Hess, a very dangerous player when he gets the ball. Actually, a very dangerous player when he gets the ball. He also has been doing some great assists for his teammates. And we're going back here. Reedy, I do believe at some point had a hat-trick himself. So as such, whoever it is on the Storm Shadows going up, like Sam Hess is right now, Typhoons need to meet them early or be prepared to answer whatever the opposition is bringing on the ground.
Right now, Pierce doing the best that they can to keep that pressure in the blue side, and what a drop down from Stelios right underneath the noses of the defense.
It just sneaks in. I'm looking. There's action. I think that's Reedy's going to come in, but the jump was just a tad mistimed. And Typhoons go ahead in this game 3. Again, they see on the opponent's side, they're getting more shots this game and finally getting some results. Definitely. This could have been it. But Bale sends it to the left of the net.
Oh, good challenge though either way, just to put a car body in the way of the ball. Make it that much more difficult for the Storm Shadows to clear it out of their own half. And the midfield offensive play that we see from Stelios, even with the lack of accuracy, the power and fury behind it was definitely felt by the Storm Shadows and made them shake in their boots for mere moments, but not as long as they would like it to. A good reset back to the blue half though as Bale. Flip reset comes through potentially, but will be their first shot on the net since that first game. And was that an own goal? Either way, Stelios takes it.
No, I think it was a nice 50-50, and then the problem was that one RAF Storm Shadows player could not make it in time, and another one was already driving away. We're seeing their white little shadows standing on the right side of the net. Typhoons increase the lead by 2, and they keep on striking on the Storm Shadows in the most unexpected situations. And the Storm Shadows don't really have an answer for something. They're not really prepared, but they're ready, no pun intended, to score these goals just like that. Kickoff just barely happened, and Reedy is already up high in the sky.
Greedy was very ready for that one. Pun intended, that go around.
Okay.
At the halfway point, taking the initiative to bring it back within one. Not wanting to go down without a fight in this third game. They want to see if they can sweep their sister team in the Typhoons, and well, they still got plenty of time to get the lead again. Stelios, though, looking for their own hat trick. 3 shots, 2 saves, 2 goals. No assists needed. They've been the main proponent of this lead for the Typhoons thus far.
Action PB running away with the ball. There's Reed already hitting it. The action is actually moving towards the net of Storm Shadows. So it's now down, adjusting the direction and going where Typhoons are stationed. There's a couple of demos. I was worried. Wow. I was worried that Tampa is going to remove Bile, but by the matter of Bile moving on forward and flying all past his defensive position, suddenly there was nobody in the net, and Action PB just walks in with the ball.
Oh, this is a tough spot to be in if you are the Typhoons. Again, it was going so well for you. A couple mishaps, of course, from the Storm Shadows team, but you started off strong with the first goal. This just goes to show the resiliency of the Storm Shadows team. They've been able to bounce back from the brink time and time again, especially in that first game, and now we see a memory of that here in Game 3. Stelios, though, seen them pop off before. Coach/manager turned player for this event after a player had to drop out last moment. Really been making the most of the tournament run for their team.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen him talk about it. I've seen him play on the pitch and show his appreciation, and really working for his presence over here. But Stelios is an all-around great player, manager, whatever you might want to call it, mental coach. He's doing it all, and our Typhoons are better as a result of it.
Looking at the Storm Shadows right now, they're pretty content with playing this a little slower than the previous game. Don't want to make too many uncharacteristic mistakes on defense, especially with these rotations. Action does bait out the defender. If Samhez could have gotten possession of the ball there a little sooner, might have been able to turn it into a goal-scoring opportunity, because it seemed like nobody had boost on the defensive end, but the demo did clear things out the midfield for the Typhoons, and right back it goes from whence it came. The demo, speaking of action, wide open for the goal. It's the second one in a row that demos have delivered them.
Our Storm Shadows have a plan, and yeah, I keep repeating it, and it just keeps being true. You have a 2 versus 1. You just commit one player straight up. Of course, if that player is just that much faster, sometimes you just put on a shadowing player. But here, an opportunity created. A deadlock in the center. Just nobody really gets the possession, and a time ticking. Great little handoff. Stelios, center of the net, and Bale's already rushing there, but that did not result in the goal, and P needs to turn around close on a dime. Not this time around. Third game. After a dozen of back and forth, and Storm Shadows having to fight at the very end, goes in their favor. They're now on match point.
Most shots, I believe, we've seen from the side of the Typhoons, but unfortunately, it just did not prove to be enough towards the end, so Storm Shadows will take it that time. And yeah, 8 shots, as you can kind of see it there on their screens, and then 1 more for the Storm Shadows specifically. So most shots we've seen out of the Typhoons, they gave it their all. They kept the pressure going, a lot of saves coming out too. But I think the biggest thing was we still need to see Bale a little bit more proactive at the midfield line. We saw some good initiatives from them, of course, to enable their team, but you can't afford to be too hesitant against the Storm Shadows squad, because they caught them lacking a couple times on defense. That's why we saw the back-to-back goals from Stelios. But aside from that, really hesitant to go for anything in that second half of the game. And that's exactly where we saw all but one of the goals from the Storm Shadows. So going into this next one, we have a do-or-die situation in this bracket. You have to reverse sweep against the Storm Shadows if you want to stay in the competition.
All right, we've already called a couple of these reverse sweeps, but unfortunately none of them came to fruition. Why not here? Why not between Typhoons and the Storm Shadows, to prove who really is the A team and who really is the B team? Well, I Again, we started with 5 minutes on the clock. I think I saw a car change. Somebody on the Typhoon's side got themselves a Dominus. Let's see if that helps them. Actually, maybe Celius. I see his car just a little bit different. I don't think he's driving the Burger Mobile. No, that actually P.
Looks like the P.
In a Dominus. Yeah, alrighty. Well, let's see if that Dominus serves him well.
Yeah, trying to go for some different angles with it. The plank hitbox as best as they can use it, but even then, there's a lot of difficulties that lie ahead of them. A simple car change can only do so much. Some might say placebo, others might say the biggest difference maker you can really choose in Rocket League based on the differences between those hitboxes. But even then, Storm Shadows really just got to see them continue the way that they've been playing. Don't really have any notes for them specifically. The goals that have been scored has mainly just been Typhoons forcing errors and awkward positioning from them. So Storm Shadows keep it going, and they should get this 4-0 victory. Typhoons, all eyes on them.
Yeah, I don't see why Storm Shadow's playstyle of, for example, finding demos to create goals is suddenly going to stop working.
Yeah.
I think that's still going to bring them a goal or two. And right now, on yet another attack, setting up around everybody. Sam has still as deadly as ever. They're bringing the ball high. Two players. Everybody's around the backboard. And it's slowly trying to bring the ball towards the net. The Typhoons are there and set. Maybe a couple of boost collections. Celius tries to get the boost and jump at the same time. Only got one.
Solid touch from Bale, but the unfortunate reality is there wasn't anyone to back them up. Good deflections by the Typhoons defense. Could have easily been a follow-through double tap goal by Storm Shadows, but they're not wanting to commit all their resources just yet. They're just poking and prodding, waiting for some weakness to show its face out of the defensive Typhoons. And even with these rotations forward, they're not too pressed here, especially with action. They down the defense twice with the fakes, and they get the goal.
Oh, God. The moment this runaway starts right here, I'm thinking, okay, Sam Hess, you have plenty of players in front of you. Can you? Yes, he can. And then, yes, he can. Again, nerves of steel is to be able to, instead of just rushing towards the net, to say, I'm going to make a pause here. And your opponent doesn't. But straight from the kickoff, really tries to beat B. His Dominus is wide and solid, and make sure that nothing gets past him.
I just said, hold up, wait a minute. This goal's going in. That's what we saw happen there from the Storm Shadows side. That one goal could be all that they need for match point to move on to the top three. Face off against the loser of our winners final, the Air Force Gaming squad versus Space Force Gaming, that they would be awaiting there. And we've seen some good results in the past, but Sam has relatively silent in terms of goal scoring in the last game, but the most important one here, and a great setup for Reedy.
That is a goal and a half. Sam has does everything on the flank to set up his teammate. Really just collects it. As easy as it gets. Not seeing any Typhoons nearby. Storm Shadows really found a big old gap in that defense. It's straight off the go. There's Sam has only by himself. Bale clears the ball, as nervy as it looked on that angle, and it's what he needed to do.
Seeing if Pierce can do anything with this play, but awkward rotations from the Typhoons aren't going to do them too many favors. Trying to get in a little bit of a better position, more sustained off their own side, but the problem is, without pushing all the way to that midfield line, is that they can't react as quickly as they need to convert some of these opportunities into a goal scoring initiative. And fortunately, the defense too strong for the Storm Shadows for Typhoons to crack, and Reedy a great angle that they could have gotten, but a tough play to make, and the 2 goals might be all that they need with just a minute remaining.
The action gets removed. The ball still ends up in Sam Hiss's hands. He'll be jumping up here, but P denies him, beats him first. Action still on the follow-up. Nobody's taking this ball from RAF Storm Shadows. They're going to be retreating. I say that. Reese still finds a touch. Again, a touch that doesn't necessarily continue progress the attack, but at the very least, it does not allow it to stop. And here Action B still keeps the ball in front of Typhoons, who keep on trying to find something. And this was a chance if the shot was a little bit more powerful. Who knows if Typhoon's defenders could have gotten back to it in time.
So it seems to be the case here with Stelios. Sam has knew that they were awkward and realized no boost was in the tank, especially based on their positioning. So it was a close one. Stelios almost got up to it, but needed a bit of a sharper cut in the net to get there in time. So 21 seconds, 3 goals. All but a formality at this point for Storm Shadows to move on to that next round. Typhoons, though, they still have some extra life in them to maybe go home with one last consolation goal, as they at least know that one of their Royal Air Force Esports brethren teams will be making it into the top 3 and will still put on a great show throughout this series. Congratulations, though, to the Storm Shadows, your victors in this one.
Shame. It was looking like a goal, almost with Storm Shadows allowing them to make it, or at least the closest it was looking. But Typhoons go home still with a pride as a 4th finished team, or the 3rd, still in progress, being the Storm Shadows. Brilliantly played. Closer games could have been expected, especially after that series versus the Netherlands military. But Storm Shadows just proved why they are considered to be the top roster between these two.
Yeah, I kind of expected this. Was hoping we'd see, another game at least given to the Typhoons, but Storm Shadows really made a statement with this one, saying, hey, we haven't played since the first series of the day, but that does not matter. We are still here to show our skill and also put Air Force Gaming and Space Force Gaming on notice that they got to be fully prepared depending on who's going to meet them in the lower finals and potentially for a rematch in the grand finals if Storm Shadows do win that one down below. But our next series on the docket will be Air Force Gaming versus Space Force Gaming. That's going to be a really solid one as well, to see, how these teams perform against each other. Space Force, as a reminder, was the first team in 3 years of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational to get a game off of Air Force Gaming on LAN, specifically not in the friendly competition. So massive momentum shift there. It also kind of allowed Storm Shadows to review the VODs and see, okay, what can we do to get a victory? A lot of that had to do, of course, with Action, specifically getting like 6 saves in 2 different games and kind of shutting them down on the defensive end so that they couldn't even get a goal. So I'm curious what the strategy is going to be there for that game for the Space Force Gaming roster. But I mean, Jam, what do you think about this Storm Shadows team? I feel like they're just on top of the world right now.
Yeah, I think the momentum is with them. And even though they dropped into the lower bracket by the matter of losing in the uppers, I feel like right now they're executing everything that they want from their game plan. They're feeling confident, and it's that confidence that can lift you up, even if, for example, the skill level of the teams is equal. So anything extra that you can bring is very helpful. I think we are going to bring Tofu Elliott to see what he has to say and what the folks around him have to say as well.
Hello. Gentlemen, a pleasure.
Thank you.
I'm joined by my countrymen, those on the way in and those on the way out, literally as well, as some other Storm Shadows exit the building, trying to escape the stink they just left in that room, and you're going to have to sit and dwell in it. How was that?
I think it went pretty well so far. We personally didn't think we played our best, so we know that the next game is going to get harder, obviously, but we're confident in the next game.
Well, I was saying, where's the action man we saw in the last Storm Shadows game? Because you were on it, and then, how much of a significant factor is lunch?
I think saying it's weighed you down sounds pretty, convenient, but I think that was our main thing. Obviously, you saw in the broadcast one of our teammates was sleeping, so I think we're pretty tired now after lunch, but hopefully we'll digest it, and then we should be playing better in our next game. I don't know who it's against, either out of Air Force or Space Force. I believe it's one of them two, so obviously we've lost against them two already, so hopefully a win will look quite nice against them.
It'll be a rematch either way, and I suppose it will be Air Force versus Space Force next, and then whoever loses that will drop down, and then you'll face off against them afterwards. Unfortunately, that is the end of the Royal Air Force Typhoons in the AFE, or in this year's of the AFEI, not ruling anything out.
Exactly.
Stelios, it has been a pleasure. How do you feel that series went for you guys?
Again, another very tough structure to try and break down. We did all right, I think, to get in front a few times, and we maintained the lead by a couple of, I think, crucial moments went against us. Notably, I think in the second to last game, going 3-1 up, we felt pretty good, and then they immediately just fired back off that 50 from Reedy, who's played it very well, and that's a good way to look at that Storm Shadows side. They can fight back from a goal down. They can hold lead as well, and overall they rotate quite solidly. So it's quite difficult to break that down. On top of that, they are very demo heavy, very demo intense, and can also starve you of boost. So really, it's the right formula to take forward for them into the AFG or Space Force series, whatever's next for them. And of course, we wish them all the best. It's the right way to lose against another IF team for us, anyway.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense. It was kind of a win-win situation for me as a very impartial viewer. But touching on what Stelios just said, how important are the physical plays, the bumps and the demos coming into a game against one of these very, very difficult American teams?
I think for us, especially as he said, we play for the demo every time, and I think we kind of hope we didn't show it as much against the AFG. And then we played against SFG and we were like, we'll try not to, and then it didn't work. So I think our game plan is just going to be stick with what we know, rotate in and out, and get the demos as we can. And as I've seen, it works very well for us, especially since we rotate around the demo, and then it's pretty much just getting the ball every time. So hopefully it comes out on top, but we'll have to see.
Well, Stelios, you, of course, are a very, very media-savvy person with a big smile, big energy, and, of course, experience coaching in the RLCS as well. Now, I know that the Storm Shadows already have G-Wood on the back line there, but can we expect to see you sneak into that secondary line to provide any words of support during the next game?
Well, I'll certainly speak to the referees and see if that's appropriate, given that obviously we're just competing in the event. If they see no sort of conflict of interest or no unfair advantage gained, I might see if I can get behind them and work with G-Wood on their performance. And so obviously we'll all be rooting for them. And I will give, if it's okay, just take a moment to say, once again, thank you for hosting us. Keep a big eye out for the RAF teams next year. We've got a few secret aces up our sleeves. And let's all get behind the Storm Shadows now for those watching at home and hopefully push them through to a final.
Well, that is amazing, and I'd love to leave it there, Stelios, but actually I do want to ask you if there's anything you'd like to say for your team, the Typhoons, as you guys depart the competition.
It's been a phenomenal experience. Once again, we've thoroughly enjoyed ourselves, and for P and Bell, my two amazing teammates who, we haven't had long together. It was a pickup team. We gave it our best. We're very proud, and we've overall enjoyed ourselves, which at the end of the day is why we are here, competing against our friends and allies. So for us, it's goodbye. Thanks again, and we've all had a great time.
Thank you very much, Stelios. It has been an absolute pleasure hosting you, genuinely. And to the Storm Shadows action, a tough series down, not necessarily the best, most confident series ever, but getting results over the line. Do you have confidence moving forward in the lower bracket?
Yeah, I think we felt confident against AFG again. Obviously the scoreline doesn't show that, but we felt like we kept all the games pretty close after obviously them going 3 years without a game. We're pretty happy to take one off them at that point. So now we feel confident that we can get more and more. Obviously they won one in overtime, so we can keep going and we can keep pushing. Space Force are our kryptonite right now, so hopefully we can get at least one game, and then from there we just keep pushing, and then it should be hopefully into the finals and then get a free set. It's going to be tough for that, but hopefully we'll do well at the end.
One step at a time, just keep putting one boot in front of the other, hey? Thank you very much to both of you for joining us. That is goodbye to the RAF Typhoons in this year's AFEI. Thank you, Stelios. You are allowed to stick around until the end of the event, but no more Rocket League for those guys anymore. RAF Storm Shadows through to the next round of the losers bracket. But first, we're going to have to see Space Force go against Air Force. AFG versus SFG. Coming up after this break, let's take a look at the replays from RAF versus RAF.
over a century ago, our founders made a promise to each other, to their families, that they'd always take care of their own. And that promise is still at the heart of everything we do. And how our members know, we'll do what's right for those who served, their spouses, kids, and then grandkids. USAA, taking care of our own.
Welcome back to the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. I'm here, joined by the RAF Typhoons. As they depart the competition, they do still get to partake in our player taste test. No, it's not working, is it? There's no tasting today, but maybe some memes. Draw from the deck, please. P. Any card. Pick a card. Any card. It's because it's a picture and a sticky boy on the back.
Yeah.
Who have you got? I have.
Can I say?
You can absolutely say.
Mr. Martin from the Dutch Air Force.
Martin. Where are you thinking to put Martin?
Well, it depends. What are we judging off of? Like, what's the context?
So, it's funnier to us if there is no criteria for you whatsoever. You can make it up as you go.
Well, let's look at the board, right?
Orange is my favourite colour, so, I mean, I'm going to be a bit biased here. You know.
Stelios, we've got a microphone for you, so we can share.
Thank you.
It's got to be like A tier plus.
Yeah, minimum.
He is a good lad. He is a good lad.
Beautiful country, beautiful colours. They won 5-1 in the World Cup.
True.
They won 5-1 in the World Cup the other day. Yeah, good job, Martin.
Yeah.
Well played, Martin, bro. That was all you, bro. That was all you. Positive guy as well, which, in my opinion, look, it's all these factors, and I think the orange, your orange being your favourite colour is the best one in my opinion. So,
I agree.
Do you want the honours?
Let's put Meta.
Orange.
Bale's made the call for A, and it's orange on orange, is it? Whoa! Friendly fire!
You can do that.
Wow, that is savage.
Top of A, bro.
Guys, come on, leave the friendly fire to the Americans. Pull one out of there.
Let's go here then, shall we? Do you want to return the favour or seeing it first?
Who's next?
Ooh.
Esther.
Okay.
Esther, who have you pulled, Spurs? Can we show the camera?
Mr. Ginger!
Shout
It's Kais.
Right. Bale.
Come on, it's Mr. Ginger.
The thing is, we're going to find it hard to not give the Dutch anything lower than an A, in my opinion. Like, unless we get some different context, because they're all just top guys. They've been phenomenal with us. Like, I don't like putting anybody down. Then there's nothing.
Is it a factor that the entire orange team is stood literally staring at you right
For example,
there?
if it was the Storm Shadows sat there and we were judging them, they'd be going all down here, especially after that last series. But I've got not a single bad thing to say. But I will say that is a very normal pose, Heath. It's a very normal pose.
Oh, okay.
I reckon you could have done something a bit more extravagant, like your lovely country, nice and bright, you know. But you went simple, bro. You went safe.
What are you saying then, Stelly?
So I think for that reason, it's harsh, but I think we're going to get the first rank E, I think, in my opinion. Because, look, no. Heave, you know I've got so much love for you, bro. I do, bro. You know I do, but...
Mate, it's got to be one of us.
That is truly outrageous.
It could have been anything. It could have been anything. It was just...
He's gone. He's down the corridor. We've lost Kais.
You're horrible.
After he scored that incredible off the corner redirect earlier as well.
Really bad now, P.
One of the best performances.
Well, I'm going to
of his
back my boy, so I'm going to back my boy. Oh, God, I thought I pushed it over.
Oh, my God.
I feel really bad now.
P, there is a chain of command, but you do have a duty to disrespect unlawful orders. Remember that. So let's... It's criminal. That is criminal. We'll be having words about that later.
Sorry, Heave. I'm sorry. I love you, bro.
Who have you got? Who have you pulled? Who have you pulled? He's pulled himself. He's only gone and pulled himself.
Hang on. Does he get? Okay.
It's a team decision. You guys can leave him do it if you want.
Do we get to interject on that?
Of course we do.
Right. So let's just for now. You never know. You might still go back up there. So, question to the host:
Oh, all right. I'm getting put on the
Does
spot.
Bale
here.
have the ability to have input in this decision?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, do you know what? It's a team decision. He didn't
All right.
deliberately choose himself.
True. Bale, what do you think then? Give me the reason why you are in S.
Straight down the camera, please.
I've really ginger hair.
That's true.
To be fair, they did call him. What did they call him? They called him Mr. Ginger, right?
Mr. Ginger.
No idea. I've not heard that.
No idea.
It's got to be orange at least.
You've done well.
Come
you know
on,
what?
I'll be with G-Wood then.
That's orange to me.
That's orange to me as well, bro. I'll be honest.
G-Wood.
Do you know? Okay. Let's take a second. Let's look. It's his first LAN.
First line, true.
Young guy.
Young.
Lots of inexperience, but
Sympathy.
lots of potential.
Sympathy, bro.
I don't think it's sympathy. I think you've done very well, to be honest with you.
No,
and I would be happy to give you, personally, I'd be happy to put you up here, in my opinion.
Well, hey!
What do you think, B?
Orange on orange.
The gingers next to each other, we can do that.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Moving.
Let's get it there, B. Let's get it
there we go. Moving on up in the world, Bale.
I am.
Are you happy with the 8-tier?
Yeah, I think I'm better than G-Wood though.
Oh, okay. Well, that remains to be seen. G-Wood still in the competition, of course. RAF Storm Shadows through to the next round of the AFEI. RAF Typhoons. It's been a pleasure, guys. Let's see some Rocket League, eh? Air Force Gaming against Space Force Gaming right now. Let's go.
Love to see it there, Relic. Some good old banter between the different teams out there. I personally wouldn't have put any of the Netherlands military players in E, but that's just me. That's why we're not the ones doing the power ranking. It's more entertaining if the players do. But what's about to be entertaining is our winners final. Win this best of 7, you make it to the Grands, one step away from hoisting those trophies at the end of the day. And this being Air Force Gaming and Space Force Gaming rematch, it's going to be a banger, Relic.
We don't move on from the previous conversation, so he's live audible. Don't you dare. Heave is still walking. I hear he's like a mile away from the building as we speak. Get that man back in here and get that man into the now vacant top of S tier that I see.
That's true.
He's probably got the goal of the day. Like, and he's so nice. How I feel aggrieved for him. And I will be making a personal trip to Utrecht if I do not see change on that leaderboard.
To be fair, E could stand for excellence. So we didn't say what each of the tiers meant. So that could be what that tier is specifically.
It depends if they carried over from yesterday, mate, because they certainly had names connected to the letters when it came to the food. But enough about that. We've got food, plenty enough for thought in front of us here. Air Force in the blue, Space Force in the orange, and Air Force start as they mean to go on. But it's no goal conversion, at least not just yet.
Yeah, Chowder's been looking really good so far in the competition. We saw a lot of high-flying goals from them in the first series of the day, but similar to Storm Shadows, they've been waiting for some time for their next series, and doesn't even seem to be any difference for them. They still put on the pressure, the shots, and all of the power and pizzazz that they can in this game number 1 in the first minute.
Space Force really backing themselves. They were absolutely thrilled to have dipped into the Air Force Gaming loss column for themselves. And rightly so. This is an excellent team. They both are excellent teams. But there is no doubt which one has the target on their back. And so far, so good, as they've been able to dismantle whatever attacks Air Force have been able to put together so far. Nice bump on the backboard. And it looks like Buck has activated Buck mode. The man is locked in for Championship Monday.
That's what we want to see, is being locked in as best as you can, and that's exactly what Air Force Gaming are doing, especially with these rotations, cutting off the challenge from Sir Sisley. Andres couldn't even do anything to recover afterwards. It was just a simple infield pass and will be converted to the first goal of the game in series.
Can't make mistakes, but that's a decent kickoff. Unfortunately for Andres, just flies a little too far past the ball, but does really well then once he finds himself in that scenario, because he just gets a bump, delays the forward momentum of Air Force. But that is a beautiful demo. Here comes the follow-up shot, 2 for the price of 1.
Buck mode has been initiated. That's exactly what they do for the goal. The demo, of course, clearing the way and making it that much more difficult for the other team to do anything about it. And I'm loving this consistency from the Air Force Gaming team. Keep that pressure going, make it so that the Space Force Gaming defense is none the wiser on these challenges, and especially with a demo to clear the lane, there's nothing they can do about it.
A reminder that whoever loses this series, it is not the end, not by a long shot. They, of course, will be facing the RAF Storm Shadows in the lower bracket to try and make their way back into the grand finals, which are, of course, coming up later on. Potential bracket reset potential in those grand finals too, so it could be a long day here in the Team Liquid Alienware training facility. But we've only had 2.5 minutes of this series, and Chowder breaks the legs of Andres Camillo, 3-0.
Did I see that correctly? In the first half of the game, Chowder already has 6 shots and a number of stops as well for their team. So keeping the pressure up and then some to the nth degree. And that's the difference between Air Force Gaming and the rest of the competition, is just how ferocious they are on offense.
Is it time to whip out the old classic stat? Is it time? I think it might be, at least at Rocket League Championship Series level. Game 1 tends to be, statistically speaking, the most anomalous game in a best of 7 matchup. For Space Force Gaming, they are very much hoping that those statistics hold up, because 4 goals with no answers. Air Force Gaming has turned up. Oh, and there's number 5!
They're just competing to see who can get to 3 goals the fastest. And right now, it's a neck-and-neck race between Buck and Chowder. Pro still only has the 1 that he scored just a couple seconds prior. So we'll see which one of them, if any, will be able to get that hat trick in this game number 1. That's the competition that they're having amongst themselves. And wow, Crow joins the battlefield. Now it just comes down to who gets that next one for the first hat trick of the series.
Brother, they've been in the freezer. This is their first... Actually, no, my apologies. What I'm saying is their first series of the day. They faced the Storm Shadows. But, I mean, they've certainly not put themselves back in the freezer after that series end. Let's put it that way. They've kept themselves warmed up with Jacob's wonderful cooking in the cafeteria. And they are looking like it's not just business vaudeville. This is a statement.
Air Force Gaming, though, seeing the way that they are performing so far, I mean, this is more than just a statement. This is the moment for them specifically. Air Force Gaming 7-0 here.
It is a rough look. There is no doubt about that. I do wonder whether comms have already transformed into, well, let's look at what we're doing wrong right now, and let's get all the mistakes out the system. So we can basically just have something of a mental reset going into game number 2. Because, excuse me, even in 90 seconds, I mean, if you're 3 goals down with 90 seconds to go, that is already considered a very, very tough order up ahead. 7 in 90. I don't think I've ever seen it, but they are going to get... No, never mind. Actually, scratch my never mind. Sir Sisley will at least take us to the sunny shores of Rio. It's a Brazil.
Production in the back end was predicting this as well for their side of things too, saying that, you know, we should just at least get to Brazil while we're at it. So Space Force Gaming will be the ones to, you know, answer very quickly afterwards.
Now for the Brazil denial, Air Force Gaming want more. The woodwork denies them, at least for the moment. Doubling up here, bit of a shadow Sir Sisley has. That's a lovely lift. Unfortunately, a bit too much stank on this one. As we enter the final minute, look at that Chowder, who runs out of boost and just falls into a challenge win. Oh, what a snipe from Buck mode. That is a gorgeous shot.
This must be their new name that they're just going to stick with now if they're going to continue to get goals like this. 4 goals to their name, I believe, on 4 shots as well. So 100% consistency here. We'll have to see what they can do. 55 seconds. But even then, We'll have to see if Space Force have at least one more in them to shift the momentum in their favor headed into that game 2 in this last 40 seconds of regulation time. You know, once I'd say like the first 4 goals went through right around the halfway mark, it becomes kind of a wash at that point in most games. So we'll see what the adaptation is going to be. You talked about, you know, the first game of match of Rocket League being the most anomalous. Now we'll have to see what happens.
Well, 20 seconds to do something, anything. Demos across the way. Crow dismantles whatever attack was forming for Space Force. And well, they are worried that the Air Force Gaming dynasty might well be challenged come 2027. That was what they were saying yesterday. But Air Force Gaming are mighty confident about their chances today, Vodable. And it is not hard to see why after this performance. An upper final opening game, 8-1, a rout.
Well, that was, one of the matches that we've had so far today.
Crazy.
It's crazy because we started out so strong, and then I feel like the lunch debuff hit some of the teams.
It's a hydration break. It's a hydration break.
Oh, man. It could be that. Yeah, exactly. No, you have the momentum going into it, and then the food comes out, and then it's just too delicious. Then it lulls you to a false sense of security from the cuisines that we saw taste tested earlier on in the production's lifestyle yesterday, but life cycle, excuse me. But even then, Air Force Gaming, this is just a statement, I would say, because the first game was the one that they lost against Space Force Gaming way back when, yesterday, which feels like an eternity ago. So making up for past mistakes and almost getting a kickoff goal from the get-go was Chowder.
I don't think I've seen this Air Force team not smiling as much as I have right now. Like, you'd think for a team that has just won 8-1 in your opening game, that they'd be smiling a bit more. No. Air Force Gaming are deadly serious today, and that's all the more ominous for Space Force, who, again, their victories yesterday against Space Force, be it in challenges, be it in goal score, be it in the game win, of course, should not be understated. But it really feels like we've got an entire different magnitude of challenge ahead of us now.
How many shots do you think Air Force Gaming had in that first one here, Relic?
I'd say probably 20.
16 specifically, but 9 of those were from Chowder. Which is, I think, the most amount of individual shots a player has had in this competition so far, based on, the scoreboards that we have taken a look at. So kudos to them. Offense wins championships if they keep it up like that. Still, though, we even saw 7 from the Space Force Gaming team, so they were no slouches, forcing a lot of defensive efforts from Air Force Gaming.
Okay.
Andres is just like, hey, you can stop talking about the stats of the last game. Let's look at this one.
Shout out to Sir Sizzly, harassing Chowder on that backboard, and does enough to deny them the opportunity to make that save. And is one of the players in with a shout of MVP, I feel, at the end of this great tournament that has produced so many great games. Andres Camillo, who scores the... Isn't it funny, right? 8-1, and who scores the opening goal? The team that scored the 1. Typical Rocket League.
Sizzly was the one who scored the only goal in the last game, too, for Space Force Gaming. So nice to see that they were also involved that time around, just to try and disrupt the defense a little bit more. And I feel like this is also an issue a lot of teams run into, is that they exhaust the allocated goals that they can score in individual games. Sometimes is usually when we see a very high scoring game, it's followed by one that's 0-0 or just a 1-goal differential with 2-1 or something like that. So I'm not too surprised by the scoreline that we're seeing, but Space Force Gaming still gonna have to fight tooth and nail to keep it at that.
Love that from Andres. Takes it into no man's land. And the longer you keep it away from any Air Force service member, the less that they can do with it. All in service of burning more time off the clock. But here goes Chowder. It's 1v2. And Fruit Loop, she stands real strong.
flying as high as she can on that one. Away from their own half, as the first half went relatively well so far for Space Force Gaming, but the second half definitely needs to improve even more so throughout this series if they want to get these individual game victories. And if they get one here, would be the first team to take 2 games off of Air Force Gaming.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be, you know, in individual series itself, but being able to take 2 in general is massive for the tournament. And so close! I didn't want to speak into existence the mayhem that was happening there, but it was not pretty to look at.
A golden opportunity to go 2-0 up. Another chance denied by Crow. 90 seconds left. They were looking for the demo on Bucks. Sizzly stops it at the midfield line. Great work here from Space Force Gaming, who feel confident enough to all move up. You talk about improvement from that first half, and it certainly was an improvement. I mean, they were 4-0 down within 2.5 minutes, but Air Force Gaming will not be going quietly into the night.
Especially with the passing play from Chowder on that one. A perfect dish to their teammate. Nothing can stop the momentum behind that kind of a play, and Chowder does get bumped a little bit. They realized how much of a threat Chowder is off these kickoffs, and like, hey, we got to deal with this guy in particular, and well, it worked out well enough. The demo, though, will reset things just in time for Chowder to get another shot forward, and oh, look at that again. 6 shots to his name, by the way. Minimum amount of shots that they've had in this series is 6 now.
Chowder.
Make it 7.
It's going to make it 8, it feels like. 45 seconds left. Fruit Loop low on boost. Manages to outwit Crow. Chowder. Crow just straight for Sir Sizzly. Absolutely no mercy.
30 seconds remaining. Space Force Gaming desperate for another taste of victory that was oh so sweet before. They just want to relive the moment and the glory of that time during the group stage. But Crow's going to say no, it's time for a nightmare instead, and they also have 6 shots to their name.
It was already a tough read for Andres. It was an even tougher read for Sir Sizzly, who just knew that there was going to be someone coming on to that shot opportunity, because why wouldn't you? Air Force Gaming with 40 seconds take the lead. They win the kickoff once again, and it's Chowder off kickoff. We've talked about Space Force and Storm Shadows improving their kickoff opportunities here, Vodable, but I tell you what, Air Force Gaming they've cooked up something brand new today, and it is looking mighty fine. Almost finds a third. They don't find a third. 2 game wins in a row, but hey, Space Force 2-1, significantly better a margin to work with than 8.
Speaking of numbers, high or low above 16 shots from the last game, Relic, on this one? We already saw that there's at least, I believe, 13 amongst Crow and Chowder.
I think there was less than 16 shots this time.
Okay. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what we expect from Buck this go around. Not as present that time, and well, speaking of that, not a single shot from Buck, and might have been why it was so close between these two. So yeah, 1 less than we saw in the previous game. That's crazy.
I think Space Force did really well, to shut him down, and I think you pointed out they recognized the threat of Chowder off kickoffs, and I think that also limits the amount of goals that go in, quite frankly. But Air Force Gaming right now, you can see how they've adapted already. They're going for these demos, even if they don't actually contribute to any infield pass or shooting opportunity. They're still looking to get someone on the way out, as they do here on Fruit Loop. Space Force Gaming, they've got to fight fire with fire, Vodable. You know, I realize that trying to lock down one of these Air Force servicemen is easier said than done. But just 1 demo could give so much breathing space to this team, who's desperate to find another win against Air Force.
Yeah, we haven't really seen that like aggressive playstyle against them so far. Fruit Loop, she was so close to getting that first one for herself, but also for the team in this 3rd game. Again, 2 games away is Air Force Gaming from booking their ticket into that grand final, so this is a must-win for Space Force Gaming, because pulling off a reverse sweep, 2 games away is Air Force Gaming from booking their ticket into that grand final, so this is a must-win for Space Force Gaming, because pulling off a reverse sweep, 2 games away is Air Force Gaming from booking their ticket into that grand final, so this is a must-win for Space Force Gaming, because pulling off a reverse sweep, 2 games away is Air Force Gaming from booking their ticket into that grand final, so this is a must-win for Space Force Gaming, because pulling off a reverse sweep, 2 games away is Air Force Gaming from booking their ticket into that grand final, so this is a must-win for Space Force Gaming, because pulling off a reverse sweep, 2 games away is Air Force Gaming from booking their ticket into that grand final, so this is a must-win for Space Force Gaming, because pulling off a reverse sweep, 2 games away is Air Force Gaming from booking their ticket into that grand final, so That's the most improbable thing to do against a team like Air Force Gaming. But hey, if you get one, you can rally behind that and eventually, potentially get that win at the end of it. But there's a great shot from Chowder, somehow not even credited as one and didn't even go in. The game just knew, yeah, there's no chance that was going to happen.
It's got to be a bit of Sonic mentality here from Space Force Gaming. You got to go fast, because if you keep going fast, then Air Force Gaming, in theory, can't catch up to you. There is a terminal velocity when you go supersonic, and Air Force Gaming, well, they're trying to fire away shots with velocity, but again, the moment that you slow down, you are going to get demoed. This is your reality now. Ooh. There it is again, a huge save from Andres Camillo. Is it any surprise anymore? Oh my gosh! Chowder!
Surprising.
You're not joining them until a couple of weeks. Too early.
We got a traitor on the battlefield this time, and its name is Chowder, as they score the own goal of the century, of the tournament, of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational with some extra style points. But Space Force Gaming, they will gladly take that after just having to park the bus on their side for some time.
Well, 3 minutes. That's how long you've got to survive against Air Force. They do not want to be making the same mistake here, Space Force, as they did in game number 2. That mistake being actually a lot of great work. They moved themselves into a great position. They didn't get that second goal. And that second goal could have made all the difference. Oh, yeah.
That was awkward. Unfortunately for Sir Sisley, I was hoping to see something a little bit different. Didn't get the boost really as they wanted it to, and didn't quite expect the immediate challenge from Crow, I believe. So an awkward spot to not full control the ball either, trying to catch up to it, and just didn't have enough time there. So 2 back-to-back goals now as I break down the other one. The kickoffs are too consistent for Air Force Gaming.
You just can't give them kickoffs, can you? You just can't. No. By virtue of scoring against Air Force Gaming yourself, you are giving Air Force Gaming a great opportunity to score against you. It is horrible. It's horrible. And again, it just highlights how well Space Force are actually doing to hang with these guys in the first place.
To be fair, though, in this game 3, all goals have been scored by Air Force Gaming.
True.
So we still got to see one, at least, from Space Force Gaming as well. We've seen 1 per game so far from them. I guess that technically this one included. But they need to get that second that has eluded them thus far in this series. And not the same style of performance that we saw from them in the last meet between these two teams yesterday during the group stages.
You could just see Sir Sisley was trying to line it up there. Air Force Gaming well aware to those tricks of the trade. Oh, great read off the wall from Buck. Just 2 steps ahead on this. One might have been restricted to the goal mouth action last time out, but still able to contribute. And here is the major contributor himself. It's Chowder, who runs back, and maybe a bit of playing safe now from Air Force. As you rightly point out, Bod, if they are to score that 1 extra goal, Space Force, then all of a sudden we're looking at OT.
Well, with a minute remaining, all eyes on that Space Force roster to see if they can force the issue there.
Oh, nice!
The bump does but no, the posted away. There's a chance for them to respawn in time for the save, and Chowder plays it safe, not wanting to overcommit too much and give them their own chance for a counterattack, and somehow they saved their own shots on that play in the corner. This is just chaos happening in game 3.
I mean, that was the perfect play from Space Force. They could not have played that any better. It was perfect. And still, they make the save. 20 seconds. Andres Camillo going for Chowder. You see Sir Sisley looking for the impossible angle. Fruit Loops on the scene, but Chowder puts up the block Crow takes to the sky. It's Crow! Misses the shot. So does Chowder, overcomplicating the play. Andres Camillo is to buck. Chowder lifts it up high, actually continuing the momentum here for Space Force. 1 second. Fruit Loop waits until the very last moment to lift it. Unfortunately for her, meets an Air Force Gaming player on the backboard. Match point AFG.
One step away from booking that ticket into the grand finals for the third time in a row without dropping a single series. I know we talk about how the record was shattered for their beatable streak in terms of games, but they still have the record for the individual matches, which ultimately in my mind matters even more so to them. So the least amount of shots we've seen from Air Force Gaming, I think, ever in this competition. 5 shots there, and we saw a little bit more action from the Space Force Gaming side. It just didn't prove to be enough to them to get that second goal that has eluded them this entire series thus far.
Yeah, everyone has raised their game for A5 2026. And, I think the greatest sign of respect to all of these teams outside of Air Force Gaming is that number does include VOD, Air Force Gaming. They have had to unlock another gear that in previous years they never would have thought they would have needed to access. They are being pushed to the limit. So despite this 3-0 very dominant looking scoreline from the outside looking in for Air Force Gaming in these upper finals, Space Force Gaming, if the planets align, will undoubtedly find themselves with a game win for themselves, but we'll have to wait and see.
Could be the final match in the upper bracket here for Space Force Gaming. Again, they still have a second chance in lowers if they do fall in this one. And all intents and purposes, that's exactly what Air Force Gaming want to happen, especially with Crow getting this first goal set up by Chowder.
This is a man that practices. Did you see that line of trajectory against those smaller boost pads, by the way? That is a man who does that second nature. And it's again, it's levels. It's levels. They're having to focus on each and every small boost pad, because if they don't take those, Space Force takes those. And if Space Force has boost in the tank, they can really, really hurt this blue-colored team.
Ooh, Sir Sizzly, good touch there as well, but not enough control around it because there's too much pressure being applied by Air Force Gaming right afterwards. It causes it to slip out of their control. Fruit Loop and Adominus trying to get some sort of touch on the ball there to at least take it out of the clutches of Air Force Gaming. We're holding on to it like some newly purchased pearls. But it's not going to be so easy for Space Force Gaming to rob them of them, as they want at least a goal in this game. A chance. Sir Sizzly has it. Going for the flick. Had the perfect opportunity, but Chowder, a great read.
Just a little too early, wasn't it, on the launch? Just a little too early. I do like the change from Fennec to Dominus. I know we don't often talk about body type, and often it is more placebo effect than anything else, but there is a difference between the Fennec and the Dominus. You can generate more power with the flank, but Air Force Gaming, if they were the pirate captain, they are sending Space Force to walk it.
Potential GGs incoming. 3 minutes and 8 seconds to overcome 2 goals, which has been the biggest struggle for Space Force Gaming in this series alone. But we've seen them do it before. We've seen them be able to score more than 2 against this Air Force Gaming roster. Storm Shadows, at least so far today, have had the best appearance against Air Force Gaming, and no, Space Force Gaming don't want that to be the case. They even said, during the interviews earlier that, if Storm Shadows can take a game, then we're going to take a couple. And well, unfortunately, we haven't seen that quite yet, but maybe they're saving that for the grand final showcase once they make it back there. But they at least have to see what they can do now to prevent that from getting there.
Yeah, they have to get there first. It's not to dismiss. In fact, if you are the Storm Shadows, you're probably looking at this series and thinking, we fancy our chances here, to be honest with you. We're seeing a lot of ways that Air Force Gaming is opening up this Space Force defense, and we're thinking we can probably exploit those as well. But it's 2.5 minutes left, and it still remains only a 2-goal differential, VOD. Just score the 1 for Space Force, and if you score it pretty soon, just giving yourself that injection of hope to maybe turn things around here.
Potential here, especially with the pressure on the blue half. All to Sir Sizzly to keep it in contention for a play, but a great defensive stop by the defense. Chowder with the angle, upper 90 and cannot be stopped.
Bro, this game is so easy for him. You could give me the gamepad and tell me to do what Chowder just did without anybody in net 100 times, and I would score 0 out of 100 times.
Same. A tough go of it for sure. Unfortunately for Space Force Gaming, their chances of coming back slipping further and further away, but still keeping up the pressure on offense, so it's not over just yet. Minute 30 on the clock. They need possession though.
Fruit Loop. There's a little breakaway moment here. They're going to steal the 100 boost. Ooh, here's Andres Camillo. Shoots a little short. Sir Sizzly. Trying to break the legs of Chowder. It almost feels audacious to even think of that possibility, but gotta try something cheeky. You gotta get inventive, creative. And a loose ball allows the creativity of Air Force to wrestle back control.
Less than a minute now and 3 goals looming over top of Space Force Gaming. It's still possible, but they need a goal here and now. And Fruit Loop so close with the setup, but just wide from the shot that they needed to keep the dreams alive. 40 seconds now ticking down. Andres Camilo so close to keep that in the blue half, but even with the stops coming through, it's not enough for now. Air Force Gaming, too overwhelming. 30 seconds left, but there's a shot and a chance for Fruit Loop. Crow does get the deflection though.
They forced a bit of boost out the tank, and they've actually forced a goal conceded. Sir Sizzly will keep things honest. They keep up their 1 per game record.
Fruit Loop just distracted them on the defensive end there too in the net. Yeah. Pumped them out of the way for good measure. That's the bruiser mentality that we've been missing.
She was teaching them mogonomics, that's and they were completely bamboozled. Is there a second? Andres Camillo had the right idea. Sir Sizzly, Buck's going to deal with that, isn't he? And uses all of their boost to drive forward, and they get the follow-up challenge too. Stop it! Stop it! Series, well, we are going to stop now because the series is over. Vodable, that's a 4-0 sweep. AFG, ominous.
GG's across the board. We have our first grand finalist, and it's none other than Air Force Gaming for the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. Emoting to the camera is Crow there as well. As you can see, it's been a long journey from Friday's friendlies into the action, or Saturday's friendlies. The days of the week are crazy, man.
It's so weird.
This is Championship Monday, by the way.
No joke. I was saying to my roommate, I was saying like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have this awesome gig and it's gonna be a great time, but there should be time afterwards to go to the shops, forgetting that the shops close at 4 p.m. on a Sunday. And wait, it's Sunday? I'm just completely out of it. But you know what? It's been a championship fun day so far.
That's true.
And there is, of course, more to come.
That is indeed correct. We still have the lower final for Space Force Gaming. We'll be playing off against those Storm Shadows players. Looking at the previous results, it was a 4-2 during the group stage. And, you would say that this Space Force Gaming roster wants that to be the same result, right? Make it back for revenge in the grand finals. But the Storm Shadows, we could see what goes down there. Either way, it's been a great pleasure to be here with you, Relic, and Jam as well, and Elliot, and all the production crew. I think that's the end for me specifically on the stream before we hand it off to Elliot. But it's been a great time, and I just can't wait to see what the next iteration of this is going to be like, right? We heard from the Royal Air Force Esports folks that they have some new members coming in. We have the transfer happening for Air Force Gaming after the regular season, I guess you could call this, or the final playoffs. So it's been a good time.
it's a great credit to everybody on the ground, both in terms of the organizers of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational and indeed Rally Cry providing the production. We keep on, I think, as casters, we naturally say, oh, well, maybe, things could happen. I think it's a credit to everyone there because they want to make it happen. But you know what? I want an interview, and there's no one better to do that than Tofu Elliott.
Much. Thanks a lot, Relic. Thanks a lot, Vodable. And of course, Jar of Jam, our casters for this event. Guys, have you been watching back the games?
Yeah, we do a lot of VOD review. I wouldn't even call it that. It's more laughing, listening to the commentators, kind of seeing what happens during the matches. Yeah, it's a great time to watch it.
Crow?
I've not watched one game back.
Is that a deliberate choice?
No, I don't know. I just play the game, don't watch them.
Leave it on the pitch.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's working out for you so far. You guys send in Sir Sisley and the SFG down into the lower bracket. You feeling confident?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident. We'll probably see him again in the grand finals.
Ooh, okay. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. You guys had a bit of a rough matchup there against Air Force. Was that just a case of the post-lunch sluggishness, or are they just too good today?
No, I mean, they're a great team. They definitely came out swinging a bit harder today after taking a loss against Storm Shadows. They were not gonna, mess around as much and have a little bit of a fun time. They played great. We definitely could have done better, but I think overall we'll probably be seeing them in the finals. So,
a lot of confidence from the Americans. Anything changing for the finals, or is it steady as she goes?
Steady as she goes.
Makes a lot of sense. You guys are playing very, very well. No need to change anything thus far. And how about you guys? Obviously losing in pretty solid style there. Will you change anything going into your match against the RAF?
We just might bump a bit more. Crow is getting in on us. We might just, dish it back a bit, not let Buck sit back there like he was. He was being a nice third man, let him take a bunch of shots. So, punish them on those kinds of over-aggressive dives and see what we can do from there.
Well, both US teams still in the tournament, and we have our first grand finalists in Air Force Gaming. So congratulations to you and the Team Crow. And, I'd best let you get back to your setup, because Space Force going head-to-head with the RAF Storm Shadows right after we get some more players on our tier list board. But first, let's take a look at the replay between these two teams.
Over a century ago, our founders made a promise to each other, to their families, that they'd always take care of their own. And that promise is still at the heart of everything we do. And how our members know, we'll do what's right for those who served, their spouses, kids, and then grandkids. USAA, taking care of our own.
Sup, everybody? Is it actually?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What's up, everybody? We're doing a tier list today, ranking some people based off looks or whatever we want.
Whatever you feel like.
So, let's get into it.
We're live back at the Allied Forces Esports Invitational in the Alienware training facility. Buck, that was a good job, actually.
That was terrible.
I was, you know what? Stop it. Someone get the pointer. Stop it. Absolutely not. Cease. Can
we draw him so we can put him in an F tier?
Jimmy is yet to be drawn, so you are going to draw him at some point. Right, pick one. Pick one.
Sorry.
One at a time. You are going to do all of them, but... Let's go.
P.
All right, who is it? Hold it up to the camera for us.
The P.
With his piercing stare.
That's a handsome guy.
From the Raft Typhoons.
I don't know what that pose is. But
it's just a pose. He didn't do the P logo.
If he did the P, he'd be S tier, but I'm thinking like B tier. What do y'all think?
I can down with the B tier.
I go B tier for it.
Okay.
B tier because of the pose? Wow. No controversy whatsoever about that. P is what do you think, P? You happy with B stands for beautiful, so he is happy. And B stands for buck as well, so let's have you pick one.
We got
Fruit Loop. Fruit Loop, specifically the green Fruit Loop, as she told me yesterday in the interview.
What do y'all think? What should we rank her on?
What should we rank her on? Vibes? Overall vibes?
Like the smack talk during after games.
She's not very good at smack talk. I don't know.
We can hear her the entire time we're playing on land.
It's just not good smack talk.
Yeah.
All right, so you're gonna rank her on that?
Let's give her a C tier.
There's no one in C tier yet, so that would fill all of the tiers.
We'll start the C tier out.
Slap bang in the middle. Goldilocks. Right. Crow.
Alright.
Pick a player.
Oh, the GOAT himself, Stelios.
Oh. I mean, we can just
you gotta just rank on aura, right? Yeah.
Maybe the nicest person I've ever met.
Look at that.
Wow.
He brought the shades just for the picture. And I think that's gotta be top S, dude.
Yeah, I think we're
gonna be top S, dude.
Over a little bit.
Wow. All right, round of applause for the Stelicopter taking off straight up into S tier. 2 remaining. Oh,
you know what he just did?
It's Jimmy. Jimmy trying to get the entire broadcast with the circle. You did? We'll see. We'll see what chat thinks. What do you guys think?
A little scuffle right before. What do you think?
I think what he did earlier, I think that deserves F tier. You know, it's pretty rough. It's pretty rough.
So we're going with F tier.
Yeah, I don't know.
Rude on broadcast, you know.
Yeah.
Heave is celebrating that he's not the lowest anymore after he got put in E. Right, pick a card.
Pick a card.
Last one.
Well picked.
Andres Camillo. Calling somebody. What y'all think?
Same thing. All of Space Force, we just hear him talking while we're playing them every time.
Rank him on loudness.
Rank him on loudness.
He's the quietest one.
He is the quietest one on the team.
But can he really be below Sir Sisley though? Like, I don't know if that's possible.
I will let you move one that's already on if you want. If you want to change one.
So we could put Sir Sisley at the very bottom.
Yeah.
And then put him in the top F.
I'm fine with that.
Y'all want to do that?
Yeah, I think we have to do that there.
I mean,
go ahead and move that down.
Do it.
You know it's a good decision when Crow is literally like wiping tears out of his eyes.
Yeah, I think that's a good tier list
that
right there.
That is all of the players on the tier list now. Should we take a look at the board right there? Very, very skewed both to the top and the bottom and not a lot in the middle. And let's kick it back over to our casters as we go to our next elimination matchup and our last game before the grand finals. Space Force Gaming fighting it out with the RAF Storm Shadows for their place in the rest of the competition. Who will be going out and who will be facing off against AFG for the AFEI title in 2026? Let's find out. Casters, are you ready?
Yes, we are ready, Elliot. And I'm pretty sure that on that tier list, the F stands for fabulous, E stands for exceptional, and the D stands for dashing. There's no losers on that tier list, only the winners, Relic.
I completely concur, and I very much hope that we will be winners, Jam, because I think that in terms of a lower finals, we couldn't have got much better. We were looking at that first series on Saturday, right, where we were thinking this was the most game 5 that was actually a 3-game sweep that possibly could have happened. And then yesterday, far closer, 4-2, albeit still in favor of Space Force. So 2 sample sizes we see here, both in favor of the Americans, but the RAF Storm Shadows, I think it can be argued, have had their best looks on the pitch today. They'll be hoping that that stays true and that they can drive Space Force not just to the limit, but beyond in their quest to become the grand finalists alongside Air Force Gaming.
I think a lot depends on whether Stelius can actually sneak in behind the Storm Shadow boys as he has promised. If admins will agree, as he said, he will be able to help out together with G-Wood to see what his team can do. Yeah, it's a tough task. Space Force Gaming have been on point, even being the the silliest team, the team with the most memes and everything else, the one goblin team, I suppose, out of all the teams that we have over here. They still have been showing exceptional Rocket League, and defeating them is incredibly hard. And as Reedy is sending kisses to the lion/hamster mascot of Albert Heinz. Oh, God, goodness gracious, I can never remember the name of that. Albert Hein. We are getting ready for yet another best of 7. And yeah, elimination. Goodness, we need to drop one of these teams, and we don't want to drop one of these teams. We love them all so much.
I don't know who this Mr. Heinz is, but I imagine that they create some very delicious sauces, and I hope that we are going to have plenty of sauce out here on the pitch between these 2 teams. Storm Shadows in the blue, Space Force in the orange.
Well, Albert Hein, Botschappen und die größte Supermarkt is what it is.
Oh.
At least as much as I can
Hein,
gather
not
for
Heinz.
Yeah. That's me probably misremembering. Yes, exactly. But I'm pretty sure their sauces are also sublime. Action PB with a first shot of the game, I do believe, between RAF Storm Shadows in blue and Space Force Gaming in orange. RAF Storm Shadows, the last representative of the Royal Air Force. Well, for Space Force Gaming, I suppose there's no other Space Force team. The Air Force Gaming is awaiting in the grand finals for the winner between these teams.
I do, if I remember correctly, I admittedly not an in-person team, so you are correct. I do believe the French Scavengers do include a French Space Force. I could be completely wrong on that, but
I remember something like that.
Allez. But there's no go for the goals right now. I do think that this is a series, Jam, where the first goal scored is going to be critically important. Second goals even more so. It does have the sniff, the whiff of a low-scoring game-by-game series.
And you're absolutely right. I looked it up. The AAE in AAE Scavengers does stand for Army of Air and Space. So yeah, We have the French, who did not, unfortunately, join us here in person. We would love to see them again, including the legend himself, Hitman. Well, we see them from a distance, and once again, they absolutely love to participate in this tournament, even in this online capacity. For now, though, almost approaching 2 minutes. Neither RAF Storm Shadows nor Space Force Gaming can find their opening goal. This could be a moment, and Andres is allowed to play very dangerously. A lot of carefulness was needed right there to bring the ball out of the net rather than in two demos. Though Fruit Loop, alas, just sends the ball to the side.
Point one, how on earth did Reed's face not react to basically being the sole difference between goal and no goal? That's kind of crazy. Second point, how on earth did Fruit Loop not score? Well, the answer actually is rather unfortunate because the trajectory, or not the trajectory, but the pace of the ball was a little too fast, and so that angle became less and less viable by the millisecond. Good looks here for the Storm Shadows, and they do take first blood.
And they're going to be the first. There's another chance, but Andres Camilo makes that save. Looked like a clear-cut chance for Storm Shadows. But it was a clear-cut looking chance. They really want those sizzly! Like bacon with that sizzling shot. Goodness, look at that.
Comes in with the Salt Bay pinch. Just bleeds the pace off the ball so that it ends up, it looks like a graph. His opposite stonks, where instead of going sharply up, it went sharply down and into the back of the net. Am I about to be proven completely wrong on that first goal, meaning something, meaning a lot, because Space Force have roared back into this game?
I mean, it was a great goal. It was an absolute great goal, something to break the momentum. It was just one goal. See how it's going to continue. There's Sizzly, the goal scorer, on a flank, trying to collect the ball. Sam has going to be going all the way to his very own net. Versus Fruit Loop in the air, as Action PB in the follow-up. Reedy goes up high, does not make the connection, with her keeping the ball away from Space Force Gaming, and that's Sam has bringing it to the left corner. Past Sam has goes Sir Sizzly up in the air, no pass recipient, but Reedy sort of sets up Andres, who already was looming. Fruit Loop, with an attempt at the backboard, everything gets sent to the side. RF Storm Shadows bring the ball out.
Yeah, they're low on boost. Really only Action PB who gets the shot all the way through to the woodwork. Reedy will take over this play. And it's a simple loft for Andres Camillo to deal with. Not going to get over him for a second time here. Here's Reedy. And they have pushed up very aggressively. Storm Shadows now in the retreat, but comfortable enough.
Pass Sam has to Action PB. Although the ball did not leave too far, Space Force Gaming ready to send it right back in. Andres will be first to the ball, but bounced off the roof of RF Storm Shadow's car and brought only to the side. Set up for a pass attack, heavy-handed. The ball goes all the way to the sky. Action drops down Sir Sizzly. A clear will be going solo. I know that his teammates are down there somewhere on the ground. Andres shot. Sam has records a third save for him. The timer runs out. Just gonna drop the ball. Quick overtime.
That felt like the ball hit the wall, not the grass, but who am I to judge? Overtime, golden goal, and a great kickoff. They were looking for the demo. It's a save and a savior medal for Sir Sizzly. This is nice from Action PB. They're looking for the Doomsy dish. But Space Force Gaming, well aware, all three back on hand, round the corner again. Reedy looking to pick up the pieces. Here he goes now, 23 boost looking for a bump, but Fruit Loop goes for the alternate angle. Speaking of, Action looking for an alternate angle on something that's resembling a shot. Wifty. Now a 50-50, breaks free for Sir Sizzly. Action PB, shot, and Fruit Loop comes to the rescue.
They need more players. Sam has with a follow-up shot. Demos ringing out. RF Storm Shadows players removed, so the attack cannot continue. There's Action PB versus Sizzly. He gets demoed as well. Sizzly looks for Samhes. Fruit Loops needs to find a backboard touch, but Samhes, was it? Somebody was going up there and was much faster to the ball on the backboard than Fruit Loop was in that particular case. But possession is still with Space Force Gaming. Fruit Loop plays that slow beats one. Reedy cannot really take control of that ball. Andres cannot push it past Action. And it is a lot of stalemate right there on the fly. This will be control RAF Storm Shadows. But just as quickly as they take it, they give it away to Space Force Game.
Yeah, great work on defense from Storm Shadows, just frustrating Space Force by basically standing still sometimes, or just a little poke onto the ball that sort of disrupts the momentum that Space Force is trying to generate. It's 100 steal for Fruit Loop. She's on her way back now. Here she is. Allows Sir Sisley to move forward though, even with no boost themselves. Action PB will take them out for their transgressions. Loose, Samez. Sir Sisley up very early, doesn't go for the forward momentum, goes for the pass down to Andres Camillo. Gonna follow this up, no boost, into Fruit Loop. Shot opportunity, drop down, too far.
2 minutes gone, and we're still no closer to finding out the winner of this than we were during regulation. No touch in that ball. It was a great angle. Fruit Loop. Solo effort slows the ball down. Cleared by Samus. And Sir Sisley's sitting deep, and as a result gets beaten on the backboard. Andres needs to be quick, and he is really was already aiming for that ball. Past 2 Action PB, no quick pinch. Are going up in the sky. Sam has can only sort of set up Reedy, but he's coming in from yet another place on the field and is not fast enough. Action PB, Sam has perhaps. Sisley, no, Reedy in the end collects the ball. Already there's players. Sam has tries to repeat what Sir Sisley has done to them, but neither RF Storm Shadows nor Let's Wait for It on the line and ends. Sir Sisley is the scorer. Game number 1, Space Force Gaming.
It's me, a Goomba, coming in with a stomp on Action PB. 2 very similar goals, 2 very difficult goals that earn Space Force Gaming this opening victory.
I think the expression on the faces of Space Force Gaming was like, let's not mention it, let's not talk about it. This might have been a little bit of fluke, but what a touch and what an angle. Amazingly done. First game for Space Force Gaming. But the first game that, until that goal in the overtime, honestly, it was either equal or I would even give 5% over for RAF Storm Shadows. They are there and they are making it work.
Yeah, I think when you reflect on the 5 minutes plus overtime, I think Storm Shadows shaded it in terms of what I was impressed by, but it was more on how they were handling the SFG offense than how they were creating or generating offense themselves. And obviously that is something that needs to change. I mean, hey, they got the opening goal, so it's not like they went completely scoreless in game number 1, Jam, but obviously, it's a bit tug and go in the sense of, well, we also did concede 1 and then we conceded that second, and do we need to maybe take more risks on offense to open up our lead?
Risks. Well, it's a double-faced coin, and quite often we see risks not paying off. You really need to be confident in your and your teammates' abilities. But for now, heading into game number 2 with another best of 7 that we have to play out to find out who's going to meet Air Force Gaming in the grand finals and who is getting eliminated in the 3rd spot. RAF Storm Shadows and Space Force Gaming are giving us a great play right here, even as Fruit Loop is trying to break the ankles of Storm Shadow's defenders.
Fabulous read from Samus, and here he is again. Going to meet the backboard. So Sisley with nothing in the tank but fumes. Well done by Action PB. Got through 1, got through 2. Andres Camillo, Reedy backboard. Reedy second touch off the woodwork. No, Andres Camillo, scrambles it away. Reedy taking out Fruit Loop on the far side. And that means that this attack phase comes to an end for the Storm Shadows.
They're gonna continue. There's a demo on Sir Sisley, Fruit Loop. Well, there's 3 coming in. Nobody can actually kick control of the ball. I think they collided. And as a result, nobody from the Storm Shadows could continue it.
Oh, the worst case scenario where they all have the same idea and it's the right idea, but unfortunately nobody comms that they had the same idea in the first place.
Too many cooks.
Too many cooks. Still, no harm, no foul, at least for the moment. Ingenious shot opportunity there, generated by Sir Sisley. What can Fruit Loop do? Back on the Fennec after testing with the Dominus for a couple of games against AFG. And it's right back into orange possession right now.
Fruit Loop fights for the ball in her own half with Sisley right there on a flank. The ball goes across the field with a great 50 from Sam. He even gets a 100 boost as he lands on it. Action PB. Ball is going to go to the side and Reedy is called in. Sam actually avoids the 100 boost. I think maybe expecting his teammate to take it. But in the end, God knows who that has gone to. Most importantly, Space Force Gaming in the attack, quickly rebutted by Reedy. And then back in again, Fruit Loop. I think I'm maybe going for a bump. Definitely not much there to do besides that, as the ball keeps on flying high without anybody really having an opportunity to latch onto it. Andres to Sir Sizzly to the net, Reedy a save.
Fruit Loop does not simply bump Jar of Jam, she exterminates. So it would not be a surprise to see her on the rampage as they try to find some sort of breakthrough for Space Force. Oh, this is an open net. My goodness, I'm surprised the lights were on, but nobody was home.
Nobody was. I'm looking at on the camera. All 3 Storm Shadows players, but not a single Space Force Gaming. Well, they were really far away, maybe dropping to Albert Heijn to grab something for the road. 1-0 Storm Shadows. Another lead for the British team. Can they hold on to it? We're already quite late in this game number 2. And we know that both of these teams, boy, can they score? Yes.
Although it's perhaps a bit more nerve-wracking, it is always better to score later than earlier in these sorts of tight contests. Less time, more pressure for the opposition to find a response of their own. Arguably should be 2-0 up those Storm Shadows. You know, that earlier opportunity where they bump into each other. You'd say this really should be a goal to the good already. 60 seconds left here for Space Force to try and find an answer.
Okay, 2 on the backboard, and that's enough for Storm Shadows to clear 50 between Reedy and Space Force. Sets the ball to the side. Action PB with a great opportunity. Reedy gets demoed. He would be the one receiving that ball, but that allows Samhes to move on forward. Keep a little bit of a pressure. That's really freshly respawned. But now boosting his tank to work on it. Gets denied, but Samhes is already up, and it's not allowing Space Force Gaming to receive these long clears. Making sure that non-plans of theirs gets put in fruition.
Wasn't the greatest touch for Reedy. And Action PB plays safe. Andres Camillo, that's loose. Samez, uncontested actually, gets the shot away. Samez now destroyed. And Action PB caught upfield. It's just Reedy back. Just moments left here. Reedy.
Oh no,
the ultimate giveaway. Oh wow, Andres Camillo did not know how good a chance that was. He didn't have time to register. He just came flying in expecting a challenge opportunity, and he got a free shot jam. A lifeline for the Storm Shadows.
Oh, that was one of the most dangerous passes to give to your teammate right in front of the opponent. And if Andres could believe his luck, then maybe he would be able to grab something. Look at those stats. If I'm reading this correctly, 0 shots from Fruit Loop. She's at the top of the standings for her team, don't get me wrong, but 3 shots total. Space Force Gaming, are you here with us in the same galaxy? What's going on?
I think this is just purely Storm Shadows. I think that they locked down that offense even better. Obviously even better this time around than game 1 because Space Force didn't find a goal. But I think they took everything that was good from game 1 and they've just amplified it. So, well, it does pose a fascinating scenario for game number 3 here. Storm Shadows with the momentum. Space Force with work to do.
Are we seeing another Storm Shadows opening goal? I wouldn't be surprised. They know where to hit Space Force Gaming, and right now they are really tightening up the circle around them. Samhes goes solo, goes across, then just returns back, and Action PB gladly collects that pass.
Oh, that's dangerous. Samez, 50. Action PB lurches into action. Forces another save here as Fruit Loop gives it up. Clearly called off by Sir Sizzly, who does find the drive forward. Andres Camillo, whoa, didn't get the sniff, didn't get a chance. Really like a homing missile. Second time's the charm, right? Here we go, full boost. Nope, stomped by Action PB. Fruit Loop with a simple lift, and that's easy enough for Reedy.
Easy enough for Samhes, beats 1. And there's a follow-up as another block gets thrown in front of the ball. Fruit Loop goes on. It's just a series of 1v1s in these 50s. quite often are quite neutral. Nobody can really take possession and control. Last time we had Samus lurking in the middle. Couldn't receive this pass either. Sir Sizzly, long, clear Fruit Loop, an even more powerful shot was ranking higher than the net. That's the Space Force Gaming finding connections and making sure that Storm Shadows always have to have somebody in the back. Otherwise, the next one is going to be a goal.
I think what factors into the success so far for the Storm Shadows is they're not staying static in defense. Oh, what a lift. Oh, should be a goal. Action PB flubs the opportunity. Second time, met by Andres Camillo. And Sames may be looking for their strike partner, but both are low on boost. Invites Reedy forward. It's a great clearance from Fruit Loop. It's a lofting ball. So Sizzly will challenge. Lovely first touch. Reedy doesn't get much of this. But well defended in the end by Sames.
Speaking of Reedy, immediately in the attack as finds him, and he's going to be on a follow-up as well. A ball is given to him as he's only too happy to convert right here. Not even sure if Andres got any touch on it. Most importantly, it went nowhere but where Reedy wanted. Another opener. Even if it's late, it's still an opener for REF Storm Shadows.
I mean, yeah, they've taken the first goal in every single game so far. That can't be a bad stat line. Yeah, just tries to be a bit cute with it there, Andres, but this is a double demo. Power play enforced for Space Force. Oh, wow, that's on target. That's on target. Reedy flies in. Fruit Loop had to get the touch, as did Andres Camillo. From absolutely nothing, the Storm Shadows were offered 2 shot opportunities. Now one for Andres Camillo himself. That's Reedy on hand.
Action PB and Reedy. Reedy collects the ball off his teammate. Has enough boost, has more speed. Samus needs to be closed down, but was not closed down fast enough. On the right flank, Storm Shadows find themselves an opportunity, and Demo certainly helps the proceedings.
Call them shakalaka, because there was the boom. Storm Shadows 2-0. And Space Force, well, I wouldn't say down in the doldrums, they're clearly still creating jam. But what they're creating is facing a metallic wall or a brick wall. An obsidian wall? Choose whatever tough substance you got, because the Storm Shadows are made of it.
Continuing on with the pressure. Sam has on the latest attempt now. Reedy sends it. Just doesn't even need to be a direct shot or a powerful shot. As long as Space Force Gaming is forced to react in some way, make a touch. Storm Shadows are around the net to take a move on it. Beats one defender, but not the second one. Quick turnaround. Fruit Loops makes the clear. Space Force Gaming. Rarely do we see this, but they're pushed to their net, and REF Storm Shadows gathering around like storm clouds that they are.
Reedy. Nice lift into Samus. What a pass. Great read from the Space Force defense, but so low on boost are they? I mean, usually we're praising them for how good their clearances are, and even still without boost. Check this out. Fruit Loop, infield pass. Great chance. Not put away. Another power play. Triple power play. 3 demos, but Action PB in the nick of time.
Nobody was on the field for a moment, and yet Space Force Gaming, I think, spent too much time looking for demos and not enough for setting them up in a position. That chance goes begging. Reedy still going to be uncontested. On the ground, Andres Sizzly with Fruit Loop waiting right in the net. Space Force Gaming can boot the ball all the way to the other side, but it's not going to help them to score or get anything out of this game. Number 3, 2-0 to Storm Shadows, 2-1 in the series.
This was... look, 2-0, right? It's a pretty classic scoreline in Rocket League, but the nature in which the Storm Shadows achieved this 2-0 is, I think, incredible. Their map control was flawless. I can't pick anything out which if I'm looking at it from a Space Force perspective, I'm thinking, yeah, there's, we can work on this, we can work on that. They just played that cleanly.
I'm not a lip reader, but I think Action just said, yep, Greenwood first said, yeah, guys, it's the power of the hat. And Action has agreed, yes, it's that orange lion hamster that is bringing us all the luck. We're going to continue playing in the very same vein. Orion Storm Shadows in the lead in their series. Again, elimination series. We are in the lower finals. After this, only one series remaining. That's the grand finals where Air Force Gaming, Buck Mode, as he has been known in the previous series, together with Crow and Shouter, are awaiting. And right here, history might be made as RF Storm Shadows are looking to join Air Force Gaming in the grand finals for the first time.
Yeah, glum faces too. I think maybe reality setting in a little bit, maybe a bit of a vibes cleanse needed for Space Force. As I say, it'd be one thing if they were at least getting shots away and scoring goals, but real neutralization of creativity from the Storm Shadows, while they themselves have been able to flex their muscles. Good start, at least, for the Space Force, though. They've been in control for the first minute.
That sorely has been lacking previously. Some stats have appeared, and for the second game in a row, Space Force Gaming only managed to hit 3 shots on target. That's one of the reasons why their goal scoring output was really low in the previous. And another point that I haven't actually noticed, you might have alluded to it, but I'm just looking at it now. In the very first game, despite the Space Force Gaming winning, I really wanted to call them Star Force, by himself, Action has made 10 shots, the same amount as the whole of the Space Force Gaming. 10 shots from Action.
Wow, so even in that first game.
Yeah.
Man, that's that surprises me. It's not often you'll find me speechless, but man. So I mean, to be fair, what Space Force Gaming would do for 10 shots now, Jam. I mean, I think at this point, like they do want to get shots on target, but they also just need to again try and wrap their heads around getting control over these 100 boost pads. Here's Fruit Loop. And this is the best opportunity they've had in a while. Action PB almost with the OG.
Haven't had these, I think, in a while, almost not at all during this weekend and this Championship Monday. Again, it still stops me in the track every single time I think about it. It's a championship. Oh, interesting. It's a Monday, but it's lovely to be here on this wonderful Monday over here in Latvia, where I'm commentating from. It is a national holiday due to midsummer steadily approaching, and it's nice to be watching this game right here. Storm Shadows, and games keep on starting either with a goal or quiet for the longest time. I think we had an early goal in the game number 1, and then straight after that we only saw goals to move past the midpoint. That's how tight and close these teams are.
2 minutes left then to break this particular deadlock. Or, well, 2 minutes, and if we need overtime, then as much time as you like, as you're ready to afford. Sir Sisley. An Action PB, not convincing there with the clearance. Fruit Loop way back, off the backboard. Samez with a bit more conviction, lifts it over Andre Camille. Lofted. And Fruit Loop plays safe, sideways rather than lengthways.
Safety sometimes is the name of the game. Sam has bottom right corner. Yes, please. Not even that much bottom right. Long range effort. He just collects it. Action PB, a beautiful setup. And once again, they're just that much quicker. And I don't know where they got their turbos from, but Storm Shadows are zipping around the field, and it really counts and really shows with their goals.
That's gotta hurt as well. That's one of the first times that we've seen in this game that Space Force actually went for a high press, and it has bitten them real bad. Runaway goal. But Storm Shadows, you've got to commend them on their patience. They have waited Boy, have they waited for an opportunity like that, and a sigh of relief after Space Force arguably have been the better team for most of this game.
It's not helping if you're the best but cannot score. Reedy gets demoed. Fruit Loop is going to be on the end of that resulting hollow balloon. We're still waiting. Oof. Nobody really goes for it, which means that also Sir Sizzler was not expecting to go for it, and he is late. There's Camillo. Flipped reset, gets flipped back by Samus. Action towards the net. There's going to be players, it's going to be safe. But REF Storm Shadows are wasting time. Sam has just returns it back. There's Reedy. Does a little bit of loop-de-loop, and all is fine. Action with a collection past the player. Still gets the control of the ball as well, not allowing Fruit Loop to make a quick clear for a last-ditch counterattack. Sizzly down to the ground. Andres, this ball can just drop. Match point, RAF Storm Shadows.
Much as I was alluding to earlier in the breakdown of last game, Jam, I don't have much to say. If I'm G-Wood, I'm absolutely thrilled, and I know he's, keeping a cap on it, but I would be over the moon. You have restricted one of the best defensive teams in this competition to peanuts, and this is now the second game in a row where those peanuts have not resulted in goals, despite having far better control of the midfield than at any point in the previous game. You saw there on your screens, folks. You thought 3 shots was Stark, only 2 for Space Force registered as on target in that last game. Oh, what an uphill task they have here. Storm Shadows on Song.
Wow. 3 shots.
Oh, no!
Oh, Lord, we're
Finally!
starting crazy.
Oh.
With an attack from Space Force Gaming. Clear does not come through. 2 players, again, the C parts, this time with the cars, and Fruit Loop brings the SFG back. They have played 3 straight games without scoring a goal. So this one is instrumental.
And breathe. My goodness, that's got to feel good. I feel the catharsis by proxy. But it is also so early. As much as that's going to feel like, okay, now we can really unleash the taps here. At the same time, it offers so much, well, game clock really to work with for the Storm Shadows. The equalizer threat will still be there.
In a series so far that at most seen 2 goals by one of the teams. Space Force managed to do that feat in game number 1, and REF repeated in game number 3. 1 goal sometimes can even be enough. Again, 2 wins from Storm Shadows came from this 1-0 result. Only proves that goals come by heart, and every single one is the weight, not even gold, but something even much more valuable. Let's say printer ink, as more shots are coming in through from Storm Shadows.
Looking to type a little bit more here. The Space Force Gaming roster. Select font and go. Looking for a bit of impact, perhaps. It's Fruit Loop!
She was the one who at the end of that previous game was explaining something to the teammates, and now she is the one leading the charge against RAF Storm Shadows. Very fitting that her goal explosion is a horse, a bucking and a rearing. It's been a long time since we've seen 2 from Space Force Gaming in this series, and as I said, it's been a long time since we've seen any goals from SFG, but now they are in the lead, and it's as if something has opened up. And they needed this badly. Again, RF Storm Shadows on the match point in an elimination series as we are in the lower bracket finals. Space Force Gaming are trying to extend this series.
Something has clicked here, hasn't it? Something has clicked. I mean, maybe it's just that final piece of the jigsaw, because they were looking better in possession last game. Now they are looking far better in front of net. Andres Camillo. Reedy takes to the skies. Flip reset. and won't use it. Fruit Loop, little chip. Action PB can only get a piece of it. So Sizzly to Samez. Is Action PB. Samez goes up for it again. Wins the race over Andres Camillo. Reedy. Fruit Loop leaves it off, but Fruit Loop still gets enough on it to throw it away.
Great patience from Reedy. Doesn't go for his first option. Take his time. Actually, that allowed Space Force Gaming to get their resources where they need to be. 2 in the net for SFG. By this point, the play is all out. Fruit Loop looking for her third. Leaves the ball hanging. Goes all the way back as Andres Camillo is there with the ball in the midfield. Samus all the way back. It goes Reedy versus Fruit Loop. Fruit Loop hits Reedy and nothing else. And now Sir Sizzly. More demos coming in. Exterminator medal. We thought Fruit Loop was dangerous. Look at Sir Sizzly going about.
It's working, isn't it? It's much easier to score goals if nobody's in the net to defend them. And with 90 seconds left, they have done well to serve up a bit of Storm Shadow's medicine to themselves. But this is now a 3v1. The bump, no. Fruit Loop avoids. Proactivity in defense. Her own savior, really. Nice backboard hit for Reedy, but they're running out of resources. Samez, lucky they got a bit of that, but Fruit Loop continues forward.
To play off the wall. Andres with a shot in bottom right corner. Gets punished once again. Perfect individual play from Fruit Loop here to just get the ball away from 2 defenders rather for Storm Shadows. And then it's just a matter of a follow-up that Andres performs to the best of his abilities. 3-0. You wouldn't say that this is a series in which Space Force Gaming so far only scores 2 goals and us being in a 5th game. But here we are. Game has changed, the wind has shifted, and the cars keep on disappearing from the field as if it's a magical act.
They've had a trip to IKEA, clearly, because this is a real home makeover for the Space Force Gaming roster. There's fire in the belly now. Reedy. So Sizzly combining well with Andres Camillo. Over the top of Fruit Loop. Nice pinch from Sir Sizzly. And forces Reedy wide. Angle of attack doesn't matter. Oh, never mind, gets it through, but Samez was not willing to commit to the play, and to be honest, I don't blame him. You do not expect that ball to go through when the defender has placed themselves so well. And placing themselves well seems to be the story of the series here, Jam. It was all Storm Shadows, but a stark shift in narrative now. They might be on match point, but this series is far from over. Space Force, clean sheet.
Holy moly. Again, to turn around it in such a great fashion. Their score lines, tremendous. G-Wood, sitting. It's time for a couple of explainers here and there. And yeah, while the meme potential has left Space Force Gaming, they are back on track, but still need to fight 2 more games to win the series with every single one of these. Aha! Look who is the main supporter of the RAF Storm Shadows. Why? It's Tofu Elliott himself.
I was having a little gander at that stat sheet. Every single Space Force member had at least as many shots as the entire team did in each of those last 3 games. Isn't that insane? It's 10 total. The first time that they've had 10 shots since game 1, where they had, funnily enough, 10 shots. So even in a game where they looked far better than at any point this series, Jam, still the Storm Shadows were able to restrict them to just about double digits. I said this one wasn't over, but the Storm Shadows have every opportunity and every resource available to them now to throw it right back in their faces.
Reedy 1-on-1 versus Sir Sizzly. Sizzly is on point, but Storm Shadows start with an attack of their own. This is going to be Reedy shooting bottom left. Andres collects that ball, and Space Force Gaming are not allowed to immediately leave their own half, but Fruit Loop flips it up high, forcing Sam has to react. Not enough players just yet for Space Force Gaming to start something teamwork-wise in that blue side. But they are trying really solo off the crossbar. Fruit Loop makes such an important save.
Yeah, it was a great shot, wasn't it, from Reedy? Big clear from Fruit Loop. Oh no! Reedy! Wow! You know what though? That shot from that angle, I thought that was coming off the woodwork, but it just curls devilishly.
Wow!
You could not have hit that better if you had tried.
Okay. I was under the impression that Reedy was just stuck there and his controller stopped working, but no, he tried. He tried to make an attempt. He just looked so standstill once he couldn't make the connection. Great long-range effort from the MVP of the previous game, Fruit Loop. And Space Force Gaming start this game with a goal. Something that, for the most part, REF Storm Shadows were taking the credit for. Another one. Start off strong. A great advantage that Space Force will definitely use for themselves. Again, there's a pep in their step now. And that's exactly what Space Force Gaming need, a little bit of injection.
Again, it's always tricky to read, isn't it? But, I mean, they took the lead. They took the opening goal, I should say, for the first time last game, Space Force. And they won that one. And so, although 100%ers are always a little bit misgiving, it's also worth paying attention to as, hey, the Storm Shadows didn't score a goal either when Space Force scored first, so they're having to upset their own history here, and that was as well as Andres Camillo could do that after the initial mistake. Lofted high, and Action PB doesn't choose to go for it and gets demoed for it.
Well, if one thing is for certain in this series, and that is demos. Going across the net, another time going across the net, Fruit Loop versus Action. He's going to be collecting the ball, passing it all the way back, but Andres just takes it as an invitation go by himself. Sir Sizzly supporting him. He's going to take the boost, another bump. I don't see the player that's getting bumped, but it's one of the RAF Storm Shadows. Sam Hayes on the 50, Action PB on the 50, Reedy on the big clear. Sir Sizzly gets the touch going.
Oh, there are a lot of doubts in this Storm Shadows rotation. There's a lot of doubts. Can't even get a demo on Andres there, a bit of a ghost hit. Around the world, Fruit Loop sends it back to the core. Andres Camillo should be dealt with, is dealt with. Big breakaway, Action PB back in for Sames. Big save, opportunity for Reedy, and it's too short a shot. Action PB, that's on target, never mind off the woodwork. Help there by Andres Camillo. Over to the far side, Action PB, that's a real quick switch on the flip, isn't it? Big demo, double demo, power play, tie game.
Ooh, that move from Action PB plays the ball, not even to the right, first to the left, and then has enough pace to just swing through everybody who was in his way. And Space Force Gaming is left without a single player standing. And as it stands, that touch, the goal-scoring touch, was also great. It was a moment of just as the ball is getting into the net, to find that angle at pace. Really tremendous. Tied game. They're approaching last 90 seconds, and RF Storm Shadows are not allowing Space Force to get the momentum going after that 3-0 win. And we don't want to go to the game number 7. If Space Force Gaming wins this one, it is quite a series to grace our lower final.
If this was Rome, if we were the Emperors, it's thumbs up from us. Magnificent. Oh, that could have gone anywhere. And that's not ideal for Action PB. He's taken both 100 boosts needed to be there, though, my goodness. Fruit Loop with the shot denied. Action PB, 100 boost hog right now. He's taking everything on the map.
Long clear. It's gonna be collected by Action. Really, I think, consider going back, but still making some touches here and there. We'll be making this one as well. Is it go past Fruit Loop? Yes. Straight off our car, it bounces far enough. That is not a threat demo. Reedy versus Andres Camillo. This goes all the way high. Sam has his first to the ball. Otherwise, Space Force Gaming was getting to it and was probably scoring. Andres gets out of the way, and as such, with 21 seconds remaining, it's one goal advantage for REF Storm Shadows.
Stick him in the fridge. He's cool like that. No pressure whatsoever. Picks up the ball, drives it straight to the drop-off point. 20 seconds left, Jam. What a time to score 2.
At about 3, Reedy already goes up high. Met by Sir Sizzly on the advance. No second touch. Sam has his faster past Fruit Loop. Anders throws a little bit of a block, but it's not enough. A full court carry is going to be needed. Sizzly might start that one. Fruit Loop leaves it to him. Anders Camillo dispossessed. Fruit Loop sends it high. Anders Camillo is here. To the left side it goes if you're an attacker. And down it goes to the ground. The boys of RAF take the series against Space Force Gaming and will join Air Force in the grand finals.
It's an upset. The Roma's got the camera out. It is huge. It wasn't perfect, Jam. But I think what is all the more stunning for any pundit, for anybody onlooking, watching with no stakes in this, is just how many perfect games they actually put together. That middle of the series is some of the best control, like macro control Rocket League that we've seen this long weekend.
Look at that. At the end of this, Space Force Gaming are not too sad about dropping down. It's still, even with elimination, even with this being the event, smiles all around. It's all for the Allied Forces and all for the fellow service members. Fantastically played. Air Force Gaming, I hope you're quaking in your boots. RAF Storm Shadows are coming after you after defeating Space Force Gaming. You thought you're going to see Space Force Gaming again in the grand finals? Nope. It's now the Brits versus the Americans.
And if they can translate that against Air Force Gaming, we really do have a fantastic grand finals lined up for all of you. Of course, let us sing our ode to Space Force, one of the most fun teams, three fantastic individuals. Of course, they will be gaining chowder for next year's edition of AFI Jam. But for the trio that participated here, I think all three of them can be really proud of their efforts. And for Andres Camillo as well, as a debutante, in the conversation for MVP going into today, I think that that was a tough series. And so although inside they might be feeling a little bit heartbroken, the Storm Shadows were just fantastic.
Brilliantly played. Again, with a game so explosive in which Storm Shadows and Space Force Gaming were trying to disrupt each other as much as possible. It is the Royal Air Force player who come out of it victorious. And where you're constantly down a team member, things could go either all way, but everything has connected to them. G-Wood driving them to the victory, and every single one of the players of Storm Shadow should be proud of their performance. Again, who is a star? I don't even know. They all are.
Well, I'll tell you who is a star. The star in my eye. Always a handsome man, Tofu Elliott. Get back on our screens.
Oh, Relic. Thank you. My goodness. I will go out to dinner with you, yes, absolutely. But say it on broadcast as well, otherwise no one's going to know. All right, look, let's get into this. Grand final coming up, and I shouldn't be so happy about this, but Space Force Gaming are out of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. Fruit Loop, how you feeling?
Those were really good games, so honestly, I don't mind losing that series. They were playing out of their mind, and honestly, it was just really good.
Wow, that is sportsmanship right there. Sportswomanship, sportspersonship. How are you doing?
Good. That's a good series, good win. I'm very happy about that.
Reedy came out afterwards and he was like, oh my God. Woo! Still feeling it?
Absolutely, yeah. Still shaking a bit.
I am as well. I came in to join you and I was stood by. I was like, I don't know if they can hear me screaming from the lobby, so I'm going to come scream right behind them just to make sure you have that extra pump. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. I don't know if that counts as a second coach. Let's not raise any controversy. But you're heading into the grand final. Are you feeling good?
Yeah, we're playing well, and I have high hopes for the grand final.
Space Force Gaming. What words of advice do you have for our English team as they head up against your American counterparts in the grand final?
Demo chowder.
Demo chowder.
Easy. Get them out of the game. Got it.
before Chowder moves over to Space Force Gaming, of course. Yeah. Reedy, how important a demo is going to be coming into this?
Yeah, they're all three are incredibly good at the game, and if we can get it down to 2 men, even if it's just for a few seconds, that's a big advantage that we're going to need.
Space Force Gaming, you are now out. It was an absolutely incredible performance all the way through. Do you have anything to say to all of your adoring fans at home?
No, because I was not expecting this, but we tried our best, I swear.
Absolutely perfect, very on brand. Thank you so much for joining us, Fruit Loop. It's been an absolute pleasure having you. And Reedy, best of luck as you head into the grand finals against Air Force Gaming. Let's take a look at the replays from that matchup. Welcome back. We have our 2 grand finalists. The Air Force Gaming Squadron going head-to-head against the RAF Storm Shadows. What a matchup that's going to be. But first, we couldn't let them go without seeing Space Force Gaming's take on our tier list. Now, team, as you can see, the tier list is complete. We do already have all the players on the board, but we want your sign-off on this list. So what I'm going to allow you to do is go through the board as you see fit as a team, and you're allowed to move people to what will be their final positions on this list.
Based on what criteria?
Based on whatever you like. Anything you like.
Absolutely everything. So we're gonna put in like all.
Oh man.
He's gonna be on his own little island in his F tier realm, right?
Okay, sick.
Okay,
Preach.
so I don't know why he's down here. I don't think he's like an F tier.
I think I can see where this is going.
You know, solid S tier, right?
What
else you got?
I want to take Buck.
Yeah.
Me down here.
Honestly, put Buck down there. I don't know what's happening.
He was doing up there, but that's the wrong spot. Stelios needs to go higher. He needs to go higher.
I'll take Reedy as a teammate, honestly.
Yeah.
I would put him up here.
Yeah.
Let's see. Also, I don't know why he's down here too. solidly.
For Luke F tier.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah.
F is for Luke.
It's okay.
Fruit Loop
I got Buck.
F.
I got Buck.
He.
Hey guys, I need to understand some of the motivation here. I see. Let's take a brief pause for a second because this is maniacal speed here. We're absolutely flying through this
we've
board.
thought about this.
This is.
yeah,
I mean,
in our brains.
the fragments from this explosion are all over. Why is Reedy? Reedy's been moved to S tier. What's the reason in here?
Honestly, if we had him on our team, we could have won the whole way, honestly. Just take Cecily out and we'll have Reedy.
Yeah, that's why I'm down there.
Yeah, that's why he's down there.
He needs to go up here. We had a great roll one with him.
Honestly,
great first date.
Honestly, Crow can run Chowder down there. He plays like an absolute Chad on stream. He looks so cool on stream.
Honestly, yeah, you see the pose, he's just solidly
Everything
back.
about him speaks S
Straight-faced.
tier behind Stelios. P, I like P a lot, but like, if we're comparing P to Stelios, he's like, P can join me.
Oh, no!
You know.
He getting dropped down for what reason?
So we were playing private matches before we faced them earlier today, and he clipped on my head, so he can join me. Join me down there. Don't like P much right
All right,
now.
so it's a romantic sort of.
Like how we got a
gesture.
pyramid going up right there.
Yeah.
You know, honestly,
Like the most basic pose.
It is
I think he needs to get down.
Yeah.
We need to put
actually,
him
yeah,
down
just
here.
because his pose, get him down there.
Come join us, Chowder.
Do you think Buck deserves an upgrade for his pose?
Absolutely not.
What's up?
No.
The young Buck?
Not.
That's like a standard,
No.
just nothing creative.
So we've got one in D, and apart from that, you've cleared the middle of the board, and the extremes are.
Honestly,
We'll put him C
yeah, I
for
was gonna
Crow.
actually wait, yeah, put him in the middle.
Yeah. C for Crow.
Well,
Yeah, that's our tier
Yeah,
list.
that's-
Super easy to
that's
understand.
how
I
it
don't know why anybody would be confused about what's going on here.
yeah, honestly.
Right, I want to see. So you said Stelios should be higher. Does that mean we should move everyone down one just to make Stelios
Oh, okay,
relatively?
yeah, honestly,
here, that'll be real quick. Yeah, everyone goes down.
Everybody down real fast. Everybody down real fast.
Speed run.
Stelios is number one.
Stelios is number one. Non-negotiable.
King Stelios.
What do we think, Space Force Gaming? Are you happy with the board as you have redesigned it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how this wasn't the board to begin with.
I don't remember what it was.
Well, very solid. Fantastic stuff, Space Force Gaming. Should we take one last look at the board? With Stelios being so good that they moved literally everyone else down one spot so that he could have a rank of his own at the top. Fantastic stuff. Space Force Gaming out of the competition, but very much still in our hearts. Fruit Loop, have you got anything to say about your newly designed board before we close out?
I think it looks pretty. Actually, we're a little bit like I don't know what happened, but you know, I think it looks pretty good. Pretty good.
I think I agree. I think that was definitely the funniest end to this tier list that I could have imagined. Thank you very much, Space Force. It was an absolute pleasure having you here. And before we get into our grand final matchup, we're going to take a look at a very quick video.
This event has been like the event to pretty much look forward to in the year.
It's not just that, oh, you go in there to play a game, it's life experience, traveling the world.
We were here for work, at the same time doing what we love.
His is first.
It's his first time.
He's a baby.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I mean, I just talked to the Dutch military, and one of them they're in the army. They're like, oh yeah, it's really nice that I'm here, because otherwise I'd be like in a tent somewhere, like doing an exercise right now. So that was really funny to hear.
People that you meet are sometimes some of the like most phenomenal or like multi-talented people. Like Stelios, I miss Stelios. I cannot wait to see him.
I think it goes without saying that this event is the perfect environment to meet people that are also like-minded, but also from other military branches, from other nations that you just wouldn't meet.
God forbid we would never meet these people in real life. We don't do exercises with other allied nations.
For me, AFG has kind of gave me a community of like-minded people that I can talk to and really like release that stress of daily work. Sometimes when I was at the academy and have like a hard day of training or like classes would be difficult or something, you would go home and play video games alone is not really the best feeling sometimes. So having like a community like AFG and people that like, I can play with on a daily basis helps me actually relieve my stress from the day and get ready for the next day, basically.
Oh, I'm like completing my childhood dream. I'm like playing video games. Like, I'm getting paid for it. Like, this is crazy. I can't believe it. Just the opportunity to be able to meet other people with the same interests. Like, I love being able to talk about Rocket League in a passionate way.
The fact that we just can connect on another level of gaming and come to these events, have fun, enjoy. And like he said, we get paid for this. We literally got flown out to the Netherlands. It's really just a great experience.
It is a wonderful, wonderful experience. Relic, you haven't had a chance to experience this one just yet. I'm surrounded by the corgis. I'm Queen Elizabeth II. I am a self-appointed RAF Storm Shadows fan, so I've got myself a Twinings tea, Twinings Darjeeling. I've got myself beef. Twinings, sorry, yeah, never knew. I've never pronounced that, I suppose. A Fortrum and Mason shortbreads.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's good.
They're Scottish,
wow, yeah.
but still. I've got Paddington the Bear.
Okay.
Obviously. And, of course, the seminal novel by the record-breaking million-copy bestseller by Richard Osman, The Thursday Myrtle Club. I'm prepared, Osman, man. Yes. I'm prepared. There we go.
I don't think I could have a million days, and I would not be prepared for what we are about to witness on our screens. Air Force Gaming versus the RAF Storm Shadows is your AFI 2026 Grand Finals. And here's the lay of the land, folks. Because Air Force Gaming are reaching these Grand Finals through the upper bracket after 4-0ing Space Force Gaming, they have something of an extra life. Now, if they beat Storm Shadows, then we don't have to even mention what this extra life would be. But for the sake of all you at home, because we do enjoy learning the rules here at AFI, if the RAF Storm Shadows were to win the upcoming series, then they basically activate what we call a bracket reset. That is the advantage that Air Force Gaming holds. It means that they would get a second bite at this gargantuan cherry, and we might be running it back for another 7 games. So potentially 2 big series on the horizon. Of course, Jam, for Air Force Gaming, especially given Rostermania upcoming, they're a little bit afraid about future iterations of this tournament after cementing their legacy over 4 years. They want to make sure that if they are going to go out, that they're going to go out with a bang.
I think it is going to make just the future all so much interesting with Air Force Gaming roster changes, Chowder going to Space Force Gaming. But for now, this trio is here. This trio is winning. And whether it's Chowder, who is the player moving on, Crow, or Buck, it's hard to... There's no weak spots over there. Look at them. They're all delighted, all happy. Just a bundle of joy, all of these 3 folks. But on the other side, the RAF Storm Shadows taking the lower bracket by storm and now finding themselves in the grand finals. I've just found out that Action, for whatever reason, is holding a glue stick in his photo. Why? I don't know. But if they win, I need Tofu Elliott to ask why on earth he has brought that. Also, every single time I see him with that green gamepad that he's currently sporting, I'm thinking... Wait a second. My wife has the same gamepad, so it throws me off just a little bit for a loop, but I think that one is helping him out, is bringing him even further and further throughout this tournament.
Yeah, they've traveled to Latvia just to take your wife's gamepad. That's exactly what's happened, Jam. I believe, though, he is a nice man. He is going to give it back by the conclusion of today. There it is, bright neon green. But will it be green light for go for the RAF Storm Shadows, a team that we have been building up, hyping up as something of a defensive fortress at their very best, keeping Space Force Gaming, one of the best teams here, completely silent on the goals front for 3 games back to back to back. But it's going to be offensively, which I think they are really going to have to step up to the plate here, because if there is anything to be said about Air Force Gaming, they will not stop until they are satisfied with the goal count tally on their side of the equation.
Millions. That's how many goals Air Force Gaming can score. I think they're playing easy on everybody that they've been playing so far by not scoring that kind of number. I'm pretty sure the scoreboard in Rocket League would break if it would score that many. But, ladies and gentlemen, for potentially the final series of the day, unless we see a bracket reset, that's a big and important word, it is time for us to put two teams on the field, and immediately Buck, Shouter, and Crow start off in a fashion that's expected of them.
Oh, knock! Who's at the door? Well, it was Air Force Gaming, but then somebody walked through the door that they didn't expect to. Action PB! OG!
We talked about own goals so far in the tournament, and we've been close to them and everything. This is as obvious as it gets. Again, first game, just one goal, doesn't really matter. Long range clear, and this could have been it would have been a goal if it was on target. Buck had no chances to bring this back. Do we know if Buck mode is a reference to beast mode, or is it just in general he's now in a Buck mode of his own?
No, I mean, I think the Buck mode is its own thing, but it might still be a homage to the Way of the Beast.
It is. And Buck is certainly a beast of his own. Crow pours the back as Sam Hess puts one on target. Another strong shot. Buck is in the net to thwart that. The RAF Storm Shadows are looking dangerous. Yet another shot. There's going to be a bump on Chowder, but the ball goes to the side, and they cannot finish this up. I'm loving what I'm seeing from RAF Storm Shadows. They were not at all really discombobulated after conceding that first one.
Yeah, like the One Ring, it very much ran away from its owner when it decided that it had enough. It has returned a couple of times now to the Dark Lord that is Air Force Gaming, forcing the Storm Shadows back onto the defensive. I mean, look at Chowder, like pre-jumping from 50 million miles away and still being able to set up something competent in terms of a scoring opportunity. Playing keep away now, Air Force Gaming, setting up camp in front of the Storm Shadows net, with Action PB combines with Reedy to bring it to the midfield line.
Buck gets denied, and if the One Ring and its Dark owner is in this game, is Tofu Elliott Tom Bombadil, or would that be Fruit Loop?
Absolutely, he's Tom Bombadil. I completely agree with this.
Wonderful, wonderful. Alrighty, another couple of attempts from Air Force Gaming, but none of them reaching the target. Buck and Chowder really eager to get to the ball, not exactly sure what they would accomplish with the two of them up there. The clears are coming in. RAF Storm Shadows finding an opportunity to just really boom it all the way down and alleviate the pressure just a little bit, because we both know how strong the pressure from Air Force Gaming can be. Buck by himself to the side, just gets denied by RAF Storm Shadows. Shot will not be on target. Chowder, really good, really good.
I mean, it's a great effort. I'm almost half expecting him to score, such is the aura. And here he is again, but dispossessed. Strong presence here from the Storm Shadows. It is a true shame that the one goal that separates these two teams, well, is an OG. Chowder breaks legs just behind Crow. Reedy, Action PB, kind of falls into his palms here. Infield pass, it's Reedy, denied by Buck mode. Samez, the ball runs away from him, the angle impossible.
Yeah, he pumped the brakes as well because he knew somebody's going for him, but a really great challenge from Air Force Gaming, not allowing the ball to go where Samez wanted it to go. He's now in the air. We'll be collecting this for somebody on the ground. Action not in time, it will be up ahead. Crow already jumping. Again, the speed with which Air Force Gaming hit on the net. How about this one? Action is there. Goes to the side. But yeah, the speed with which Air Force Gaming make every single move, as little as it is, always so fast. So to beat them, you really need to rise yesterday. Before even the rooster crows, a couple of chances not going in. Samhez is going to be sending it all the way down, but gets bumped out, so cannot contest Chowder any further.
Samez doesn't get onto this. Chowder 1v1, made that the power of friendship combines. Action PB, more a fan of just himself, and deals with it reasonably well, but 30 seconds left. Air Force Gaming have done well to whittle down the clock whilst also operating opportunities for themselves. That is a heck of a clearance, isn't it? My goodness. Almost reaches the far corner. It was so strong round that corner. Chowder, left flip, demoed. And Crow lifts it into the path of Sammers!
Just like that, with Reedy stuck in the corner, he finds the strangest touch, and then Crow helps him out. Here you go, buddy. I'll bring this pass to the center where Sam has. I'm glad he was expecting it. Otherwise, presumably there would be nobody around there. With 18 seconds remaining, Storm Shadows tie up this game number 1. Again, in a game that so far the only goal we've seen was an own goal.
It only seems fair. But there's still time left. Whistles across goal. Action PB takes out Chowder, but Chowder got a piece of it. Reedy has run out of boost. Buck mode to the floor. Game 1 OT.
In a way, this game has been going OT. Is the only reasonable way for this to end, Reedy. Opts for the ball. Sam has already in the follow, but Crow is on the backboard already powerfully moving on everything. Back to the blue side. Chowder in the air, drops it really lovely, Buck. All the way back, Crow couldn't reach it. So now Action PB is gonna take the boost. We're gonna stay in the corner, looking for something fancy. Gets denied by ever-coming conveyor belt of Air Force Gaming players.
I like that from Action BB. Doesn't want to sell themselves too short. And that recycle to Reedy just buys them so much space. Crow, lucky not to get demoed, not lucky not to get bumped, to be fair. Action PB again. Ooh, lift opportunity, straight shot opportunity. 100 boost steal on the way out. Thank you very much.
Chowder, well, gets enough on it so the Samhez cannot boom it forward. But there's his teammate. Somehow in between it goes. Action with Reedy and then Samez. He's gonna be playing versus Crow, gets bumped out. Buck gets blocked. Again, this ability just to stay on the ball, and this ball gets slapped. Action PB, not enough forward momentum to get to the ball, but they're keeping the ball where Air Force Gaming are stationed, and just keep on returning. Just now, we're finally, for a millisecond even, crossing the midfield line, and then back to the orange side. Air Force Gaming are finding it hard to get out of their own half. RF Storm Shadows are always able to send the ball back.
They're playing Menace, and they're playing Menace really well. Lift over 1, Action PB helps it onto the backboard. Buck mode, infield, surely it's Crow!
Well, they score one of their own. Air Force Gaming sneaking it underneath the 2, with Crow coming in just in time. Again, that's one of the powers of Air Force Gaming. Somebody is always in support, and you rarely can expect that there's only going to be one shot or one touch. It only has the vision, the space, and if they don't get a shot, then the very same player is already in the midfield, or maybe even all the way back. They have the protection. 1 to AFG, 0 to RAF Storm Shadows. But as it stands, I would give it this game to RAF Storm Shadows with the way that they have been playing.
Yeah, Crow for somebody named after a bird. Absolutely unflappable in, well, lack of celebration. I'm not surprised that they weren't celebrating too much there, Air Force Gaming, because as you rightly say, Jam, you know, Storm Shadows had every right to earn that overtime and potentially score a winner for themselves. What was the question I was asking of them? Can you translate those incredible performances against Space Force Gaming up against their allies in the Air Force? I think the answer quite conclusively after just one game is yes, absolutely.
That is correct. Alrighty, game number 2. RAF Storm Shadows, most importantly, would like not to score upon themselves so early. And they know that they can lock in Air Force Gaming in their own side, so...
what a bump.
Teammate bump.
Oh my goodness.
It's a bit of a deja vu. It's not an own goal per se, but it's an unfortunate team bump that just leaves nobody else around. It was
a well concocted by the by bump.
I thought it was a blue on blue player action, but yeah, if it was Crow, understandable. One way or another, it's Air Force Gaming 1.
Oh, might be 2.
Airforce Gaming 2, oh my god, not on that.
I tell you what. That almost was an OG, wasn't it? My goodness.
Right here.
Oh. And Sam is a little too far behind the line. That would have been 2 own goals in the grand finals for Action BB. I am glad for his sake that Air Force Gaming at least had to put that over the line. But not a great start, it's fair to say, for the RAF Storm Shadows lads. At least they have conceded quick and on the attack now, at least forcing the save out of Buck.
At least. Well, yeah, there's a bit of a turbulence in this game number 2. But I'm sure that they can manage 2 Air Force teams. And Reedy! That was, I want to say an open net, but somehow Crow with his orange tag and on the orange land just masked himself so well. I thought he had an open net opportunity. Well, not to be Crow versus Action. It's going to be sensing blood in the water towards the net. Shouter, already where Crow is sitting with Buckmote, picking up the pace. All the while giving back to Action. And it's very hard to play anything off the backboard because Air Force Gaming make it a rule that there needs to be somebody actively defending, not just passively being there and swatting it to the side, but literally just booming it all out. Moment, Crow is safe in the net, and Action PB with a shot, the post denies it.
They are playing so much faster, Storm Shadows, and it showed in Space Force's series as well. But Air Force Gaming are used to this speed of play. Jar of Jam, the Storm Shadows, they have leveled up, they have gone Super Saiyan 2. But do Air Force Gaming go further beyond? That's an unbelievable effort from Chowder to Buck. Again playing keep away, burning more time off the clock.
Right, some calls here and there. Buckmo just brings the ball back, turns around. Full U-turn in the middle and continues on. Doesn't have any boost anymore. It only, I think, now gets the 100 of this opposition. Chowder and Crow playing in between themselves. So we cannot really direct the ball towards the net. It goes more high than wide. And right here, RAF Storm Shadows looking for their opportunities all around. Reedy, I swear to God, looking at his stats, he must have had... He has 3 shots, but only 56 score, meaning that it feels like he just made those 3 touches on 3 shots, and that was it. He's never touched anything else in his game so far. Samus and the rest of RAF Storm Shadows try to find something in the attack, but this goes all the way back.
Yeah, tell you what, if it's one shot that ends up in the back of the net, it doesn't matter how low the score is. Well, I'm not going to call that an own goal because the shot was on target, Jam, but it is, unfortunately for the Storm Shadows, a 3-0 advantage now. Whatever, Juju. Air Force Gaming are putting on that ball. It just curves in the most unexpected ways, and the angles in which it bounces and reflects are just a bit too much right now for anybody to take, let alone RAF Storm Shadows. Reedy. Well, they trying to push on through, but Crow flying up high. No goals for him, but his team is working wonders. And he's just helping them out, assists, saves, what not. This game number 2 is much more in favor of Air Force Gaming, but some strange things are happening in the blue net. It doesn't feel like a 3-0, does it? I mean, even if you were to grant Air Force Gaming the grace of saying, well, they do deserve 3 goals, Storm Shadows deserve 1 or 2 quite easily. And it goes back to what we were saying with Space Force is, when you have that opportunity to score, you can't miss. Like, you absolutely cannot miss, or you will be suffering. You will be made to regret it. It's a gorgeous pass. It's a gorgeous breakaway goal. And that is a fearsome 4 for Air Force.
Great. Chowder just did everything right. Touch, recovery on the wall, follow up. All the while, the ball seemingly just stayed in the air, refusing to abide by the laws of gravity. And then, of course, the finish by Buckmote, deep behind the enemy lines. Collects it well, scores his 3rd of this game. And Air Force Gaming keep on putting goals on the board. If there's one thing to be expected of them, that there's always gonna be something scored.
Chowder round the corner to Buck. Good block by Reedy. Crow, straight shot. Easy as that, Jam.
Seem to be. Oh, I wish I was Crow, for which scoring in Rocket League would have been as easy as that. But yeah, he's on point. The whole Air Force Gaming are on point. This game, for a while already, has been looking out of the reach. Air Force Gaming collecting the second one. And with every single goal added, it just bears on repeating. Air Force Gaming return after the game number 1 with a bang.
Action PB now looking for a goal, any goal, to try and reset some confidence here. But Air Force Gaming, oh, villainous, scandalous. I did say, didn't I? They want more. They always want more. Hit the woodwork. Action PB with the lift. Chowder actually goes over him. Never mind. He's going to get there anyway. Crow taken out by Action PB. Reedy in field hits the floor before anything more can be done with that. Air Force Gaming 2-0 up in the series.
Alrighty, picking up the pace. And so far, I think we've seen, with a rare exception of Air Force Gaming dropping a game, or even 2, it's a snowball. It's an avalanche that once it starts going, it's pretty much impossible to stop it. So RAF Storm Shadows are up against it. It does feel like the longer the series goes, the more people are gathering behind RAF Storm Shadows. By the end of this series, we're just going to have the whole of the venue right there. I'm not sure if they're helping or if everybody's just trying to suggest something. Back chair, or rather, armchair generaling everything. But I hope it helps. I hope it helps. Really? Ooh, almost doesn't need any help on this one.
Just because I know it's going to pain you a bit later, Jam, you're looking for backseat gaming or armchair punditry, both of which I imagine will not be welcome in the Storm Shadows camp. They'll be quite happy to just say, hold on a second, we're the great Rocket League players here. Let us do what we do best. Because I don't think it was a 4-0. I don't think it was as big a blowout as was suggested by the scoreline. But what cannot be denied is this. It's a lovely travel to the backboard. It's a gorgeous handoff to Buck Mode. And Air Force Gaming take the lead again.
And just about to say travel. Thankfully, it's not basketball, in which case that would be penalized. It's just straight up bringing the ball to the net right here, carefully, almost gingerly. RAF Storm Shadows are navigating the pits and pitfalls. Air Force Gaming just once again surrounding them. Chowder with the ball is going to be his recipient. Nobody has RAF Storm Shadows stop that ball. Really already lifting it up. Crow, nice and early with his aerial place. Not allowing RAF Storm Shadows to bring quick ones. I say that from Action PB to Sam Hez right here off the Crow's hands.
Oh, wow. It was actually a double commit from Air Force Gaming. The camera kind of shifts away from the error in question, but you have one player on the high side of that wall jumping for it, but you've already got, because they're so quick thinking, Jam, somebody jumping up from the floor to try and challenge that ball as well. So it just so happens to be on target. It's a goal.
How about this one as well? Shot rings in. There was already a player as well in the front of the net for any sort of redirects. Crow can make a touch on it. Not a confident one. Chowder gets bumped out of the way. Buck Mode gets demolished. Sam Hez is already ready. They are calling these things out. Remove the player. I'm already in position. Through the smoke and the fire, you can finally push something through. A tie game. We played 2 minutes of this game number 3. And in front of the net, again, RF Storm Shadows want to have their revenge.
That was the longest period of uncertainty I've seen in an Air Force Gaming defense ever. Again, bodes well for the RAF Storm Shadows, who head towards half-time currently with this tie game scenario, but that is a big bump. Reedy was out of town, and Crow is going to re-establish that lead.
Wow, Chowder removed Sam Hez, and then with Crow being the first one to the ball, it's been left. Air Force Gaming back in the lead. Storm Shadows, again, this game comparable to whatever happened in the previous one. They would like to forget that game number 2. Right here, we're back on more or less even footing, with a footnote that Air Force Gaming are still the team to beat.
High ball Will it turn into a handsome shot? Chowder not going to be deceived. Reedy. That would have been cute if Action PB was maybe 2 steps ahead of him. Crow, infield. Chowder taking it back to the corner. They can afford to play long like this. That's an amazing pass. Flies off the car with pace to be put away with pace.
1, 2, 3, 4 touches from Chowder. All to bring it down for Buckmote to score. Again, the control of the car and the ball unparalleled from every single member of Air Force Gaming. And with that kind of playstyle, they're making sure that their opponents are left with nothing. Chowder lifts it up. Crow is going to be bringing it. Action PB all alone, but thankfully Crow gets bumped out, and the second player from Air Force Gaming does not coming through on the flank. So RAF Storm Shadows are getting out of it with nothing hurting and nothing gone. Reedy would be looking for Samhez, but there's already Air Force Gaming players jumping on the top. A momentary wall rule 1 already moved to the other side of the field with more and more ball movement, but no straight up control. Crow, I think we're looking for a drop down, but not this time around.
Chowder sneaks in ahead of 1, challenges the second. Samez required. Exhausts all boost and has nothing to follow up with here. Tries to get a shot. With a whimper, it goes wide. Chowder. Again, just playing to the air, playing into the strengths of Air Force Gaming. Dispossessed. Reedy on the way back. Crow sneaks underneath him. Samez steps in. 60 seconds left.
Buckmote still continues on pushing. There's a shot in off the crossbar, and in goes Chowder. Once again, the avalanche of Air Force Gaming continues to show the results, and little by little, RAF Storm Shadows just see the numbers increase on the scoreboard. Unfortunately for them, it's not in their favor, as Air Force just keep dropping one after another. 50 seconds remaining. RAF Storm Shadows, the time to score is now. Second best time to score is now. First best time is to score about 3 minutes ago.
It is so difficult to say where to improve. Storm Shadows know exactly where they need to improve. If you can't defend against them, you've simply got to outscore them. But they've tried the demos. Air Force Gaming are too slippery for that. They've tried the passing plays. Air Force Gaming are simply too quick for that. And quick-witted, quick stepping in. It's a 5th goal.
Ready to the side it goes. That's Ham has taken it off Bug, but then Crow just as easily waltzes in and takes this as the pass for himself. And for a good reason, it's almost falling into his lap. Strong shot makes it a 5-1 for Air Force Gaming. And we are looking for yet another dub. A victory that's actually is going to put Air Force Gaming on the match and tournament point right there and then.
Yeah. A reverse sweep will be required. A consolation goal here for the Storm Shadows. There are celebrations. Finally breaking the back of this great team once again. Action PB, who has gone through enough strife in this series already. Visibly delighted. But the Storm Shadows would surely raise the roof off that building in Utrecht if they can find something to work with in the greater context of the series, Jam. Just one game, and who knows what's possible.
I think based on the game number 1, an upset is absolutely possible. Okay, there's now 6 people in total over there. Toph Elliott is joining Dromas and G-Boot standing up together with the players in their seats. But I want to see more. Where's the Typhoon roster? Where's every single representative that's over there? Are the Dutch boys chilling somewhere? Bring in the Dutch boys. Support the RAF Storm Shadows. Come on.
Bring in the Touch Boys. Just bring them in. But I will say, by the way, Heave deservedly getting placed up to 8 here. I think that didn't sit right with me, and I'm glad that injustice has been rectified. And you know, Jam, I'm going to put my neck out here. I think it would be justice well served for the Storm Shadows to pick up at least one game here. especially from that first 5-minute period, right? They were running neck and neck with Air Force Gaming. Just a couple of misplays here and there, and it could make all the difference.
Absolutely. That was the best performance in the series so far, and I know that they're able to replicate it, so shouldn't be a problem. Ball goes all the way to Chowder, who's just going to be going ring around Rosie and away from the opponent. With Reedy's attempts at the backboard, RF Storm Shadows are trying to establish some sort of a foothold on that orange side. Just as quickly, Chowder is already on the backboard of his opposition. Buck Mode to Chowder. Down to the ground goes Chowder, and Buck Mode was waiting, but surrounded by Storm Shadows players, I'm doubtful he could have created much.
Reedy, 2v1. Chowder's happy with those odds. Back to him from Crow. Leaves it. Samez doesn't. Awkward bounce. Action PB. A little bit far away from him. Pickpocketed. Here's Crow. Taking it high yet again, but great read on the backboard for Reedy. And Action PB was there. Chowder slips in. Doomsday Dish maybe. Nope, Samez has got that covered.
And now back in the action is Crow, Air Force Gaming, trying to find that opening goal. And right now, in this game where, I mean, they need to score to win, they would love to go in again on the scoring spree. They've been doing so well in the previous 2 games. Game number 1, of course, was the own goal from Action, as well as one late overtime effort. Chowder does not hit it. Sam has now time to stop Buckmode's shot, and RAF Storm Shadows are still standing, their goal intact.
You can tell it means something. I mean, that was, relatively speaking, a safe shot from Buck that offers Samez the time to recover from inside their own goal mouth to make the save. But here's Chowder now moving forward, bumped and bruised in the air, looking to run the channels here. Action PB lifts over one. Chowder everywhere right now. Crow demoing Samez. Here's Crow over the top of Samez. Buckman looking for the bump. Action PB having none of it.
And it's so important right now to avoid everything that Air Force Gaming is throwing at you. Physical plays, mental plays. Oh, you need to be ready. And the RF Storm Shadows is showing just that resilience that they so much need versus an opponent such as this.
That's Cox a pinch. Oh, onwards towards net. Another unbelievable save from Samez. Here's the second salvo. Denied by Action PB this time. Chowder's up there. Action PB wins the clear.
Back they go. And it is looking like a tough match, but the match that yet hasn't gone one way or another. That's the only saving, one of the saving graces for Storm Shadows right now. They still have a chance. It is looking like Air Force Gaming can be defeated. Demo on Buck Mode. Again, that's a start. Was it Fruit Loop who said just demo Chowder? I think it was. Well, Buck Mode is also pretty demo, you know.
Easier said than done. Here's the hero then, Samez. How many saves has he saved today? Chowder lifted over Reedy. Samez can only watch this one and watches Action PB fends off 2. Now Samez back in position with full boost, picks up that second 100, loses out to Buck Mode. Reedy bumped out the way, bruised. Chowder 1v1 versus Action PB. Actually kind of runs away from him. A rare misplay in the air from Chowder. Samez 50-50, neutral / leaning towards Air Force Gaming. Reedy taken out. Buck Mode, the lift, the attempted bump. Samez able to avoid that.
Clear out, they go. Already collecting it. 2-4 Storm Shadows in the same spot. Hoping they can get their boosts. 2 already rising into the air. Action PB to Reedy dispossessed by Crow. It's now going to be Air Force Gaming setting up 1-2 pass. 3 on the ground is Chowder. He goes high. Backboard covered. Reedy collects it on the ground, actually. Not enough speed. Buck Mode gets beaten by Reedy. Action PB. Either collecting or bumping. Such Crow even has time to fall over. And still sort of keep some sort of resemblance. I'm hearing screams of the players, and for a good reason. Action PB with 9 seconds remaining. I'm seeing dancing people behind the players of Storm Shadow.
It just felt like they were running out of breath, Air Force, after cutting in, after cutting in, after cutting in. Slowly but surely, Storm Shadows moving up as a trio, picking up the 100 boosts when necessary. But this is a very wide open lane. Reedy steps across the way. Down to the floor it goes. Reedy picking this up. Chowder lift off. Samus spikes it. No clean sweep. Storm Shadows on the board.
Wow. Whew. Yet another team taking a game off the Air Force Gaming, and especially after being so low. Okay, one shot from Action PB, and that's enough. Perfect.
Incredible.
I think this is the kind of efficiency that they're expecting from the service members. All the stats just like, what's going on? What's happening? And I'm loving that the Air Force Gaming is just all smiles and giggles even after losing that one.
Sorry, did I read that right? Was there no shots on target from Air Force?
We're about to receive the stats, I think. There we go. Let's see. Yep. Actually,
sorry, no
was
saves.
the only. Yeah, no saves.
But that is. But that was the only shot that Storm Shadows had. Wow.
Exactly. Amazing. Action PB with 4 saves. Sam has with 4 saves. They've been keeping them afloat. And all the Air Force Gaming could do in this game is to shoot. But on 9 of these shots, nothing went in. RAF Storm Shadows bringing it to Air Force Gaming and closing them down after some incredibly high-scoring games for Air Force Gaming. All of a sudden, the discount goal subscription that they had, it's again enforced. Maybe they forgot to pay for it in the previous one.
Oh, well, doing some quick maths, every single shot that Air Force Gaming had on target last game was met by a save from a Storm Shadows player, That's how good they were. But within, was it 15 seconds now? Not just one. Was looking for 2. Storm Shadows, just that one goal won't be enough this time.
Gotta work for more. Crow, surrounded by Reedy and more of RAF Storm Shadows players, long clear. Action PB is going for that. Crow will be setting something up, but Moore collects the boost, collects Samhez. Somehow escapes scot-free. There's Action. No follow-up for me. Actually gets a little touch on the ball, meaning that he at very least can somehow arrange where it's going to be going. But at this point, Air Force Gaming, buck mode. Well, no buck mode anymore. Didn't have much boost either. So more like an advanced scout who was moving on with the ball further on.
Chowder. Backboard hit. Buck mode was there. Crow watching brief. Leftover 1. Plenty of boost still to work with. Watching that 100 boost as well. Not going to be able to steal it away from Action PB. Samus was millimeters away from a big launch themselves. Buck mode. Chowder!
My God, look at that. This is so precise. Any more higher or more to the left, this would have been a goal. And Chowder does it from the sky, so close to the post. Brilliantly done. The precision on point.
Efficient. And now even the 2 goals won't be enough. Storm Shadows, what do you have left in the tank?
Some saves. We'll start with that. 3rd one for Action. Unsurprisingly so, he has been on point with those. Seen him hit 6, I think, in some of the previous games. Sam has shot on target. Buckmode or Chowder both in place. And that was a strong effort. I think RAF Storm Shadows are continuing to execute. The fact is, with 3 minutes remaining, there's still enough gunpowder for Storm Shadows to execute something on the other side.
Infield pass. That ain't going lengthways, only upways, which is precarious for the Storm Shadows. Action PB. Oh, double demo, power play, not the Air Force Gaming needed that! But a save, downfield, not on target, thrown away by Chowder. And Buck Mode can dismantle the threat.
Ooh, tiniest touch to the side, but that's all that Chowder needed. Rest of the RNAF already crushing down on him. Action PB with Sam has continuing the attack. Buck Mode so fast. Look, I swear, he doesn't even take muscle memory. Works for him as he gets up in the air and gets the ball. No backward coverage. Samez drops it down in style. Just one goal separates the two. What a goal for RAF to get back into this one.
How about that? Buck gets ever so slightly caught on the lip, which means that they can't go up to try and match that shot. Pound for pound, this has been a truly extraordinary series. I'm so glad it didn't end in a sweep. The Crow sweeps in to wreck the hearts of the Storm Shadows again.
He was so far away from the ball. I think Brady, not having much boost, was hoping that the first player is going to make the shot because he was in the position to reflect that, but not on the Crows' slow but very efficient follow-up. Samez to really straight up the kickoff. RAF Storm Shadows want to start this in some fashion, get back to their usual attack. Really bottom left corner. Well, Chowder just was everywhere. Could cover the back, could cover the front. Probably even the ball would pop up a little bit higher. Storm Shadows. Samez past everybody. Slow runner, but a slow runner nonetheless. Second for him, second for Storm Shadows.
Oh, they're stepping up to the plate, are they? Crow with a rare miss input just gives Samez the reason to slip in, get a shot away. Chowder's not able to get there in time. They are kicking and screaming in the dirt jam. And are they going to be able to rise up out of the mud to stand tall and proud? Yes, they are.
I'm just seeing from the previous angle on one of the players' cameras, just Daromas' feet dancing around. He is excited, and so is the rest of RAF Storm Shadows. They are not out just yet. They're fighting until the last drop of boost and leaving everything on the field. About 90 seconds to go, and it is gonna be one hell of a closer for this game. And everybody wants to get a piece of it. So does Buck. 4-3 to Air Force. Chowder starts this whole thing going, and then through multiple players, Buckmouth manages to sneak it in.
Oh, and it all started from that far side. Action PB, the little chip-up attempt was far too readable. They have to find a fourth goal. Has there even been 4 goals scored past Air Force? Well, they're more than happy to score 4 goals themselves, but how about a fantastic 5 instead?
Oh, so close, and now bringing it to a 2-goal disadvantage so quickly. Air Force Gaming making it a game 2. RF Storm Shadows. It's going to be a lot of work going. Ball is theirs. Samez is in the air, but so is Buckmode. And it feels like Buckmode always has an earlier flight, so it's not a problem for him to intercept one of these Storm Shadows players.
Does feel like we're going a little bit Fate Stay Night here, a little bit Unlimited Blade works. The shackles are off for the Storm Shadows. They're just throwing everything at this orange net. It has meant that Air Force Gaming has been able to punish. Will they punish even more? Loose ball. Who's going to pick up the pieces? Samez, Action PB, triple commit for Air Force Gaming. They've been forced into a bit of panic mode themselves. Chowder now moving into the middle of the piece. Buck mode, raging forward. Action PB, this is the last chance saloon. If they want to score 2 goals, if they want to take this to overtime, they got to do something, and they got to do it now.
Right now, Samez really, I see them both going up high, but just between everybody going into the attack of Storm Shadows, Crow sneaks this touch in. Chowder is already on the other side and can just toy with the ball for as long as he wants. Same goes for Buck mode. We're getting camera in camera action, or picture in picture, I suppose, with Samez with the last shot of the game. Really cannot connect. Another one sneaks in. A buzzer beater for Storm Shadows. But it's a bitter one, as in the end, it is Air Force Gaming taking the game, series, and the whole of Air Force Esports, or Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2026.
Oh, they just wanted 1 single second, Jam. Just 1 single second to try and create something extraordinary in a kickoff winner-takes-all scenario, but they couldn't. Air Force Gaming, they've been run ragged, but their legacy if it wasn't already, is cemented. 4 times Allied Forces Esports Invitational champions.
My God, they had a team that has a legacy following them. Throughout this tournament, we found out that they are not invulnerable as they've looked in the previous years. But not being invulnerable doesn't mean that they're not powerful. And once again, these 3 have proven how tough it is to beat these folks. And by this point, nobody still can. With Chowder moving out to the Space Force Gaming, I do wonder who takes his place and how exactly the Air Force Gaming is going to be represented next year. We'll just have to wait for that. For now, we're crowning our champions, the United States Air Force Gaming. What a 3-day event this has been, Relic. We had Vaudible helping us out here as well. Shout out to him. I'm not sure if he's still around, but if he isn't, we're going to be saying a great big thanks to him. He was the North American representative for this whole thing. You, of course, cheering for the British Air Forces. I suppose I had the Netherlands guys to be cheering for. Personally, I didn't have that much of orange stuff around me, but maybe next time. Maybe next time.
I think the truth is we're all cheering for everyone. Everyone is so likable. Everyone is so wonderful. You know, we've almost got the twirling moustache of the villains Air Force Gaming over the last 4 years, which is what makes the fact that people have even been able to take games off them this time around, Jam, all the more sweet. Grand finals, not a sweep. You know, Storm Shadows really having to push Air Force Gaming to their maximum. I too am really interested to learn about the roster mania over the year. Chowder going to Space Force. Who does he replace at Space Force? Who steps into the Air Force Gaming void? We've heard the rumblings, the rumors that the RAF, who year upon year upon year have stepped things up and brought better and better teams to the table. Apparently they've got some aces up their sleeve going into AFI 2027. And of course, we've got to give a big shout out to the organizers for our wonderful friendlies online portion that took place over Saturday, involving 12 teams, the most ever seen at an A5 event. Fingers crossed we'll get more of them to the land site, wherever it might be next year. We still hope that we can go to the land site one of these years, Jam. But one thing is for sure, whatever happens, whenever it happens, we will be there and we are going to be loving every moment of it.
Yes. Okay, Paddington. It's okay, Paddington. Next year, RAF is going to win next year. It's okay. Don't you cry. Wow, what an event. Again, hearing everything about that has been happening throughout the weekend from the players, seeing the photos, just participating in this whole thing has been an absolute blast. And big shout out to USAA for making this possible, bringing everybody together. I swear I'm going to try to bring somebody from Latvia or maybe from the Baltics, because we do have, actually one of our best Latvian players is actually a member of the military. Unfortunately, as he said, he has not found anybody else in the military who also plays Rocket League, which is a bit of a shame. But maybe we can bring, I don't know, a collective Baltic state, something, even if they're only coming online. I would love to see them in this whole mix.
That would be very, very cool. Right, that's it from us, Jam. It's been an absolute privilege. Again, shout out to Vaudible and indeed everyone behind the scenes and on site. That's it from us. Elliot, let's wrap this thing up.
Thank you very much. Jar of Jam and Relic commentating over the grand finals, and a big shout out to Vaudible as well. Hey, everyone in the arena, please make some noise for our commentators, who have been absolutely amazing all weekend long. Their passion and their voices really, really adding to this event. So big shout out to the 3 of them. And of course, a huge round of applause to our runners-up, the RAF Storm Shadows. Team, that was amazing. That was genuinely amazing. I was behind you the whole time, literally right behind you, screaming in your ear. It was so much fun. G-Wood, you've been behind the team the entire time today. You didn't get to play. Any reservations about that whatsoever?
None whatsoever. Absolutely none. I couldn't have been at that level
that these three were playing at today. I feel like we needed someone behind the scenes as well to calm us down when we were getting in those tricky situations and to provide that bit of advice. So no reservations whatsoever. I feel like it worked as good as it could have.
Now, before actually the losers finals, I had both the Air Force and Space Force gaming teams telling me that they anticipated an All-American Grand Final. So given that you guys pushed into that runner-up position, what do you make of the performance of these three players today?
Well, I know what these three are capable of. There's obviously some drama back in the UK with how certain somebody joined our team, but I knew what we were capable of, especially with these three, and I knew that against the Space Force, it's been very close, and I feel like we've been quite unlucky in some of those games. So I feel like small adjustments in the middle of the games, and that's what put us over the edge. And then obviously to get another game off the Air Force, it's 2 now, so hopefully next time we can maybe take a series and not just a game.
I mean, it genuinely looked possible. And I know that sounds maybe like almost condescending in a way, but it really, genuinely, when you had a game against them, it looked like any of them could have gone either way. And I think maybe just a testament to how good AFG are, that they were able to close them out. But my goodness, that was a competition. Action. The face says it all. Yeah. I don't think I would agree that it wasn't a good one. There were a few own goals though.
just a double hat trick on my own net. I think at one point I'd scored more than everyone on the field, and I'd only got 1 shot and no goals. So I was like, great. Yeah, I was pretty sad about that. 2 in my own net in one series, and then 3 or 4 in the next one. I was like, Jesus, it's not a good day. And then I finally scored in their net. And then we won, and I was like, yes, get in there. And then I scored another one in the next game, and I was like, oh my God, it's not stopped. It's not stopped. So yeah, not the best output, but yeah, I think I got 10 goals altogether. Double hat trick or something like that. I only scored 1 in their net, so yeah, pretty good all round. Yeah, not a good one.
Air Force MVP?
Yeah, that's it.
Air Force MVP. Listen, no, genuinely, all jokes aside, own goals happen. I think that you played absolutely fantastically. And I think also the comms, having been behind you and listening to that, were a huge part in how you guys were able to rally. Now, Reedy, as the youngest player on the team, right, you bring the youthful energy and the skill in the air, but also having to work with people like this when you've come in fairly fresh. How have the guys treated you, and how have they integrated you into the team?
Very well, very respectful. It's what the Air Force is about. But yeah, I can be happy with my team. Great team.
What a performance, genuinely, from all of you. Sam, we haven't heard much from you this weekend. You've been quite a stoic face. You have a microphone in your hand. I would invite you to bring it up to your mouth when you How do you think that went?
It was a lot of fun. I think that's what the main thing is. I think we just decided to have fun with it, and then it probably got a bit too much fun, to be honest, towards the end. But I'm happy that we managed to make it competitive again, and just enjoy ourselves most of all.
It actually did seem to me like you were having more fun by the end of that series.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think by the end we were all just happy. At the moment we were like, wow, we can't take it all in, so we might as well just play to our best and at least smile about it. Even if we are down, we're still going to have fun with it. And by the end, each of us said it was probably the most fun we've had on the game in a while. So we were very happy to be there in that moment.
Well, I can't think of a better way to end that interview. Please make some noise inside the Alienware training facility for our runners-up of the AFBI Championship. It's RAF Storm Shadow. Thank you very much, Sam. Pass us that and get out of the way. Come on. It's all fun and games. It was all very good. You put on a brave face and you had a good time, but these are times for champions. We've got trophies on the table. Air Force Gaming, get over here. Everyone, make some noise for them. Come on. It doesn't get much better than that, Crow.
No, not at all. It feels good to win a second time, of course, but it just feels good to be here in general. Meet all these guys, all the new Netherlands people, Dutch players, and then seeing all the RAF guys again and Space Force again. and some new Space Force as well. It's been an awesome experience. It's been great overall.
Now, there were multiple times in that game where, like everyone here has played Rocket League, and there are times when you concede, and it's very frustrating. Maybe that's most of the time. And then there are times when you guys score on them, and they're just like, what? What are you supposed to do? How? There's literally no way, nothing to say, no way we could have stopped that going in. Chowder, mostly your fault. Literally, every other touch, before you had the touch, they were going, perfect touch. How does it feel having that much respect from these team members?
I mean, it feels great. We've been training this as a team for a while, so coming here and getting results is always where we're at. So having a competition's fun, and being able to really show what we can do is always a great time.
Now, this is going to be, one way or another, your last AFEI in a blue jersey. You're moving to Space Force, is that right?
Yeah, I decided I need to give these two a little bit of competition, so.
Are you looking forward to coming back next year in a different jersey?
Oh yeah, all the people here are amazing. It's always a great time, and just being able to compete here in itself is a blessing.
Well, it might be the end of the AFG titanship, or tyranny, I don't know. Buck, will you still be in an AFG t-shirt next year?
You know it. Me and Crow will probably find a third, and we'll be, taking down Chatter on the Space Force.
No, at one point, you literally just hammered the ball directly through a goalkeeper who was completely in the way. And I heard one of them say that the mustache adds extra weight. Just how much of a buff is the Tash?
Oh, it's a massive buff. I mean, you see this thing? It's all over the place. So is the 50. The 50 is going to be right in their net. That's all it is.
Guys, as champions, before I let you lift your trophies, any final words that you would like to address to either your adoring fans at home or inside the training facility?
Shout out to everyone here that made it possible, all the Air Force Gaming staff, all the players from both Dutch, RAF, anybody really who had a say in getting people here and making this event as good as it is, thank you. It's been a real pleasure. It's coming here every year is something I look forward to, and getting to meet all of you guys, new and old, has been amazing. So thank you all.
Also, shout out to all the family and coworkers back at home that are watching. Love you guys.
Shout out to AFG who puts all these events together in the rally cry. Shout out to my parents watching right now. Got the dub for you. Love you.
Come on, put that down, and let's pick these up, shall we? The champions of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational Championship 2026. It's Air Force Gaming! Oh my goodness. AFG champions again. Very, very well done. One last round of applause. Give them a cheer. All right, get out of the way, guys. Come on. An incredible performance once again, and this time with a real challenge on their hands, but Air Force just too good. We do have one more award to give out, though, and I'm going to leave this one to Tech Sergeant Crawford. Please, give him a hand.
So all of the staff have talked, and unfortunately, we could not give more than one award, so Jimmy, get up here. You are our most vibes player.
I want to thank my mother. I want to thank my father. I'm not sure if I want to thank you yet, but I might. For everybody here, I want to thank everybody for the... Yeah, I'm just going to sit there. It's heavy, bro. I want to thank everybody here, all the players, staff, everybody. This experience is just different, bro. Like, all Rocket League players, all military guys, you as well, you've been a vibe. Like, you've been a crazy vibe. You're amazing. And I hope we see you next year again. Because I'm going to be here. I have a little secret to tell you guys. So, of course, this was our first event. And as all of you saw, our managers, etc. were here. And they loved it. So, big chance we'll see you next year.
Jimmy. The Killer Instinct. That is the new nickname. Come on. Everyone in the Alienware training facility, please make some noise for our MVP and for our winners, AFG, and also for the production team and everyone, all of the service members that have come together in this event to put on such an incredible tournament, an incredible championship. Everyone just come and crowd it. Come on, everyone who wants to, come and crowd him. We're going to close it out. We have had an absolutely amazing time. And genuinely, I cannot say enough of a thank you.
Everybody, oh, bro.
If you think it looks like a lot of fun, I can promise you it has only been more fun than it has looked, and we've all had an amazing time, and that is in no small part down to every single person in this room and people all over the world, including our casters and our production team, our extended production team, Rally Cry, AFG, SFG, the RAF, the Netherlands military, everyone getting involved. My goodness. I've been Elliot, your host. These have been all of our players in the Allied Forces Esports Invitational Championship 2026. Thank you so much for joining us at home. Thank you to our cameraman, Gert-Jan. Thank you very much to our producer, Martin, as well, by the way. And to all our other camera people, we got Phil, we got Ange, and then we've got Jess and Kay and Adam and Rio. Our AFG ambassadors, Trenton and Caitlin. I don't know who I've missed. I've probably missed loads of people. I've got double chocolate fountain at the back as well.
Got the chef.
And with that, everyone at home, we will say goodbye until next year for the Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2027. But until then, that's all from us. One last cheer for our champions, Air Force Gaming. And we'll see you next time.